Hope the sound is okay for everybody. When people get in here, let me know.
This missing piece, as you noted. Another thing, too, is that just because Walk is off the roster doesn't mean they need to find somebody who fills his shoes perfectly.
Right. If they move the roles around, there's a very strong possibility that they could make this work just as well, if not better, in a completely different configuration. But again, that's a conversation of adjusting your strategy, your formula as a team in such close proximity to a season finals. I mean, I had a little bit of time to make it work, so it's not the end of the world. But of course...
So I'm going to let the stream run while people are coming in here. What's up, Attic? How's it going, dude? So just so anybody knows, I'm going to let the stream run while people start coming in here. And then as soon as the game starts, I'm just going to go right into it. I'm not going to wait.
It's what's going on. It's the conversation about this match. I mean, if you look far back at Fnatic versus Nora, they've met each other on land 6 total times, and Fnatic has won 4
I have
of
watched
6, so that's 2 for
a majority
Nora.
of the matches
but
already.
The majority of the important ones, Nora have
and
won. And it's a majority.
I have
the
not
really important one, the global
spent too much time really studying it.
Was the 6
What's up, Hunter?
Quarters, and Nora took that pretty handily. First map went to
so this is really going to be like a second viewing analysis. There's a few things that I've seen here and there that I think are really interesting.
And yeah, okay, that was a era, so it's a different timeline, of course, but at the same
I also
time,
have not listened to anything that Zoronic or I can't remember his name. Somebody in chat will remind me what his name is. The other analyst that they have that's from Australia.
Results, which were similar for both teams. They didn't meet each other, but they both went to the semifinals.
So,
and then got eliminated in a 2-0. One team
really going into the match, it's kind of a bummer that Nora, Rango, and Fnatic have to play each other again in the quarterfinals, mainly because they honestly shouldn't have to play each other. Like, the matchup should be done to the point where one team from each region is playing a team from another region. The Thatcher ban, it's becoming more and more popular, but I think that both these teams should be good enough to where they already have strategies in case there is no Thatcher. Nomad coming out doesn't surprise me. Border's like a big jump out map. And Echo, and I believe the last ban was Mira, if I'm not mistaken. The Echo ban just makes sense. It's kind of like banning Valk, but if you know, I think people prefer to play against Valkyrie than Echo just because the Echo cams are invisible and anybody can view them. So if they're in a position that watches certain areas, they can be really frustrating to go against, even if Echo's dead. Because it's just constant pings at a certain point.
Really confusing sometimes where you have such a similar kind of result for both of these teams. It's
all right,
hit
so
and miss, and I think a lot of it comes down to, like you say,
yeah, they're going to Armory Lockers. I believe that the Frost pick gets 6 pick off of. Capital coming out is important because it helps people get rid of anybody that's playing behind half wall, regardless of whether or not there's an ADS there. Yeah, and yep, Mute gets switched too, and then I actually do remember this round because switching to the Maverick is kind of weird because Maverick doesn't really have a purpose when attacking either of these sites, whether you're attacking downstairs or upstairs. It's kind of like they brought the it's almost like they brought the Maverick just to kill the Bandit, but there's no way for them to have known that moving into it. So let me just see exactly how they're setting up, because I'm pretty sure that this is the only time that they ever reinforce a triple panel wall while they're defending upstairs, because after the Maverick gets brought, they'd never want to risk that death again, because I'm pretty sure it was a really easy death. really easy kill, excuse me, on the bandit.
Really good view of it, as well as this too.
And it's another thing showcasing this mute jammer is actually probably one of the most effective mute jammers you can put down, because at one point in the match there's like 3 drones stuck out there that can't drone this certain area, and they're scared to push up onto the wall because I think part of it is open.
Very, very uncommon, I would say, and often ill-advised against teams that might be prepared for it.
Also, if I'm not mistaken, Maryu just has an amazing match, no matter what map it was.
They have brought 2 hard destructors, one in the form of that Maverick.
So,
of course, you're going to need Maverick since Thatcher is not there for many of the different
okay, so this Claymore going out,
especially towards.
I'll just pause it right there. This Claymore going over here indicates immediately that it's going to be an east staircase forward push.
Armory.
If the Maverick moving over to the triple panel wall wasn't, indicative of that immediately, but we have 3 people outside on the east balcony, 1 person outside of the in the valley watching any kind of run out, and then opening this up like
one free kill early on. Yes, indeed it will. There's the first
it's
kill
just
here
kind of
for
like
Maryu.
Bandit getting killed there is bad, but now you know that there's a Maverick, and other than exactly what he just did right here, Maverick serves no other purpose. Like Capitao has a purpose, Buck has a purpose, and now they're just gonna get the wall open, and it's been a minute and a half, so it's that C4. I don't know what he was really thinking there, honestly, because obviously you know that you can impact trick through a Mav hole if you have good enough aim and have practiced with it enough, but a C4 is never going to work. That was just a waste. I think that's kind of like LAN messing with people. And then so, alright, so if Capitao's watching, here, it's going to be hard to rewind it because there's so much footage. If Capitao's watching the upper part of the desk jump up, Buck's pushing into office, Zofia is still outside of CCTV, and Maverick is holding the flank. The real question is, where's the pressure? Where can the defenders come from, really? And it's from downstairs. So it's really all dependent on where is.
Now that they know they have full control, this nade could go.
Yeah, everybody's on the east. They could have. They weren't really watching the east stairs flank.
Great play there from Virtue on top of the shelf to get the first
so that's kind of a mistake there. They needed someone watching that, even though it didn't matter. So at this point, because so many kills happen in such quick succession, it tells me 2 things. The first is that there's a Valkyrie cam somewhere in the office that never got found, because if you notice, as soon as Capitao and Thermite are pushing in, they are immediately pressured by Jaeger, because they know that since Buck is coming in, Buck and Thermite and Capitao all come into the east, from the east into the office. So with the Valk cam being up, they can see that all 3 are there, and if they know that Zofia is outside Valley, and the way that pros gather intel, I'd imagine that they're trying to keep tabs on where each of the players are. They have, they'd have knowledge that majority of the players are pushing from east, so they don't really need to worry about anything else. They don't need to worry about an extra person watching from the window to make sure that Virtue can't get those kills. So Virtue jumps up, gets those 2 kills, and because Nora Rango found themselves in a 5v3, they thought, oh, we're just going to be able to push in and be fine. They also got a C4 kill right there. So obviously there's a pre-placed C4 waiting for the Thermite, and then they just push in and they get slaughtered because they're not focusing on the Valkyrie cameras or the potential for one. So a pre-placed C4 based on a Valk cam, a powerful angle being utilized based on a Valk cam, gets 3 kills, and then from there, Nora Rango doesn't really have much of an option. It was kind of smart for Zofia to push from the armory door, probably having droned out that shield knowing that the shield is there and that someone's playing behind it, and that shield is actually prevalent throughout the entire match. So trying to dislodge the person from the shield and maybe get like a final pinch, but still in a 3v2, the defenders are thinking, okay, one person holds an angle, one person watches A, one person watches B. If they don't know where all the attackers are, which I don't think they really knew at that point. They had to have known that Capital was still in the office based on a Valkyrie camera, unless he found it while the camera wasn't watching him. And then Maestro's just holding that angle because he knows they're pushing from that direction anyway.
That could possibly be being given to the rest of Fnatic.
Right.
So it's all speculation on our part.
So the attack all really fell apart when they went up 5v3 because they thought that they could just push in and that they would be fine. But what they didn't anticipate is there was Valkyrie downstairs, and like I said, nobody was watching the downstairs flank either. So you know, of course they're going to play downstairs. If no pressure is being applied downstairs, they're going to try to play downstairs for that C4. And we're seeing, you know, Valkyrie cameras thrown out through Vent's window. But they did change the site here, obviously, because they won. And picking Vents, it's just, let me see. So Mario is back on Twitch. They still have a Capital because his utility is so powerful. Buck for upstairs pressure, Thermite to open up any walls that they want to open up, and then Jackal to try to pin down any roamers, and Jackal's really powerful on border, so it does make sense what their lineup is. But the way the defenders are set up, okay, so Virtue got that kill. Where was Buck? I'm really interested because Virtue's upstairs and Virtue's going up into the same angle. They really just need to, I think, at this point, Nora Rango just really needs to drone. They just really need to drone forward because, one, they're not finding any footprints to go off of for like initial intel, which they eventually did once Jackal got into the building. But they have no other intel otherwise, and I think a big issue or a big reason for that is the mute jammers. I think the mute jammers in certain positions are. Oh, that okay. So there's the kill from Virtue. She's utilizing a Valk cam and no IQ being brought from Nora Rango. I'd say that if you're going to be playing on border and you don't ban Valk, you need to bring in IQ for at least the first couple of rounds.
They're allowing for his teammate above to get the kill. That's Ramu. Great coordination between Papilla and Ramu. Virtue, though, will get another kill. So there you go.
Yeah, at this point, Virtue is just
I believe, in this round
running around killing everybody.
He has just been having a blast. Looking for a
playing inside of customs now. They know that it's an east stairs based attack again.
Only a minute for these 4 defenders on Fnatic to delay Nora's last 2 attackers.
And Razel seems to have a line of sight onto where Virtue is going to be, or at least some information as to where he could possibly be playing out. He'll miss most, if not all of it.
Okay, so
Virtue as he remains unscathed.
At this point, the attackers, it's a 2v4. You don't really have too much intel based on the mute jammers. And the Valk cams are still up. You know that the Valk cams exist because Virtue would not have run out and gotten that kill like that if there wasn't Valk cams. You know that Legion is still up because I'm pretty sure he was the one that was tracked. And yeah, Maestro's dead, but his cameras are still up and there's no way to destroy them. No Twitch, no Thatcher. So if either of them have a drone left, they need to just pick an area and push. Pick either the side hallway right here, which is probably not where you want to go, because I guarantee that Maestro cams are going to be positioned to where they can see, even if Jackal smokes off, they could see through either of the doorways. And just try to cover while the other plants if the defenders don't peek, or get 2 kills and then cover while he plants.
And Razel will walk all in on his lonesome. Ramu's off alone. There's Virtue. He's going to grab his 4th. Are they going to give him the 5th?
It's like yeah, Ramu picks up this kill and Virtue kills Thermite, but the 2 attackers are so spread out. They're not together. If they were together, they could probably trade out more effectively. That could have been a double kill for Jackal instead if they had been together. So yeah, he's going to drop down, and the defenders are playing so passive because they know. And as soon as his position's revealed, like they obviously heard him drop the hatch. They know that he dropped the hatch. Now, depending on the sound cues, you know, which hatch did he drop, at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter. But the fact that they heard him drop, that he was in sight, and I doubt that they actually had a Valk Cam or a Maestro watching directly into that location. But the fact that they didn't jump up immediately and try to kill him just plays better. It's just a better play. It's the smarter thing to do.
Fantastic there for Fnatic, and even actually that second kill, the fourth total, came through the wall as well. Quite interesting on the
and obviously those wall bangs. So pretty much three of Virtue's kills from that round were from Valk Cams telling him where people were. And they've obviously positioned them well enough to where they're not able to figure out exactly where they are. There's probably just one in the corner of the main lobby. Main lobby, and I mean square lobby. And
that's gonna rule her out. Yeah, you can just simply check for Valkyrie cameras.
Yeah, other than that, Nora Rango is just they don't seem very coordinated. They're not really putting anything together.
They're going to need somebody to try and hunt down all these info devices.
And if you're gonna, I know for a fact that they have to have had pre-placed drones set up in certain places.
Yeah.
Or else they wouldn't be pushing into the building so quickly. But they also should just be, if they're going to bring Jackal, they need to be like, hey, this person, this operator was up in this location based on this pre-placed drone. Go and get that operator's footprints. That's Jackal's first job. Jackal didn't do that until the rest of the team was already in and dead. Also, you know, obviously Buck, I think, was trying to go to the AC window, but like I said, with no IQ, you know that there's Valk Cams out there, and Virtue is going to play off of them. He's playing off of them really well right now. Let me skip forward, because I believe there's like a little bit of a delay here. Yep, okay. So, now Bathroom Tellers, obviously this site is played mainly from above. And I wouldn't, it's pretty much like they're going to have to play like everyone upstairs. Buck wants to open this up early though in case they need to late flank, or excuse me, late rotate around. Capitan Zofia out on the south side, because they want to take east stairs. Putting that claymore down. CCTV run out is very common. Out that door towards the south, and then around the corner to the east balcony, and kill everybody on that balcony. Like, you have to put a claymore there. Inside a bathroom, so yeah, I don't know if that was a, what just went off there? Oh, the thermite went off, that's what it was. So they have the wall open, which is a big mistake. They've lost a lot of control upstairs immediately. If Buck's going to watch the flank here, there's still one outside on the south balcony, watching into the square lobby. And you see, we're seeing where some of the Valk Cams are.
All of the recovery that we've seen from Fnatic in that first round, it was Virtue just getting aggressive, taking fights.
Capital outside of the breach for that, but the fire arrow, they know that someone's in sight, but why aren't they pushing into the office and just killing that person from the hatch?
First kill in this round for Rizraz, but he gets refragged by Ray Sill, so it's not quite over here for Nora. They're going to keep the momentum going. That's going to make things tricky.
Ray almost loses that fight.
Okay, so the reason they're not pushing it is because they have Glads. They don't have the operators to push that heavily. But they can definitely get inside. They can definitely get upstairs and control upstairs, but they're not. It's kind of awkward, if I'm being completely honest.
He could possibly end up in a contest with Virtue, as both Lusty and Virtue are trying to hold down a push inside of Tellers.
Plan is actually going down, and it doesn't seem like Fnatic has any denial for this situation.
There's only one person upstairs, and Buck should have been up there.
Call goes down, and that's the defense along with it. Magnet with a
Buck should have been up there before.
And Nora are starting to lose bodies. Papilla's going to get one onto Magnet. That's a great refrag, and he's on the perfect post-plant position, as is Mariu. Though a miscalculation in the extreme, and Fnatic will
Alright, so
excellent recovery.
What I really want to know from that retake
and there you have it. And that
is,
had to have been the straw that broke that camel's
one,
back.
where did Capital get killed from? Because I'm pretty sure that he still had one fire arrow. He didn't need to be peeking so aggressively.
He should be largely
2,
unkillable. You're playing
Why did
up top,
Glaz
outside,
drop the
looking at those
hatch
2
instead of
windows,
just
you have a line of
rotating
sight
around
onto
to
that
stay
diffuser.
above
Don't
it
peek it. Don't put yourself
and
in that
kill the
position.
guy?
And I mean, we'll probably get a good look
And
at
did
it here in
Glaz
the
even
replays.
use
That's
his smokes?
exactly what
Like, I'm
happened.
not sure, but
Man,
they
that is
needed
a
Buck to
powerful
actually
position,
go into the office
especially
and
with the way
create
that Capital has
different
played
lines
as
of
late.
sight.
You have to wonder if the usage of the para factors in at all, because
Zofia watching the flank on east stairs is fine.
People, but
Okay, so
here you
here's
have it.
how
There you go.
he
Virtue,
died.
Beautiful shot. And Papilia really should not have lost that at all.
Yeah, and then
He didn't even need to be peeking that.
ultimately, I think, cost the round, along with the Glaz dropping through the drop. Again, big miscalculation. It did cost.
He still
Nora
had, he
quite
definitely
a lot.
had
In
an
fact,
angle
it
he
cost
could have
him the whole
used
round. So what
to
that
shoot another
means
fire arrow down there.
is now we've just
And that would have helped
seen
out a lot.
Fnatic complete a full cycle on border, something that you don't normally see happen. Again, as this is not one of those maps that has 3 extremely comfortable sites.
So,
given that, it means
all right,
Fnatic
that
now
Maestro
can go back
cam.
to their most comfortable site, which is Armory. That is evident as it was the first site that they picked.
The reason
Now,
he's putting it
last
on the
time we
railing
saw
instead
Nora
of
attack onto Armory, they
on
went for an
like a
office
wall
take, and they were
or down on the
they were
ground or anything
stopped
like
dead in
that
their tracks. They couldn't make it past
is
office
because
take.
it's more
And then they started
difficult
started
to
try go for some
pinpoint
Hail Mary
a
strategies,
perfect
rushing into the
grenade
Armory door.
or a
It did not
Zofia
work out.
or an Ash
Fnatic
onto
blocked
that
it, and it
railing.
was thanks to Virtue's excellent
So it's more
aggressive
likely that
fragging.
the attackers would have to waste more and more utility.
By, as we mentioned, a Maestro camera or even a Valkyrie camera.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
it was
Okay, so
really
now the
impressive
IQ
with how
comes out. They've
effortless
had
Nora
enough.
Rango took control
They're like,
of
we're
the
gonna
wall,
find these
hit
Valk
Rusty off
cams. They're
the
really
side,
annoying.
bandit trick on the office wall, and then
It's just,
immediately
you know,
and picked up a second kill, putting themselves in a 5v3
something
with
that
full
needed to be
office
done 3
control.
rounds ago
Nobody
before they
bothered
were
to
down
look up the
3-0.
archives, and nobody bothered to possibly confront Virtue when, as you said, he
But
got
what I want to
very
see is how many Valk cams does
Back
he
onto the roof
actually
control
find.
now for Nora Rango, is I wouldn't be too surprised to see an Armory side.
Because right now, based on the way that,
based on the operators that they have,
Thermite's not pushing, Capital's not pushing, IQ should not push. So you have Buck and Maverick are your main fraggers. Virtue jumping out again, mainly just to scare them. And
So look at this. Virtue has been aggressive.
Yoshingo right now, he's scared. He has to be aware that there's a Valk cam out here somewhere, but he doesn't know where. So he's looking for it, but he definitely can't find it. And he's scared that Virtue's going to jump out on him again as soon as he goes for the railing. And of course, Virtue is going to jump out and go for a pre-fire just like he did before. This was a good use of IQ to find Valkyrie on a camera.
That's a great start here for Nora.
With Valkyrie dead, you know, that's nice. The C4's off the board, or at least one C4's off the board with what they were going through before. But pushing in now, like, they have to get in there. They know Jaeger's still in that position. They were going to flame him out. Does he actually get... No, yeah, he doesn't actually leave. He just stays there. That's the smart move, too. They know he's there, and they want pressure to be put on him, but there's obviously Valkyrie's still on her cam, like, watching to make sure nobody drops onto the AC balcony. So now Buck is on AC, and they know that he's on AC, so he has to stay chill. They want to nade out the person inside of office, or excuse me, inside of archives. Is it going to work, though? Alright, so Lusty loses the fight because he has a shotgun, and Rizraz picks up the kill onto Maverick. Not sure if that was through a Mav hole or not. But that angle that Aces is still holding by the shield is really strong. I'm not really sure why Rizraz peeked the hatch like that. He needed to stay alive and try to use the C4. But at this point, the defenders have no choice. They have to push in and try to make something happen.
As all of Fnatic got trapped in the wrong bomb site, they did not have any tools to dig themselves out.
So, Nora screams second time's the charm, and here we go, going on to Armory for the second time. Nora managed a successful attack. Beautifully done there. Ramu, really the star of the show. Managed to get the opening frag onto that Valkyrie, and that is huge. Why? Because the C4 from Magnet from below is why we saw, again, that momentum that Nora managed to generate in the... I'm sure Nora will pick up on it eventually. If not, they still will have.
All right.
They well, okay.
So
correction. They did shift off of the office.
Nora Rango
so
finally pick up a
fiercely
round.
held. So
And you can say that it's
yeah,
because of the
Fnatic
IQ.
adjusted heavier to a
So they're going to go with the
second.
same
It didn't work
lineup
out for them.
I mean, Lusty lost that fight as well inside of the doorway, and then when Virtue playing in his position over
and
by
try to
the
move forward
ventilation
from
and
there.
jump out over towards the vent area outside. What ended up happening? He fell off, and he was sitting next to Aces, waiting over by
Fnatic
Sandwich,
with the
and they
same
were
lineup, no changes.
likely expecting a play from outside of Archives, but it never came. The Archives push came in through Fountain, it came in through the offices, and then finally, when the diffuser did go down, it went in near the default plan spot, just through the doorway inside of Archives. Ultimately, the pressure that was applied from Nora Rango was perfect because it pushed all of Fnatic back, and Fnatic just couldn't retake. They didn't have anything at their disposal to do so. You got a Maestro with a great gun, sure, but his Evil Eyes are not going to be an influence at that point because it was likely that Nora Rango took them out. You also had Virtue, once again, great gun. No
All right, so once again,
it's a tough position to Fnatic to find
Maverick
Fnatic
coming
in,
over here,
and it was very well played by
but no Bandit.
I really want to know when Nora's going to figure out about that camera being thrown out north every single round, because it has actually given a lot of.
Sneaks, you just got to win the qualifiers, man. You just got to get on a team that wants to grind and works together and communicates effectively with no toxic behavior and just win the qualifiers. That's the only way I can think of. Unless you just get on a team that's already in it.
Information to Fnatic throughout these rounds.
They'll probably find it out when they counter strat for the next time these two teams play.
It might be a little bit too late. I mean, this isn't double elimination.
Season 10 finals, or if they're going to be, if they end up playing each other in Raleigh, then oh, look out for that camera.
Yeah.
All right.
All right, so
I'm sure Nora will pick up on it eventually. If not, they still will have a good chance of recovering in that second half as long as they get at least 2 rounds.
okay, so I found this round to be really interesting because Fnatic made it look like they were going to push the same way they've been, or excuse me, Nora Rango's made it look like they're going to push the exact same way they've been pushing every time, from the office inward via AC vent. And the IQ now is actively going downstairs to deny the C4. So that gives Valkyrie something that she actually has to watch out for. So moving over here, the mute jammers aren't really positioned where they need to be, but he's going to throw the grenade to try to get rid of whatever is in the way. Because most of the mute jammers are probably placed on the office side. So he gets rid of one of the mute jammers. And now all of Nora Rango have switched over into CC, and they're doing a western take. So Thermite outside the wall. Capital watching flank until they need his utility. Buck at the wall. And IQ is still probably downstairs. And Maverick is watching the flank as well. So Rizraz takes down Ramu. Probably Ramu peeked the hatch again. Okay, so let's look at the positioning of the defenders real quick. We have one playing by the small office, Rizraz, one watching metal, and another one watching office. Along with, actually, there's 2 watching office. But they knew, but that Valk knew that she needed to get out of there, pretty much.
50 seconds, that call for urgency ends up being your own demise, and that's the 4th round now for Fnatic.
But the attackers' positions were still the same. Thermite outside the wall, Buck outside the wall, Capital waiting to use his utility, and IQ downstairs got killed by Rizraz through the hatch, or through a kill hole. Yeah, right here, through the hatch. And then once those grenades were coming out, they knew that Valk knew she needed to move. That's a really aggressive peek from Virtue, and it paid off, but you know, you can never really know that you can do that safely. Because if there's someone out on the rappel, you're screwed. So it's just a timing thing.
10 and he has not died even in the, or well, no,
he has died. He died on the one round.
So Fnatic are obviously in firm control of this game, and you can tell by the way they're playing. They're not scared. Nora Rango is playing a little scared because they went down so early because they didn't bring the most effective operators. And the Valcams are still coming out, and
He's been doing very well.
I'm just not understanding why the IQ isn't being brought. Like, if you're not gonna bring in IQ, you need to ban Valk. Like you do. If you're not gonna bring in IQ, you should just ban Valk instead of Echo.
Good effort by Virtue individually. He has been, hailed as
Because it's worse losing players early in the round to the point where they can't use their utility versus late in the round when you're trying to execute. Because then you have all that time that you could have, gained a man advantage that you didn't that now you don't have. So, what's up, pre-firing? How's it going? I'm glad you like it. So, okay. Let me pause it real quick. So, Twitch pushing into Office, Hibana pushing into CC and opening up into Customs. This makes sense because from that Customs hatch, you can watch a lot of rotations towards the main lobby and like bottom metal staircase. Like you can see someone's feet while they're running up metal, so you know to watch metal when they get it to the top. But the rest of the team is all the way on the east. And now that they have that hatch open, they can come back to it later. That's their plan. They want to come back to it later and utilize it for that specific purpose, watching rotations and making sure that nobody's in Customs when they're actually going for their aggressive push. Because Virtue was in there before, killing all of them through the wall via Valcam, which for some reason they still didn't bring in IQ. Okay, so this is interesting though because they know that the hatch is open and Virtue is rotated into CC. And like I said, this is this is a situation right here where an IQ would be helpful because you'd know exactly what utility is in your way. It's definitely a mute jammer in this case, but they've been bringing Cade. They've brought a bandit a couple times. All right, so Ramu gonna redrone here, which is smart. He has to redrone. If he just goes in thinking that it's clear, he's gonna get gunned down immediately. So the hatch gets opened so they can escape because the attackers know that they're there and they need to rotate. Buck is already at the top of metal, and he needs to just start opening the floor instead of really trying to push. But, 3 of the defenders have rotated upstairs and now have all rotated back down. There's still a minute left. They're now opening the necessary angles. Capitão's getting in position to use his utility. Lusty picks up 2, though. I do actually remember this round. I'm not quite sure. He just came... Okay, so... Lusty, Rizraz, and Virtue all drop down the hatch back into Customs. Rizraz gets killed, and the attackers think that they have everything that they need. Lusty rotates back up, comes from metal, and kills 2 people while they're not even really looking at him. Buck reacted, but couldn't get the shots off. And then he jumps out and kills Capitão. Because they still have Valcams outside. That's the thing. They still have Valkyrie cameras pinpointing where the attackers are that they wouldn't know about otherwise.
Beautiful play from Lusty, and he will get shut down, but you can bet he's done his job.
So he gets shut down here, and now let's talk about what the attackers can actually do here. They have no utility, like other than flashbangs. Potentially. So, what's up, Hunter? Welcome to the stream, dude. So, the only thing that they can do here is you have 2 options, but neither of them are good because they leave a piece of the puzzle unfinished. Thermite has to go for the plant. Whether he plants at the window or plants at the doorway, it doesn't really matter. He's not planting anywhere else. Those are his 2 options. Hibana can either go outside the front door and watch the rotation from the from Customs and front door area, or stay above and watch the rotation hole. Either way, Fnatic has 3 players alive, most likely either a Maestro or a Valkyrie camera that can at least give a sound cue at the very least as to what's happening. And it doesn't really leave the attackers with many options. So let's just see how this unfolds. So let's see what they actually decide to do. So they want to make sure B is clear first, so he's going to look through there. Ramu quickly moving into customs, or into CC to look through customs to see if he can catch anybody waiting to push from there, like I just said. So Ramu actually does catch Valkyrie running around. Valkyrie gets killed by Ray Seal, though, and now he's, unfortunately, Ramu, okay, right there. The issue right there, Ramu is inside customs and tries to push the hallway when he needs to just go outside the front door and let Ray Seal go for the plant. It's just a small mistake. It can happen in the heat of the moment. You're running out of time. And now Aces and Virtue know that the plant's going down, and this is probably the easiest kill ever. And like he's like, that's just a hitbox thing. Virtue sees him, he knows he's there. Okay, no problem, Hunter. I got you.
See what they can muster on attack as Nora Rango have some work to do.
Why can't I mod you?
Yeah.
To try and keep this map close.
How do I do it?
Now again, the last time these teams met each other, April 14th, 2019, APAC Finals. What allowed
Okay,
them
there
to
we go. I got you.
For this event was actually a match that Fnatic managed to take. It was best of 3.
So yeah, Lussie came up metal, got the 2 kills, and then jumped out based on the Val cam, telling him Capital's right below you.
What we're seeing right now is what we've seen before in the past, or so it appears. That was a really nice try in that round from Nora, but gotta be honest, the main problem was their, I'm not gonna say lackluster, I would say they weren't very thorough when clearing the top floor. I'll just leave it at that. Clear the top floor and then allowed Fnatic to rotate 4 players up. 3 of them managed to get back, but they had 4 players late rotate to the top floor because Nora wasn't shutting down those rotations.
2 things here, let's refer to them as A and B. A, Fnatic doing an excellent job of rotating.
Let's fast forward just a tab.
It seems that way, yeah.
That has grown so much in our community is right now.
All right, so
the thing is a lot of people.
Where's Nora defending? They're back down, or excuse, yeah. Nora's back. Nora's downstairs. Halftime switch. Fnatic goes on attack. Immediately bring an IQ. Immediately. So that's smart. It's the right thing to do. So they want to take control of CC once again. This is okay. This is something I want to point out. The way that Fnatic is attacking. Oh shit, Nightbot's not activated. All right, hold on. Let me fix that real quick. Okay. Should be working now. Okay, so the thing that I want to point out about the way that Fnatic is attacking this. They know they're downstairs, and they've most likely droned enough to the extent that they know that there's a pulse on the board. Regardless of whether or not pulse is on the board, this is obviously the way that they would attack their own defense. So if Fnatic attacking right now was attacking Fnatic defending with the Valk, the Jaeger, Maestro, Legion, Mute, this is how they would attack it. Most teams, when they come up with strats, they come up with a defense, and then they don't come up with an attack, but they know based on the way that they set up the defense how they would attack it if another team set it up the same way.
The winner of Team Empire versus Dark Zero, which we have up next, which neither of those teams is going to be a walk in the park for either Nora.
Is Nightbot not working, Hunter?
This could be a massive confidence booster for a team that such as Fnatic.
So yeah, they want to get into CCTV and push the western wall from here. Castle is getting blown away.
They were still riding high. They were still.
Hold on a second. Let me see what's wrong with Nightbot.
Yeah.
What is wrong with Nightbot right now? I have Moobot and Vivbot in here right now. I thought that I had Nightbot because I just logged into it. I got a mod Nightbot. That's what it is. Yeah, Nightbot's already a moderator in the channel. Did it work now? Okay. Yeah, Trashcan, the finals were insane, and I'm going to talk about that when I get there. I'm still on the very first match on the first map. Okay, so
we'll have to see if that continues without walk.
Now that they have CC control, they're pressuring into Armory. Magnet wants to get into Customs because he can open up angles from detention and supply room into the site and cover the front door better than if he was just standing outside the front door. So now, as they're droning out, they're still kind of moving around the map, just taking stuff. This is kind of like, this is what I feel like here is Fnatic has everything they need to execute onto site. They have a minute left, so they're just kind of crossing their T's and dotting their I's. This is kind of the way that SSG played at the US Nationals. They would take a little bit too long on attack, whereas if they would just speed up their attack by like 15 seconds, they would just win the round. But instead, they're fighting the clock at the end. So let's see how quickly Fnatic actually execute. So now, that's a good trade for Fnatic. Yeah, Bandit got that kill, but now they have no upstairs control because the defenders have to rotate back down. And the attackers are just waiting, but they're waiting for a drone, and apparently Magnet's the only one with a drone. We just switched through like 3 different people holding angles and 1 person droning.
Having Ramu on that pulse will be so incredibly pivotal over the next 28 seconds of this round, and could be a major step in the right direction for Nora. Rango on a site that Fnatic might not have fully prepared for.
So they know that they don't have to worry about the front door because of the castle. So then all they need to do is watch the rotation angle and hold. Oh, that's a good catch. So, so Virtue opening up those angles and then catching the Bandit breaking down the castle, because he heard the sound cue. It might have looked like he saw the feet, but what he really heard was the sound cue from Virtue opening up, or from Bandit trying to open the door. With those angles open, the defenders that are left, Bandit, Mute, and Pulse, they have to stack up on the west side of the site. If any of them are on the eastern side of the site, Virtue's going to kill them. They can't come out of the bathroom and they can't come across because those walls are open without being called out, at least. So Bandit tried to make a play. He died. Ramu and Rayseal are already on the most western side of the map. Ramu's just trying to hide because he's waiting to throw a C4.
Diffuser in the hands of the Capitão. No, it's an Aces who's going for the plant.
The plant is going down, and they just don't have... Oh my gosh. That's just a lack of droning. All that comes down to is lack of droning. Fnatic had that round in the bag.
Beautiful job there from Nora. A round they certainly should not have won, and they managed to take it anyway. Some pretty key mistakes made
so
there by
let's
Fnatic.
talk about the positioning on that. So Capitão outside the window, Thermite going for the plant, Buck standing over him, knowing that the castle barricade is up at the front door, so they don't need to worry about it. Knowing that Customs is clear, and Virtue has killed Bandit, so they know that no one's upstairs. Virtue's holding the flank, so none of the defenders can rotate from a crazy area. The only thing they're missing is the upstairs pressure that was IQ dead. So pretty much Bandit won them the round. In that, if you want to break it down right there, Bandit won them the round right here. That kill onto IQ and nobody rotating upstairs to take up IQ's position, because they didn't need so many people watching the same thing. Like Capitão and Buck were pretty much just caught watching the same thing. Great play by Mute there to kill everybody, but
That is, as you said,
the lack of upstairs pressure. Because I guarantee that if somebody would have been upstairs looking through holes, they would have either heard the Mute moving slightly or just outright seen him through the floor and killed him. And then Fnatic wins the round. So right there, Buck, just go upstairs. Buck goes upstairs, Capital stays outside the window, and Zofia plays from that's the same angle that he was playing.
It ends up being a 6-1 scoreline for Fnatic, who find themselves on match point off of a gamble that was being brought out from Nora Rango. But it keeps them in this game for the time being. There is still a monumental task ahead of Nora Rango, which is close this gap up. There are 3 rounds that you will need to win.
Oh yeah, this is... I really like this. This is a really good round. It's very interesting how Fnatic plays this. This is one thing I want to point out. So right here, Rizraz sees someone on a camera, but doesn't register that that's someone on a camera. Rizraz sees a Maestro. Might not immediately register that it's a Maestro. But he sees this person on camera with the IQ scanner. Doesn't see the Valk cams, and maybe there should be a drone out here. Maybe there just needs to be a drone to see which direction at least the Valk cam gets thrown. But he sees Valk on the scanner. Probably thinks it's an ADS, honestly. And then just gets gunned down. So, Yoshingo gets that kill. And then, right there, Aces gets a 1-tap onto Ramu. That angle is probably very underutilized in general. But how often do you see teams leave one of the armory panel walls unreinforced and peek it? It's not very often, but it does happen. And I think that the reason that Aces knew to take up that angle, obviously other than droning, is because of how often Fnatic and Nora Rango play each other, and how often they are the 2 teams that make it to the LAN events.
As they are on defense, just playing off their Valkyrie camps, going for aggressive plays. Here comes the C4 and the run out, and it's going to be a frag for Aces. Great job there for Fnatic, managing to shut that down. Yoshingo still, though, inside a CC.
So Aces is really weak, and he cannot challenge anymore. He literally cannot challenge any more engagements. But he has to. He also has to try to get the wall open. So he could go down to a bandit battery at this point. And Rayseal's going to run out on him.
We've got 2 of the 3. Oh no, a run out there from Rayseal.
So that's just to finish it off. Lusty and Magnet kind of not really doing anything. And they just never cleared out CC. The awkward reinforcements in the Valk cams. It seems to be a common theme. Just Valk cams, Valk cams, Valk cams, Valk cams. IQ not finding Valk cams has been a huge problem for both these teams.
You ban Nomad because you don't want to have to play against her, but you also ban Nomad because you don't have to worry about runouts the same way. And you just saw 3 opportunities there from Nora Rango to take advantage of the fact that nobody from Dizzle is instructed.
Let's fast forward a little
exactly what to do, and needs to be shaken out here. How are Nora Rango going to?
All right, so this is the first time we're seeing customs defense out of either of these teams. So I'm going to look here and see if there's anything that I find to be out of the ordinary. This rotation up here makes sense. That hole makes it so that you can rotate back into the hallway without having to go through a doorway or drop down a hatch that exposes you to another doorway or line of sight the attackers might be holding.
I mean, right now it certainly looks like it's going to be a second floor stack. You see Mario's going to be putting up a barricade.
Mute jammers are going to make it that much more difficult to drone for the attackers. So it seems like their strategy is going to be hold armory, hold CC, and probably have 1 or 2 people downstairs playing more off-site than on.
Eventually, I'm sure they will open up 1 of the 2 drop-downs in CCTV as a rotation, but it's possible that they'll just try and do
No,
a retake strategy.
no, Ali, we are not analyzing chat reactions.
Far field by Armory, by Fountain, on the side of Nora, and those
that would make the stream 10 times longer
if necessary.
than it has
So
to be, because
Nora's
right
playing
now
it,
it's
looks
ridiculous.
like a very fluid
So
style
Aces
here,
wants
and
to
that's
open this wall.
really what we've been seeing from the
Buck's
Nora
just gonna
defense
buck it
outline
open,
so
I would assume.
far in this second half.
You gonna
Just
do
find
that,
where the
Buck?
opponent,
Nope,
that's Fnatic,
apparently
is
not.
coming from,
Okay.
and well, address them. Say hello.
I don't know
and
why they
stack up your
wouldn't
players on that. If you can't
open the
win those
wall
gunfights outright,
as soon as they
fall
can,
back and
just
set
for
up a
later
retake.
use.
That seems to be the mentality for Nora, but it's too early to call that. Maybe they've shifted away from what they've been doing earlier in the match.
All right, so right now they have Capital watching a run out, IQ watching a flank, Zofia droning, and Thermite waiting to try to open something.
Instead of engaging that fight, at least Magnet does. Just going to put Ramu in a position now to greet Magnet. As you can hear the UMP shooting through that floor, and Magnet knows that Ramu is wise to his tricks.
I'm really confused as to what Magnet's actually trying to do here.
Tackle this pulse. In fact, nobody from Fnatic seems
Like,
to
I don't really get it. If I'm being completely honest, like, I'm not quite sure what he's trying to do. Obviously, there's... Okay, so this is what's happening. The attackers right now, they know what's happening. They know that they cannot drone out CC because of the mute jammers the way they need to. They know that that at least one person's playing in there. They saw Pulse in the armory, and they don't have the detention wall open. So right now, they're literally just trying to figure out what they're going to do, and they're taking a ton of time to do it because they probably don't really attack here that often. They probably don't ever attack customs very often. At least not the way that Nora Rango has it set up. And Nora Rango has a Pulse giving him intel, no Valk, so IQ is not as good in this scenario. They only have potentially flashbangs and Zofias to get rid of these ADSs. And they don't even have Buck inside to try to open anything up yet. So they're really just stalling out. So one Capital Bolt's going to force Mute out of position. IQ's going to get that kill. But they're still worried about a flank from Armory. Ramu comes up east stairs and gets a kill instead. And Rayseal is just watching the window jump in from below. So once again, the mute jammer is just causing an incredible lack of droning, and Papili gets another kill from underneath.
Drowning right now as Mariu will get a team kill, but also claim Magnet. Now it'll be all on aces with 3 bodies.
The biggest problem is that they don't have this wall open. If they have that wall open right there, it changes the entire scope of the defense. He still has 2 thermite charges. Like, I just don't understand why they wouldn't just open the wall. Like, the only thing that I can think of is that they're worried about a C4 like coming from like where Buck opens up and killing him, but like you have to anticipate that. Like you have to anticipate that no matter what. So without the detention wall open, like yeah, they get the 1 kill in CC, but it proves worthless.
Love to see it from Nora. Beautiful strategies and stuff that you just don't usually have happen. Again, one step ahead is Nora on this defense, and that's
just timing right there. I think that Zofia was probably on a camera. Saw Pulse coming, just lost the fight.
Did catch Fnatic off guard, I believe, in the way that they played in particular. Fnatic were very much a victim of the clock the very first time that they had to attack.
Yeah, not opening detention wall was a big problem there.
Roam, if you want to call it that. Ramu is going to run away.
I didn't mean to skip that far.
A lot of it hinged upon the castle play. From Yoshingo, downstairs, like I said, fun. Papili down below, Raysel's there yet again. He loves the supply room. He does so.
Is Nora on this defense?
Saw the setup.
All right.
That Rango had. There's an opportunity here for Fnatic to be able to move.
So once again, Rango going downstairs. And this time they're actually going to try to commit to holding CC.
Because you will almost assuredly die as Nora Rango are, well, as I said in the last round, wise to your tricks, especially with that side of particular.
On the note of wise to your tricks, I think one thing that needs to change for Fnatic is their CCTV take. Every single time Fnatic goes for a CCTV take, which is, I think, most of these rounds, if not all, so far in the second half. They seem to get shut down by Nora, who are just so ready for it. Not just in holding firm in CC, but also below CC, or to the side of CC. Anywhere.
Yeah.
Anyhow.
Mute has been an issue this entire game.
If you're Fnatic.
I say ban Mute on border.
That could potentially
Don't want to play against Mute on border.
the outcome of these rounds, as Fnatic have yet to win.
So Ramu has plenty of places he can rotate through. If Fnatic doesn't push up to the armory wall, he can rotate out there. He can drop one of the hatches, which I think is exactly what just happened. Or he could have gone into the hallway if he wanted. But that was potentially being covered by Virtue, who was droning out East Stairs earlier. Magnet's actually on East Stairs now, which I think is kind of strange. Like, why isn't Zofia over there and, you know, Magnet coming to open? Yep, here you go. Okay, here he's coming now. Okay, I'm just getting a little bit ahead of myself, I guess. But they still can't get this wall open, and I think they're bringing the nades to get the wall off. Yeah, they threw a nade in to get rid of it. Thatcher's banned. Virtue's still holding East Stairs to make sure that nobody's really flanking too heavy. And now, once again, Magnet's going to be pushing into CC. But is anybody playing in there this time? That's like the really big question. So Mute's playing in sight. Capitao is waiting to use his utility. That's why he's waiting like that. Virtue is watching the flank and almost catches somebody, but doesn't.
Before they go for the push, they still have all of their utility on the Capitao. They're still ready for a straight-up execute. But look at
Zofia just needs to stay over there and watch flank, and everyone else needs to push.
It looks like Shingo's going to get the first kill, so things are changing rapidly on the face of this attack for Fnatic. They need to make something happen in their favor. They're so spread out, though. What is the attack strategy is the question in my mind right now. Virtue seems to be going for a very late flank, but it is just that, late. And from below, no, potentially through the soft wall. Papilla's gonna get one, now two.
Oh, wow.
Mary will shut down Virtue on the flank, and it's just Rizraz who's
it's
trying to hunt down roamers.
Just a rally.
What is going on with this Fnatic attack? It is extremely messy.
There's only got 10 seconds left, and he's basically a dead man down.
Yeah, Nora Rango couldn't do any, or Fnatic couldn't do anything there.
To get the very final kill, Nora Rango have tied things up. The crowd elated with this comeback that we see from the Japanese team.
The push from Office, or at least like AC pressure, just took way too long. Took way too long.
When you say snap, I agree with you. I think once one of these two teams starts to break away and they start to get the win, or even, you know, if they take it to the last round, but whoever gets the win here, I think it's going to have a pretty heavy
excuse me,
going into map number 2, and I think that's been the story for a long time with these teams, and I think it'll continue to be so.
I actually think that this Thatcher ban that was orchestrated by Fnatic is working against them for the time being.
Oh yeah?
I'm actually going to move my camera.
You're right.
The biggest issue that Fnatic seems to have, which is the issue that Nora Rango had, was information gathering. And if you look at the fact that Mute has been a staple on both of these teams for this game, it doesn't look like Fnatic is aware of where Nora Rango is positioned. Now, obviously, drones are your biggest asset to be able to figure out where they are.
Now we can see more of the action on stream.
And that appears to be the issue for the time being with Fnatic. They are not able to get the intel that they want. They don't have the.
All right, let's see if IQ can find these Valcams this time. Safest bet is definitely just getting to the roof in general.
So you put a lot in
found
the
it.
hands of IQ.
Found the other one too. So now they do have a pre-placed drone out there to look for these Valcams. Otherwise, he wouldn't have known exactly where to look. He knew the general idea, but he didn't even use his IQ scanner. So he had a drone that saw the cameras go out.
Well, surprise, surprise, Fnatic are going to be pushing into CC.
Burning the ADS, gonna throw a grenade.
Now, it's going to be Papilla sitting by the shelves, and nade goes in.
Oh, what a nade.
It goes wide.
What a nade.
Great nade there from Magnet. And that is a good start.
Pre-placed drones. Pre-placed drones. Guarantee that was a pre-placed drone.
Yeah, you lose the utility from the Valkyrie, you lose the Nitro Cell as well. You lost 2 of those Evil Eyes, and now Papilla falls as well.
So it took Fnatic a couple rounds, but they figured out exactly how to push in to CC while they're holding it. Took him a little while, definitely.
Completely out of this yet, but it's going to get worse as Ramu gets shut down by Magnet. Okay, on this Armory defense now, and in a very tricky spot. Rachel's playing over by offices, so that leaves just Mario.
I think Buck came down
the
east
sole
stairs and
anchor
killed
here
that
to defend
Vigil.
this Arsenal.
But I mean, it's a 2v4 and you don't have a hard breach on Fnatic. That could be very easy for the defense
Yeah,
of
so
Rango to hold on, depending on where.
this is not looking good for the defenders at all. They don't have a lot of anchor utility. Like, yeah, they have Mute C4, Bandit had barbed wire, but they don't have anything to stop this plant pretty much. No cameras. 2 Valcams got thrown out and got shot immediately. So that's a waste of utility. And so let's just talk about how Fnatic changed their attack. After I'm going to let this round conclude, then I'll talk about how they changed their attack to focus and stop CC. Stop the CC hold that Nora Rango had won for like 2 rounds in a row.
To take the fight though with Magnet. He's going to lose a lot of HP. Rizraz just jumps right on in looking for 2. Oh, he gets 1, pulls out the pistol looking for the other. There you have it. Takes matters into his own hands. We haven't had a lot from that round.
The first thing the Fnatic did to change the way they were attacking. Pre-place drone outside on the west and see where the Valcams get thrown out. He sees two Valcams get thrown out. Second thing is pre-placing drones either right outside CC to where it's not affected by the mute jammer, but it can see through the doorway, like at the feet, to catch Valkyrie in that corner because they know that Valkyrie's been playing that corner. Or there is a pre-placed drone in CC that the defenders didn't find, which I find to be unlikely, but still possible. So get rid of the Valcams so that Valkyrie doesn't know whether she can rotate or not. And then burn the ADS that you know is there and nade her out. Once that happens, the other person in CC by themselves can't hold down all the angles. The window, 2 doorways, no intel outside any of the doorways. So he just dies. They take control of CC, and then they don't have a pulse underneath, like they've been bringing. So, you know, Ramu's trying to make something happen, and he does get 1 pick, but he's just killed by Buck trying to flank.
Very important stretch.
And then it's all left to Bandit and Mute to defend the site, which isn't going to happen.
And finally stop
Not without any C4s or anchor potential.
Of riding all the way to the finals for this map.
Well, I mean, it certainly has seemed like the defenders' play place here on border so far today.
Yeah,
and a lot of that,
right
I'm
there.
sure, does come down to
so
Thatcher.
it was literally yeah. Nora Rango was literally picked apart piece by piece.
Well, I mean, on the side of Thatcher, it means you can
that was Fnatic kind of getting frustrated a little bit, and then someone on the team just said, "Hey, let's get back to the basics." Like we're letting them just throw cams out. We're not figuring out where they are. So let's get back to the basics, step by step. Pre-place drones, burn ADS, nade. Like those 3 things won them that round.
2 attacking rounds so far total. So you need to have
it's kind of like how the game used to be. Like that's literally back to the basics. The game used to be drone, get to the wall, open the wall, drone again, burn utility, push. What's that, like 6 steps? That's how the game used to be. Now it's a little bit more complicated, but you get the idea. So the exact same setup is being brought by Nora, and I'm really not into it. I'm really not into the Vigil pick. Like, I guess the Maestro hadn't been helping that much, but bring something else. Like, bring I don't know. Bring Legion. Don't bring Vigil. Bring Legion.
When they picked up momentum, Nora Rango did look like a much better team, but both of these teams beat themselves on attack. Nora Rango was beating themselves with their hesitation, their inability to collect information, and just losing straight up gunfights to people that they weren't expecting, and Fnatic just could not simply overpower.
Once again, IQ looking for the Valcams.
Even when they knew where they were, which wasn't
but I don't think any of them actually got thrown out this time.
Looks like Fnatic going for another CC take, and it's going to be pushing as well. Here, again, in CCTV, trying to hold up this Fnatic take. Gonna go for a run out, and he might get a kill or two here. He'll get Virtue.
Oh my goodness! Like,
so it's not over yet.
What is this?
From Nora, and it's complete exchange here in the man count.
Jeez.
To take 2 for 2.
What is
That
this?
is impressive. At the same time, they gave away a lot of manpower. And
Fnatic is just
time.
not watching
And
their
the operators
angles.
that were
Like,
exchanged
they're not
definitely
watching
favor
what they
Nora.
need to be
You've
watching.
got a lot of utility on the side of Fnatic just gone, whereas all of Nora's utility that could have been lost is a pre-placed sort of utility with the ADSs and the Valkyrie camps.
Absolutely. Fnatic lost.
But that's good for Nora Rango, because they're literally reading into what Fnatic is doing and trying to counter it.
So there's an awful lot of things that Fnatic might need to change up with the remainder of this round because two incredible operators have been taken.
So they're predicting where the attack keeps coming from,
Nora have brought all of their manpower
and then
back inside.
trying to
They
just
said, "All right,
wipe
you know
them
what?
all
We've
out
done
all
our
at
damage.
once.
We've done what we set
Very
out to
similar
do,
to
and
what
we're gonna
another
put
team tried to
everyone
do
back
in the
just
finals.
to play safe. And that's
And
so
failed.
Ramu and Mariu just sitting inside waiting for the attack to happen, knowing that Fnatic are going to take
Hint,
a lot
hint,
of time to
foreshadowing
set themselves up. And, well, they certainly are.
I believe
into my
sitting
analysis
in a
of the
very wonderful
finals.
triangle, a nice obtuse angle between them. If I do understand
So
my
Fnatic right now are trying to reset, and this is where that really strong mute jammer comes in, if I'm not mistaken. First, they don't know if they can go into CC, and look, there's 3 drones here. 3 drones that they can't use, and it's been holding them up this whole time because they don't know if CCTV is clear, and they're scared to push towards the staircases.
You've got 25 seconds, and their entrance will be heralded by a slap on the wooden barricade. Asphyxiating bullets for Lusty will go out too, and now he's going to try and shroud out any possible view as the smokes go down.
One watching flank, one covering planter, one planting.
Mariu takes out Rizraz. There goes your flank watch, looking to come back in. Oh, Mariu wins the fight on the aces. Lusty is completely vulnerable. He won't win it. Mariu.
Ugh, this should have never happened.
Come out of nowhere. Oh my goodness, and 4 kills in total for
The
Mariu.
attackers were doing everything they needed to do, and then all of a sudden, it's all ruined.
Not over just yet.
And Mariu gets a last kill there at the end on Teresil, actually. So he technically got 5 kills in that round. Great job there to Mariu. Huge round overall, individually. And you got to hand it to him with the performance that was needed.
I'm not gonna lie,
to
like,
keep his team in this
great
match.
play
So,
from
6-6,
Mariu there.
as you said,
His
OT.
flank timing was
This is a
perfect,
pretty
and
desperate
the attacker's
situation if you're
positioning.
Fnatic. A lot
Oh,
of
this
gonna
is
come down, in
okay.
my mind, a lot of this
Okay,
is
hold on a
gonna come
second.
down to who
Hold
gets
on, I
the
gotta
kill.
go back. Hold on.
Alright, so it's not over yet.
Okay.
A double run out though from Nora, and it's complete
Let's
exchange
go
here
to
in the man count. Fnatic managed
here.
Nora have brought all of their manpower
Almost
back
there.
inside. They've said, all right, you know what? We've done our damn place sort of utility with the ADSs and the Valkyrie camps.
Absolutely. Fnatic lost that trade quite. I believe they're sitting
A
in
little bit more.
Gets a last kill there.
God damn. Gosh darn it. Come on.
Okay,
here we go. This is what I wanted to look at. Okay.
Lest we go to overtime and see exactly what happens from then.
Drone, a pre-placed drone gets put somewhere.
25 seconds, and their entrance will be heralded by a slap on the wooden barricade. Asphyxiating bullets for Lusty will go out too, and now he's going to try and shroud out any possible view as the smoke.
All right. A pre-placed drone gets put down to watch the flank, presumably. Aces trying to cover, and Lusty going for it.
Smokes go down. You've got Rizraz holding an angle, Lusty going in for the plant.
I don't
He takes out
understand
Rizraz. There goes your flank watch, looking to come
what
back in.
was
Oh,
what
Mariu wins the
angle.
fight on the aces. Lusty is completely
I just
vulnerable.
don't get
He won't
what
win it.
Rizraz
Mariu,
was
3
watching.
huge
Like,
kills. Nora
if
Rango
he would,
come out of nowhere. Oh my
his
goodness,
positioning
and 4 kills
at
in
that
total for
moment
Mariu.
was
As that'll be
suspect,
overtime,
because
and a
all he needed to
great
do
bit of
was
elation on the side
play a
of
little
Nora
bit deeper in
Rango's
CC,
map.
like behind the monitors,
A ventilation
and I
workshop
think that
for Nora
he
Rango
would have
makes
been
all the
fine.
sense.
I
It's
think
a site
that
they
he
were
would have
controlling
caught that
and controlled
flank.
that second floor very effectively. They were able to completely shut out Fnatic's ability
It's just
to gather
unfortunate.
information on them, and then just win every single gunfight on top of that. Information is extraordinarily powerful in this game. But when you
Good work from Mariu, though. It was just a bad position from Rizraz. He was anticipating the vault through the rotate holes from Fountain into the hallway and then into CC. That's what he was anticipating.
Playing with fire there. Sushin go. Give away one of his Evo
But yeah, the
eyes.
variation of Val cams throughout this entire match has been
But it was a little bit
just
late on the throw.
destroying both these teams. It just shows how powerful Valkyrie can be on this map.
To clear out the top floor
And that you can't
before
just
they
bring a
start getting
Valkyrie and hope it
second
works.
kills.
Like, you
And
have
that's
to
their
utilize
primary focus at this
Valkyrie's
point in time.
utility
They're just
as
going to choose to
best
try
you
and clear
can.
out open area. Looks like they're going to shift their
Like,
focus is actually down to maybe
cameras outside and runouts.
based on what we're seeing right now. Mario getting aggressive, just trying to take those gunfights that he has been winning.
It's just
outright
what
so far throughout
it's
these
just what
matches.
Border has
Well, he
become.
might actually get a kill onto Virtue if Virtue doesn't play this correctly, but seems like he's seen the tracers and is aware of the angle.
Yeah, they went sailing right by him and wonder what happened to that door.
So once again, Rizraz wants to push downstairs, which is what we've been seeing him do. Even when they're defending upstairs. But Virtue holding the flank, I really think it needs to be Rizraz holding the flank, just because of utility sake.
They can just hit the deck and rotate through the bottom floor, try to get back quickly to the site.
All right, so Virtue's no longer holding flank.
Is an investment into
He's rotating over.
over on the archive side of things. I don't know if Magnet is privy to the fact that there was a prepped window over by supply of the Legion of Ramu just sitting in.
Don't worry, Antero. He definitely knows that window's prepped.
For a possible spring out. There you go. You'll hear the goo mine. This could end up being a bait, but it does appear that Ramu is heading in the opposite direction. He'll come back and Magnet will completely look away. Ramu
Oh, what timing is this? I remember this. This is the timing right here was ridiculous. There was 3 people that were all watching pretty much the same thing, and they all looked away at the same time. That just shows how much timing can, how much of a role timing can play.
They are making a mess of it right this second. You can see that it's just, well, pre-fire after pre-fire, lifeline, but no utility landing for the defense or the attack. It will for the defense.
What I don't, okay, this is what I'm trying to figure out. What I don't like about the way that, sorry, I got some messages. What I don't like about the way that both of these teams play is they take control of areas and then they give up control of those areas. Like, why would you give up East Stairs? East Stairs and opening up into the lobby gives you so much sight and control. You can't get flanked from there, and you can see anybody rotating in and out of CC back into the site. So when they give up the control of these areas, they're letting people, or they're letting players like Papilia just rotate up and wipe them all out from behind.
Finally going to work against him. With the C4 from below, snuffs out the Capital. That is huge. Virtue gets his second kill though.
Luckily, Virtue's watching the flank from somewhere,
Fnatic keep the man advantage.
because just giving up control, unless it's just part of their strat, like unless the strat is to give it up to bait them out, but that's so situational.
But Yoshingo with his second kill to answer back onto Virtue's 2 kills. This is a great performance here from the newest player on Nora Rango so far in this round, but there's only 13 seconds left.
Oh god, Rizraz.
Go for an attack straight into the site, and Rizraz missing some important shots. Virtue's gonna get his 3rd onto Yoshingo. Aces with 1 as well, and Virtue the 4th kill.
There we go.
Beautiful round from the Sophia of Virtue.
That was a great execute.
Take the 1st round of overtime as well as the 3rd round.
That positioning was really nice. 2 outside front door, 1 at the hatch,
Virtue
1 watching flank.
Is that correct? I would like to see the scoreboard if possible, because
I just didn't.
This is the case.
To clarify what I was saying earlier, I just don't like giving up powerful positions, whether or not you think that they're part of the strat or not. So they have 2 upstairs and 2 outside, but a flank from CC at the right time could have been deadly. And that was a great shot from Virtue. Incredible reaction. That was a great shot by Rashingo.
He will need to find an ace in this round, or we will need to go to round number 15 for Virtue to break it. But what a performance from him it has been. 17 kills, carrying this team on.
But if IQ's down below you on East Stairs, and you're watching above, and the rest of your players are pushing Armory, you don't really have too much to worry about. But at the end of the day, while the team is rotating around and pushing into where they want to go, when Buck and Thermite are outside, it actually, now that I'm like really thinking about it, it does make sense for Virtue to push into CC and watch the flank from there, but it's just still so risky. Like, you just don't have coverage. You're not choking off the defenders. It's hard to like, I'm trying to look for proper justification to give up the east stairs when that's like the choke point that the defenders want to go through, or are going to try to flank from. It's where you can choke them off to where they can't get into like archives and offices. But obviously, pre-placed drones are strong. I've mentioned it already, and during this analysis, pre-placed drones have been very important.
Big difference here is, of course, the Maverick. Mariu and Nora Rango has been bringing that Maverick, and it's been such a useful tool for Nora. They're going to be able to open up jail because of that, and that is a huge advantage to have over your opponents when attacking onto ventilation. If you really want to isolate that B-bomb site, you can push into storage from jail.
All right, so
and turn that into a
Fnatic reinforced off detention, and obviously you want to take control of that. You want to open that up so you have easy access into the building that you know is relatively safe. No castle being brought. It's kind of strange, but they need the extra utility or extra guns. So this is what I was talking about. Having control of East right here and being able to see anybody rotating from CC into the objective. That's what Papilia is watching right now. Ramu's in customs, and now office is being taken by Buck and Thermite, because Thermite needs to open some of these walls.
90 seconds to possibly survive, as everything falls for the attackers in this. Get the bomb down or get the defuse down, defuse the bombs. There you go, kill everybody on Fnatic. There you go. Nora Rango are getting very close to Fnatic over on the opposite side of things. Lusty is still playing these double reinforced walls, as you can hear the asphyxiating bolts behind him. It's not going to do any damage to Lusty, though. And you're going to find the very first kill goes on to Magnet. Once again, found.
Alright, so Capital Bolt comes up and over the wall, lands next to him. He has to sit in the corner. Obviously, Nora Rango is going to check all their corners, because at this point, like, every corner is, you know, a death trap. And you have Papilia, who was watching East Stairs, is rotated around, and Ramu playing inside of Customs. So Ramu right now is effectively the flank watch playing inside Customs. Thermite is pushing, Buck is pushing, Maverick is pushing, and Capital is pushing. Legion mines are slowing them down a little bit. Oh, goodness. Oh, my goodness.
No, Papilia will find him, and everything will be happening in a hurry as the rest of Fnatic will turn tail and drop down towards the site. Virtue, possibly on a flank. He can get one, he'll start, but he'll get caught immediately from Papilia.
Alright, so Virtue getting that kill there is good, but it's not enough, obviously. The attackers are just too strong pushing forward. After Legion dies and Rizraz drops, and Maestro is the only other one in sight, and then Jaeger's going for a flank and gets one, but they can't stop the attack. There's just too much utility.
Into the very last round, defending. That's as good as it gets if you're Nora. This should be able to get them map number 1. Ramu and Mariu having some really amazing performances. 12 kills for Ramu, 13 for Mariu. Virtue sitting at 18 now. Comfortable, but not quite as good as having 2 people heavily contributing. Right now on the side of Fnatic, you've got 3 people with 7 kills. That's really
Fnatic in the past has been not necessarily quiet, but just as consistent as the rest of the team.
Alright, so more Valcams coming out, but the pre-placed drones are finding them immediately.
Something that Nora Rango has been doing exceptionally well is being able to catch
Virtue's having trouble finding the drone. Or finding the cam, I think.
It's something that Fnatic has done too, but not as effectively, I find. And the problem is that when you have Magnet go down for no real reason, you find yourself in a greater hole for you know, an abundance of reasons.
So here we go.
At this point,
Twitch on the Fnatic. Ace is bringing that.
one more cam goes out.
No
Did that one get
hard
caught?
structure on the side of Fnatic. Something to point out here.
That is very interesting.
They're leaning heavily into the fragging.
Yeah, it's kind of like a random camera
Yeah, they may
because
because the way that these rounds
it
have been
doesn't
playing
really
out,
help
Nora gets aggressive,
anything.
they get a couple
But
kills,
it
Fnatic
needs to be
get
out there
frags,
in a place to where the
it's the sort of
attackers
situation.
just aren't going to look
It
for
is
it naturally.
why we saw Nora ban
So I
Nova.
see why he's throwing it,
They
because
really
all the Val
wanted to
cams
have
he's
the
been
freedom
using
on
have been
defense to
it's been
just, hey,
overdone,
push you.
overplayed. And once again, this
It is
nade
going to be interesting. Border without a hard destructor can be very difficult. Looks
didn't
like
get
the
him this
ADS
time.
might have caught that grenade, so good job there to Papilia. Yeah, it will catch the grenades. It will clear out a few other things from the lifeline. So much utility being eaten up here by Papilia's roam inside
My
of
goodness.
CCTV. Alongside, I believe it was the Valkyrie of Yoshingo.
And Yoshingo had fallen to a frag grenade from Magnet in a very
So,
similar position, and you got to imagine
right
this
now
round,
they're falling
whoever gets
into
the
right now the
opening-
attackers are having a problem. The problem is they want to get rid of Valkyrie. They know that they've gotten rid of 2 of her cameras, but they don't know where the third one is. And it's most likely that Aces saw that camera or heard that camera go out. They dislodged Valkyrie before with Zophia's and a grenade. With concussion grenades and a regular grenade. Killed her instantly. Now they're falling into an issue where they've dumped all of their utility onto this Valkyrie, and she's still there at full health. So now they're bringing Capitao over to try to get rid of her.
Frag will be in excellent
I'm
position to just ride out the remainder of the time on
if
the
he's
clock,
gonna
which is gonna
and
be
then he
lucky.
just
Taking
randomly
out
gets a kill
Razor,
here.
a bit of a misplay
It's the
there
right
from
place to
Mute, a
look,
great read from Lusty
but
to be able to get what ended up being quick
this is
and
what I
easy
this is the
kill.
problem. This
It's
is the
gonna put
problem.
Nora Rango in a position where they might have to see some bodies rotate out of the site.
If
For the time being, though,
they're
Nora Rango's
not
gonna
if
hold
they're
on and
if
have a pretty good grasp on Mara.
how do I phrase
Maybe
this?
just
It's
fell
so
out of
difficult
offices,
to
and he's coming to
convey
stack
what
up
I'm thinking
on Army to
sometimes.
support his teammate. It seems
Like just
Nora
off
is
the fly
holding
without
firm on
any
CCTV.
planning.
They've wasted so much time here. Virtue's going for the entry though. He sees the Valkyrie and lands the shot. Beautiful gunplay there from Virtue. Huge pressure on that team, but oh, there you go. Fnatic put themselves in a decisive lead thanks to
See
Virtue's
what they just
excellent
did right
gunplay.
there?
Here comes the run out from Papilia. He's gonna take down Aces. Going for a second, but can't find it. Will make it back to the site though.
So what happened right there, when the Capitao bolt got shot in and nobody pushed with it, like the Capitao bolt's used to dislodge a player from a specific position. And it doesn't kill anyone instantly. So when you're Zophying, when you're nading, or when you're Capitaoing, you have to anticipate that the defender is going to move out of that position to try to stay alive. So you need to try to you need to try to do your best to have someone in that position, which is not what we saw. We saw just a bunch of utility dumped in there and then no follow-up. But what ended up happening is when the utility got dumped in, so when the Capitao arrow got shot in and then Lusty looked down 90 Hall, he caught Mute. After Mute's dead, they droned, assessed the angles that they were fighting, knowing that Mute is now no longer watching from metal all the way down 90 into CC. All Zofia had to do, and you saw it when Zofia was droning and she's looking at Valkyrie's legs laying down in CC. You see her drone in, see where Valk is, and say, I'm going to crouch through this doorway and try to kill this Valk. You guys need to follow up. And they do. That's exactly what happens. So while I don't like the utility dump, because they killed Mute, it was effective. So we're going to rewatch it real quick. At least part of it.
It's the sort of situation. It is why we saw Nora ban Nomad. Because they really wanted to have the freedom on defense.
Rewind it a little bit too far back because we've already seen these nades get thrown.
It is going to be interesting. Border without a hard destructor can be very difficult. Looks like the army to support his teammate. It seems like Nora is holding firm on CCTV. They've wasted so much time.
So right here,
going for the entry, though. He sees the Valkyrie and lands
Mute's dead. Zofia goes in.
Huge pressure on that team,
Ends up getting 2 kills because he knows what angles he needs to watch. but the rest of the attackers are kind of, you know, supposed to be watching this kind of angle. They're supposed to be watching this, but they can't because the wall is open and the Maestro is looking down the hallway.
Another kill for himself. That's 3 in this round. And Rizraz, the final kill. Map 1 goes to Fnatic.
So yeah, that was just map 1. And well won from Fnatic, but Nora Rango, you can argue that when Nora Rango was on attack, if they would have brought IQ earlier, they might not have lost those 3 rounds. Because they kept dying. They kept getting killed by runouts and pre-fires, and it would just completely decimate their attack, and then they are scrambling to try to figure something out. They seemed so just out of it. And if they would have brought IQ from the start, because I think that after a certain point in the match, you see IQ every single round being brought because of how important IQ is. So let's move on to the next map. Skip forward a little bit.
So we want to hammer on is the Capital smoke bolt is on the flip side. When Fnatic, but on the flip side of
Jeez.
Diggers definitely have him
playing out the way that it
All right.
Quite
Round 1, Clubhouse.
More of the same. It's the same exact bans they had last match. Here the Mira's being banned again for Fnatic, but instead of a Thatcher, they get rid of a Maverick. Clearly, they did not like what they saw on the side of...
Alright, Mav ban is so that they can defend CC and Gym Bedroom better. That's the only reason for it. It's too difficult to play against a Maverick on Clubhouse and defend those locations effectively, so they want to get rid of it. They want to throw it off the board. Thatcher is brought to Thatcher is not banned because they need, both teams really, need Thatcher to get rid of mutes and bandits on walls. Nomad, the Nomad ban doesn't really make much sense to me, but Echo and Mira is just normal bans. Nomad ban on border makes sense. Nomad ban on Clubhouse, not so much.
Apart from being a substitute for Thatcher and also kind of a
it's like, yeah, there's a lot of flanks on Clubhouse, but
bit of fragging up. If he's not doing
at high level play, you really see Nomads used to stop runouts and stop potential like immediate like pushes onto people trying to plant the bomb.
If you are Nora, now of course they're going to be comfortable with that. Of course, Thatcher's nothing, and I'm sure they'll be fine with it. But it does configure this clock a little bit differently.
Okay.
What you're going to be dealing with is slightly different in all likelihood.
So yeah.
However,
CCTV, Mario's going to be banned juggling the wall,
and the rest of his team, Nora,
most likely.
On defense, which means they are going to go to cash.
Or at least put bandits down and play in a different position.
There's this juggling that happens when you see a Clubhouse match, whether you're going to go upstairs to CCTV Cash, whether you're going to go over to Gym Master, or whether you're going to go downstairs into church. There's a lot of different variables that you have. Yeah. And it's one of the things that makes Clubhouse such an interesting map to watch. And frankly, fun to cast as well. There's a lot of variances that go in.
Let's just see what happens here.
A great map just for a lot of teams to be able to show whether they're good at map control, whether they're good at roaming,
all right.
how well they can manage the clock,
Claymore getting placed.
Soft and hard destruction are.
None of this is out of the ordinary.
A lot of things that go into this map, and obviously for the good teams, they are able to make great use of that. Nora Rango will find themselves playing Clubhouse for the very first time in eternity. And while we've seen Fnatic play it before, and Nora Rango can obviously counter-strat, the real question is going to be, if you're not comfortable,
Buck just wants to open that hatch so we can come to it later.
How much does that go
if
into
anybody can come to it later if they need to.
That's a good question.
IQ looking for where the ADSs are placed to try to burn them. They're trying to burn an ADS right now, but they're not getting any luck. The flashbangs are just going off.
They just haven't been showing anyone that really
unless he's holding this angle really, really far back and waiting for peaks, but no one's going to peek that. As I say that, fucking Yoshingo's going to get the kill. Good lord. Dude's a madman. Dude's a madman. So this is actually a master bedroom take, but Aces has the wall open now at the same time. It's kind of... The attack is very outside, like they don't have any map control. It's like, yeah, they opened up B-bomb, but they don't have any map control and they lost a body for it.
It's going to be free for
So
Fnatic, in which they're going to run dual hard breachers, which is very normal for Clubhouse. You don't really see it on Border, but
Fnatic
that's okay.
isn't
You're
looking
gonna see it
good
quite a bit here
on this
Clubhouse.
first attack.
And well, I mean, with the Maverick
They
band,
probably
he's a
anticipated
very
that
strong operator, especially with the way that he's able
the
to
defenders
carve
were
out
going to
those
go somewhere else
reinforcements and turn
first,
them into
but
soft walls, as
you
can
can't
see on
bank
the
on that kind of
CCTV
stuff.
and
You
gym
have
logs
to
from time
prepare
time.
for, at least on the first round of your attack, you have to prepare for, you have to pick a lineup that'll prepare for any site.
They're down a man. They don't have a whole lot of control. Overall, it doesn't seem like there's a clear understanding of what the strategy is for Fnatic, and that's been the problem on their attacks a number of times. They're using the upside down repel. It's really hard to counter.
All right, so let's talk about this real quick.
All
All right, so this repel, this upside down repel, right now, isn't going to be around forever. It is a issue that is obviously being addressed in the upcoming season updates. So right now, you're supposed to have someone playing in the garage, but you can't because right now this upside down repel is too strong. It can see too, you can see too much from the repel without exposing much of your body. So right now, anybody who repels at this angle will kill anybody in the garage, which just shouldn't happen. But Nora Rango knows this. I'm sure they've seen it in scrims nonstop, and so they just don't even play in there. They use the Maestro cams to gain intel on the garage, but you know, this isn't going to be this way forever.
They're falling off of garage entirely. You've got Papilla, I believe,
half of the wall's open,
by oil pits
and Rizraz is literally watching the flank, but it's a weak flank hold because it can only see the windows, and nobody, and there's a potential that nobody would jump out.
By the master, and just 25 seconds here.
Oh man.
Fnatic are really trying for time in this moment. They don't have anyone in a position to actually start hitting the site. The fuse is pretty far. He has to go through tons of barbed wire. Aces is doing his best. He's going to die to
So
I don't think the plant's going to happen here, which means it's going to be on frags. Manuel will take down Yushingo.
I really,
all over here for Fnatic as they try to
this attack from Fnatic is so disjointed. I don't want to call it sloppy, but it's so disjointed.
Not a whole lot
and
on the side of Fnatic. Great start
the reason
for
it's
Nora
the
Rango.
biggest problem
And,
is
And a lot of that fell to
IQ
pieces
is
that
off
very
in no
first
man's
round.
land,
I mean,
watching a
that's
flank.
sloppiness
But what
from
does that
Fnatic,
flank really
dare I say,
watch?
and the way that they were able to
Like,
push on in and take control of the site.
I
They never really got it. Magnet got an impact
I
as Carrion
imagine that the
came in
best
the
train
dying
of
seconds
thought
of the
there
round, but it
is
was
that
Nora
he's
Rango
trying
just
to
seemed to
cover
beat
the
them to
jump
the
out from
punch, and
construction
the
that goes into
focus of
cache to
Nora
stop the
Rango
plant in
was
the default
very
location.
simple. Throw
But
P
Thermite's
lines into the areas
with the
in which we
diffuser
know
outside a garage trying to
that
come up the
Fnatic will
stairs,
come
getting
in, and
killed
the
by a
moment that we
guy
hear it go off,
on
push
the
it.
staircase. Or excuse me, an oil
Got
pit.
them 3 kills because of that. 3 of the
And
5
then
kills coming from that
the rest of the team is
strategy
outside the
alone,
wall.
and it really does
Like,
pay
who's
dividends
actually, like,
when
Thermite
you
should
have
be,
a Legion that
whoever
gets
has the
alive till
diffuser should be
very
going
end.
for the default plant
So
from the wall.
take note, teams that are looking at the way that
IQ
you can
should
CCTV
be,
cache and take note of
like,
how you can use him
bottom
as well as an
garage,
operator. He is a massive nuisance to
watching
teams that are
a
not
flank.
prepared to be able to take care of him, and even with a Thatcher
And then
that EMP can
you have
possibly
2
clear out those
people, one
gadgets,
outside of a window and one
obviously wasn't
outside
effective nor
the wall,
utilized in that particular
watching
way.
rotations.
All that said, Nora Rango will forego
That would
the
force
lead
Nora
for
Rango to have to go
round
for a
number 2.
C4,
Yushingo will instead be on an alibi.
which I
Now,
believe
we've
they
seen
do actually
these defenses
later in
that
this
happen
game,
upstairs
if I'm not mistaken.
over on the gym and bedroom side, which is the site in which Nora Rango will be defending. And what happens? Well, you have the alibi inside of CCTV and upstairs on the rafters of Garage. This is something that G2 did quite prominently at the Invitational, and it's something that it appears that Nora Rango is going to do as well.
Really nailed that alibi. We'll see if Shingo is able to do the same here on this map. You can see some pretty incredible stuff played correctly.
Cheeky
the
little.
true virtue of alibi is not necessarily her gadget.
That would have been a crazy kill if he had gotten it.
Kit. And by that I mean her
But
weapon, the fact that she has a
ultimately,
shotgun as a secondary, and
it helps
some free
identify
speed,
targets
really
and
can
like
go
how
wrong
many
if
people
you're
are
going
spawning in
for it
certain
alone,
locations.
just want
That
the
helps.
fragging power.
I'm
Prisma at that
dissecting
time
the
is giving you a
alibi
small
pick.
advantage if you're able to use it correctly.
So
Can be helpful, even though it's not
it can
a
give some
very
intel,
useful piece
like
of
we're
information.
seeing. Like Buck is hitting this
Gotta take it
alibi
very
and
early on.
trying to open the wall, and
Like,
you have 3 people
good
pushing
job
it.
there from
Um,
Fnatic to take down that Prisma without, I don't believe being
But this is
detected.
what's happening here. So obviously,
Either way, they're clearing
when you
clearly
are
the cache
attacking
server. That's
Master,
their main focus here. And Mario's gonna take down Mac.
when you're attacking Master, you're exposed from the server window to a ridiculous degree. The two main windows and the third window that you might want to put pressure on the same balcony all can get killed from the same server window. So you have to take control or have someone playing near server to stop that potential defender from attacking or from flanking. Maryu's gonna run out of strip. This is like that we see this stuff all the time. Like strip is a very common flank per se to go for a pick. But right here, okay, so Alibi's playing inside a cache. All the walls are reinforced in cache. So the walls to the staircase, the walls to server, and then they're all muted off. The top of the wall is shot out with Alibi's pistol, and she has impact grenades to stop the Hibanas or any thermites from opening the walls. And then she has alibis inside, 2 alibis to help her hide, along with the mute jammer to prevent drones. So the first impact was messed up and didn't work the way it was supposed to. But then Lusty knows, or at least, you know, Fnatic knows to shoot the Hibanas low. So that's smart. That makes sense. And also, if Thatcher was here, this wouldn't even be that big of an issue. But Thatcher got picked off early.
You walk away with a kill on Nora Rango. I still like the way that they are positioned. I would much rather lose Yoshingo.
So now construction's clear.
For the time being, you now see that
Thermite needs to rotate to the other wall and open up Jacuzzi. He needs to open up Jacuzzi wall. If he can.
This rotation is actually going to work probably.
I'm really interested to see where Thermite is right now.
Still some players of Nora
Like, can I
sitting
see?
inside
Can we
office,
see where
they'll
Thermite
fall
is?
back, as I
Hibana's
said.
at the hatch, Buck and IQ are in the office.
Playing the long angle from the hallway, and
Where
he's
is
doing his best
Thermite?
to do some damage here, but look at this. Crossfire established now, thanks to Rizraz pushing his way into offices. And Nora finding themselves.
Yep,
in a
okay, so
very
now, there
tricky
we go.
spot. And Jacuzzi wall is going to be.
There we go. Nade comes out from offices to get rid of the mute jammer on the Jacuzzi wall. Jacuzzi wall gets opened. Now where do the defenders go? They don't have anywhere to go. They're trapped in the bathroom, in the gym, and in the bedroom. Crossfire from construction, the office, Jacuzzi, and potentially main stairs. Or a window. One of the windows outside. Right? Jacuzzi, office, construction. Yeah. There we go. That's where the 4 attackers are.
Open up in just a moment. As you can see,
One goes down. A good trade.
Into offices to try and go for a rotation, but he's caught in that rotation.
But another kill.
Ideal, that's for sure. If you're Nora,
Virtue's just watching flank, really.
Fnatic
Lusty,
have a good
so yeah.
array set up here all around this site. The C4, run out from Raysil is going to not net any kills. It was just a distraction. Though Maryu is fragging out, he'll finally be shut down. It's just Raysil in a 1 versus 2. He only has to.
Oh, he messed up his C4.
C4 will not land. The prone angle though will. Lusty goes down. It's just Virtue. He could land the shots, but he's pressed for time, and he's going to have to go for a plant. It looks like this might be the play. Stuck on 0-0-0, though. He cannot possibly win it. And there you go. A clutch from Raysil.
That was really well played by
Nora
Rango to win it out.
Well done.
They shouldn't have won it, but they did.
A lot of that round was won and lost in the final 20 seconds.
It just took too long to get the Jacuzzi wall open.
I hope it conveys at home how loud it is here. Being in this building with the large ceilings, the sound carries very well, and it's deceptively loud.
That was a great shot by Bandit.
Sometimes are making noise, but in that particular instance, it was almost deafening in here for Nora Rango. And the way that the fans are backing up this team obviously made a wealth of fans after their play at the Invitational, and they've so far lived up to expectations, I would say. They fell short on Border, sure, but it came down to the wire, and now find themselves up 2-0 on Clubhouse. The point I was trying to make prior to the chance breaking out, Michael, was that a lot of that round was simply won and lost in the final 20 seconds. When Lusty went in for the plant, you relied on Virtue to be able to cut down Raysil.
Going downstairs now.
Raysil made the right play. He caught Lusty.
I really like the way that Nora Rango's playing this because
and then
they went to the two quote-unquote off sites first to gain a potential operator advantage in terms of the utility that the attackers need to bring to attack the site most effectively.
The site that teams usually start Clubhouse on is now going to be the scene
But
for
that,
round number 3.
but right there, you'll notice this a lot on certain maps where an attacking team will just bring the same lineup every single attacker, no matter what, regardless of where they're attacking. And it's because they've fleshed it out to the point where they can actually, they just know, okay, we don't need anything else other than these ops. These are the best ops. Oh my. That's a great pick. And IQ off the board, that means Pulse is way more powerful. But at the same time, like, did they even know who they killed? Really? Like, do they even know they killed IQ? Probably not.
That's good game sense there from the Pulse of Ramu, and Riz, I guess, well, he'll be sitting on the bench for this round.
So Virtue's being droned in, like, close droning. I really like the way that that he's moving around here. He's close enough to the drone to where if the drone gets shot immediately, he can just take the fight. But he's also maneuvering around the map in a way that gives him the most cover while he's clearing it. And then they know that they have to do it quickly because they're a man down. Like, that Buck pushing like that has to make up for IQ not being there anymore to help clear.
It's going to be, I think, achievable for Fnatic to pick this site apart.
Oh my.
Alright,
good. Perfect. Thank goodness 2 Thatchers were used on that, because if, like, honestly, like, past, like, if you and your friends are playing and you're past Plat 2 in terms of rank consistently, and you've been playing this game for a long time, if your Thermites or Hibanas get Cade tricked, you deserve to lose the round. Like, it is such an easy thing to avoid. Like, you just deserve to lose at that point. Okay, hold on.
The very first kill will go in favor of Fnatic on this one. Bear in mind that Rizraz
what a shot.
Lusty will find kill number 2 of the latter half of this round, and now Mariu falls as well.
Okay.
But here's the thing, no Thatcher EMPs as far as I can tell, and because
should be one Thatcher left.
It's going to be hard to get this wall open, but it looks like it might actually still happen. Yes, indeed. Ramu's trying to get an aggressive play, but he's not able to get the shot just yet. Goes for a second
nice shot.
And he will. Though Fnatic win it out in pure frags alone. Excellent use of destruction and EMP.
I believe that there's a good little team tactic used to get the guy out of blue, where Virtue is cooking a nade, and he's telling Thatcher to throw a Thatcher up against the generator in blue, right as he throws it, to get rid of the ADS, and then it's gone. And the guy behind blue dies. See right here. So Thatcher goes off, nade comes out, dead. And for some reason, a lot of people just have trouble getting rid of the players in blue. And Virtue just, see, like, this is, like, Virtue as a player is so good because he plays specific operators really well, but he never oversteps what his actual job is. Virtue's job, map clear, and clear out blue. And then what did he do after he cleared out blue? He didn't push down the stairs. He went back up to the blue hatch and just made sure no one rotated. Because that's the only place that the defenders can get back in. Like, yes, someone could have rotated after he got that nade kill, but it's so unlikely based on the way team comms work. Unless the guy's just completely out of his mind and he's just like, all right, one nade just killed my teammate right here. I'm going to immediately go right there. What's the chance that another nade comes? Maybe, but, you know, it's that kind of team tactics and forethought that make these teams so good.
Mariu right now has been bringing barbed wire There is 2 impacts on the side of Yoshingo and 1 C4 on the side of Braceil. But yeah, the
This
bottom
right here,
line,
like,
I think, is
Mariu is just all over the place and ridiculous. Like, he almost killed Lusty right there. And it's so funny because he opened that window and started shooting as if there's a Valk cam outside. But there isn't. Valkyrie's not even being played. It's actually forcing the attackers to think that Valkyrie's out there because of just a random hit a barricade and shoot some bullets out happened to find Lusty. So I want to see how they try to counter, or at least how they change their attack. So they're scared of a run out from Strip because Bandit was in bar. That's their thinking behind it. There's someone in Strip now. Bandit's in Strip now because he was in bar just a second ago. So now they're going to drone it out, but once people start dying, it's too late. Like, they have the drone now to watch the flank in case someone comes, but
it's a trap. It's not working out great.
Yeah,
Fnatic losing
you know,
their gunfights straight up. They have some utility in hand, but look at that.
At this point, Nora Rango is just peeking everything.
Overall, this is looking like a pretty dire circumstance.
And the attackers are so spread out that they can't refrag.
Not their site to attack.
No, I don't think that Fnatic have a really great structure to be able to worry about this contesting. Oof. Oh, they have a strategy there, but it backfires.
That's a big oof right there.
Take out Virtue. Fnatic finally gets something going. Take out Mariu, but for the time being, it's all Nora Rango as Lusty very low on HP.
There's still someone in the garage.
Has been done on that CCTV wall.
If this was still earlier in the round, I'd say repel upside down, but
still,
it's too late for that now.
It's almost unthinkable that Fnatic would be able to take hold of this round and walk away with it, especially with the limited time at their disposal. Were you more prepared with drones and had well stocked with utility? I think that this is definitely doable, but keep in mind, you've still got C4 on the board from Bracelet. You've still as well got Yoshingo too in a position where he's just going to continue to throw Guma.
Fnatic definitely went into this round like half cocked. Like, they didn't know what they were doing this round. I don't think they even knew what the defense was until late in the round. Like, it was almost like they thought they were attacking Master, and then, you know, like, cause like what? Okay, like what damage? Let's talk about this real fast. Okay. IQ and Hibana were so scared that Bandit was going to run out of strip that it took both of them away from the entire attack. But on a CCTV attack where you do not use your thermite to open the bottom of the garage, what damage can Bandit really do coming out of the strip club? None. Like, yeah, you could maybe bait him out and get the pick, but that's not what happened. Now you're just completely removed from the attack, and the whole attack falls apart because you're not holding the angles you need to hold. So, you know, that round was lost as soon as IQ and Hibana decided to go and look around for Bandit at strip. It's like, great, you finally got him when you're in a 5v2. So it's like, you know, IQ or Hibana could have been watching the wall, could have been watching the opened cache or CCTV, or excuse me, the open server wall while Thermite was repelling. Instead, Bandit just runs out and there's no one to watch this run out because 2 people are still out in the frickin' motorcycle yard, whatever you want to call it.
Seems like Fnatic maybe need to change their strategy a little bit there on that site. Moving on to Jim, though. It's the second time we'll go here, and, well, last time, Nora comfortable here, but not quite as comfortable as Cash. It did come down to a 1 versus 2.
God, this sushi's good. You guys like sushi? I love sushi.
Thanks to time, beautiful positioning. And
some wasabi on there.
Contributing quite a lot. He got 2 in that round.
I don't like that.
Putting frags on the board, putting his team in the advantaged position, and it allowed Nora to just fatigue Fnatic and whittle them down. Attrition building up over time.
All right, so
once Fnatic was in sight, they didn't
once
have much
again,
time,
Nora Rango is trying with this with this
The way that
hold,
Nora Rango's been playing, I wouldn't be
cash
surprised
hold
to take yet
with the
another
alibi.
chance, possibly going for what could be a spawn kill.
And I
That
and I
is
don't
all
remember
lonesome, which has
this
proven to
round
be
very
quite
well,
problematic for Fnatic in the
so I
past.
kind of want to
Yeah.
see what
In fact,
effect
all
it
of
really
Fnatic have
has.
been quite spread out, I would say.
Agreed.
They haven't really looked the most comfortable in pushing together. And even when they do push together, there's been some wires that I think have been crossed.
All right, so
For example, was
Virtue
it
and
said previously
Yoshingo
that Lusty was relying on Virtue to
get
be
into a
able
fight.
to protect him while he was
Virtue's
vulnerable,
opening up this
getting the
wall,
defuse down.
and Yoshingo's probably just
Racel
peeking
played it better.
from inside
So we've
server.
already found that within 45 seconds, Virtue has taken quite a beating of the months here, as he's about 45 HP off of being whole. He's positioned over by that CCTV cash wall.
Thatcher's
He's opened up with
Claymore
the
is gone,
destruction that Buck has at
so
his disposal.
it's
And
probably
once
on the
again,
strip
it's going to
door.
be an aggressive defense from Yoshingo. Virtue downed and
Where?
finished off by Maryu. This is a good bit of coordination. Who's playing that pixel angle underneath the metal bars?
Oh, and they
on
have
top of
they have a
stairs.
mark
The
on
problem
Valk.
is that unless you
So
push from
Valk
the top
finally
stairs,
dies.
you're not going to be able to get much. There you have him waiting.
Oh,
It's gonna
good.
be Rizraz,
Wallbang to
but
the
he will
left.
miss.
No.
As you also see Ramu fall, Yoshingo's still going to sit
Okay,
entrenched inside
so
the cache, and both teams lose something.
this was some
We
good
gotta think Fnatic
repositioning
are
from
the
Nora
most
Rango, but
Yeah, certainly.
Valk
And it seems
just
to be the story at
Valk
each
pushing
round.
like that,
Fnatic is the
or at
worst
least trying to
player.
get into that risky
Nora are
position, just
finding
kind of ruined
the
it.
right place.
Like if Bandit would have been
Applying
playing on the
pressure
stairs and
each and every one of these
Valk would have
rounds.
been somewhere
Shingo's
else
still roaming inside a
and
cache,
still
he's
living,
gonna try and
they'd
hit
be in
that
a way
trip,
better
but he will be
position.
unsuccessful on that cache wall.
So
Marks coming out from his enemies, and that's going to result in his death. Good coordination there for Fnatic, and Magna gets another kill. Wow, beautiful.
Oh my goodness.
Shot by
what a
Rizraz.
shot.
So Pilia goes down. That leaves Nora in the disadvantaged position. However, the two players on Fnatic are very lit up. And in fact, one of them will be downed before getting a Claymore kill onto Raysil. Rizraz has had an excellent round so far. He's on the floor right now, but he's had a good round, and Maryu's going to eat a little bit of damage as he goes for an aggressive play there.
Very difficult to see a way for Nora Rango out of this round safely with Maryu, but I mean, this is a site where if you play the hard
4v1, pretty
to
sure
worry
at this
about
position
bullpen,
they
you can
just
throw it
drone
off
him out.
time. And Fnatic have
and
a lot
gun
more
him.
working for them than I think they understand. Magnet just grabbing that diffuser means that with the 30 seconds to go, if Maryu can just
Because
shut
two of them
down
are
the
weak, it's
plant,
too risky
and
to
there's
just like
Fnatic
rush in
recovery
and
from
four
Fnatic,
different angles
then
and
this
just
could
give this
go
guy the
in
win.
favor of Nora Rango quite easily.
So
But
they're gonna
I
have
think
one of the
Maryu's
weak
been
people
a
drone,
little bit spotted out
aka
at this point.
Magnet.
It's drawn
Magnet's
down,
gonna
he's gonna
drone.
drone down a second
They're coming
time,
in
there's
from
multiple
4
angles that
different
they're
angles
looking at
once
it
again.
from, and very hard to
Window,
imagine with an extra
construction.
second they'll be able to win much, not much. Rizraz will
Two
finish
actually, it was
things
2
off
at the
after getting
windows,
down.
1
That
at
Claymore
hot
being
tub,
so
1 at
pivotal.
construction.
3 kills for Rizraz on the round. And that'll be a second now going in favor of Fnatic. A good recovery on a site that had shown itself to be an opportunity for Fnatic, but something that they just couldn't get a full grasp on the last time they went here. Interesting, though, for Nora Rango's very final round on defense. Do they go to church, or do they go back to gym and see?
Yeah, this right here,
that it
this
gets better
Valkyrie
this time?
playing in this position,
I gotta imagine they're gonna go
she
back
just
to
needed to
gym.
not play
The
there.
basement
She needed
is
to be
so
she needed to be
much
in the
the
oil
first
pit
real
already, not in the garage
shining
waiting
light
to
for
drop into the
Fnatic.
oil pit.
Basement defense, I don't think is the play for Nora. If they can go back to
I
gym,
think that
maybe they can make it
I think
work,
that they would have won.
but
I think that
it's up to them.
Norango would have
Maybe they
won
also
that
try and
round
mix things up. Gym
if
was
Valkyrie
the
had
one
been
time that Nora managed to win it a
in the
clutch
oil pit
by Raysil.
as
So
opposed to in the
maybe
garage.
they figure,
I see what they're trying to do. I see the
Let's
idea
just not
behind
set.
it.
We'll see. And it
The
looks
idea
like it's
behind
going
it
to be that.
is
Okay.
Bandits on
There
main
you go. So
stairs
proving me
watching
wrong.
the walk-in
And,
from server.
Gonna need some adjustment on the side of
Alibis
Nora
in
for the way they
server
played
or
this.
in
It
cache
was a
itself,
decent start to
just
that
like
round on the
bringing
defensive
the
side.
attackers
They
towards it. The
led
attackers
for
are
a
like, we
long
have to get
time.
rid of this
They
alibi.
just couldn't turn it into.
So
You consider this a
then
victory
Valkyrie
for
should
Fnatic
be
if they
in
emerge tied up
the garage
3-3
waiting for anyone to push from the
through a
garage.
defense from Nora Rango.
Yeah,
It
I
makes
certainly
sense.
consider that a victory. I
But
mean,
there's
you gotta
two
look at
there are
Clubhouse is one of
positions,
those,
there are
maps that
drones
needs to
placed there are
compare to
places, there are
series
pre-placed
aspect.
drones you can put in the
We talked
garage
about
that are so hard to
and
find
if this ends
that
in
are
a
just
3-3,
way
yeah,
too
Fnatic
strong.
are comfortable. If it
And
ends
that
in 4-2,
position is
then it's
also
still
literally right next to a drone hole
might
anyway.
be hard for Fnatic, but
So
again, like, that mental burden
you can
knowing
still
you're
stop
behind
the
going
push
into
from the
second half.
garage from in the oil pit. So why not just
3-3,
play in the safer
Nora in
position?
a tricky spot.
Because if you get droned out in the oil pit, you know for a
That's in
fact
my
they've
mind.
droned you out. If
Based
you
on
get
what we've
droned out in the
seen so
garage,
far
you might
this
not
series.
know that they've droned
Double
you
hard
out.
breach so effective on this site in particular as well.
And you don't have the
Grab all
reinforcements
the
to,
hatches,
you know,
keep your thermite
give
taken
yourself,
down
you know, a
towards that
place to
church
hide
wall, in
without
which
getting
Aces was
wallbanged.
successful in doing so last time. He stayed alive. An early pick here from Nora Rango can
But
really
the way
swing the
that
round in their favor, though, especially if it
the way that Fnatic attacked it was good because Thatcher picking off alibi from outside the construction window because the wall is soft, and for some reason they open that wall for the attackers to use. Like, cool. Nice. Great kill. Rizraz getting into the garage after Valkyrie's dead, and then getting flanked by Jaeger later after Yoshinga's dead. Nice reaction. Like, that's good. And then at the end, obviously, they converged on the site from a few different angles and droned out Bandit to make sure that Mariu had nowhere for him to go.
That's going to be the real question. As Rizraz getting droned in through garage, spots a body. It's Yoshingo playing downstairs inside of blue. He was nestled in there before. He got flushed out.
So Nora Rango did not bring Cade this time, and they opted to bring
so far.
I think it's Legion. No, Smoke. They didn't have Smoke before.
They're still trying to figure out where the members
I think.
of Nora Rango are
I can't remember. There's so many rounds that kind of blend together
like
after a while.
Many teams can keep all 5 of their bodies downstairs inside of the site for Church, but it really depends on how they want to play this against Fnatic, because there are teams that will throw one body upstairs and completely puzzle their opponents. It doesn't look like that, though, so the map control is going to be minimal, and it's going to come down to how Fnatic is able to execute onto the site.
All right, so we've got Rizraz holding garage. He needs to put a Claymore down. Lusty is in, going to get the hatches. There's no way that they can stop that.
And then hit the site, do it as quickly as possible. It's taken them half the round to start hitting those drop downs.
I think Nora Rango also realized the Kaid wasn't really all that effective. He subbed out the Electric Claws for the Bandit batteries instead. My suspicion is that Bandit will likely try to actively trick the
So do they actually try to get the kitchen open this round or not? I can't remember.
A lot of teams will just simply open up the top and hope for a nice C4.
One of these rounds, they try to get the kitchen open and it just gets impacted like it was useless.
For the time being, it really doesn't look like all that much is happening. You still have the Jaeger playing inside of blue. The hatches have been taken care of by the Hibana, and now Virtue is once again going to be in a contest to possibly deal with.
Once again, the Thatcher's going off.
The EMP will take out the ADSs, and Yoshingo will be running for his.
So he saved another ADS, but Thatcher still should have another Thatcher because he didn't have to get rid of the Cade.
And another nade likely to follow it up. Oh, no, not going to happen. Seems that Fnatic have droned out blue and established there's no one there anymore. The rotation there from Yoshingo, definitely wise. He would have died had he stayed. But now you've got 4 players from Nora stacked inside of Church. 2 on the bomb, 2 on the Church wall. And Mariu's trying to active trick this wall. Best of his ability, gas canisters, grenades, all the utility being thrown out. But the Bandit trick is successful. Beautiful play by Mariu. However, he can only get so much. And as Lusty opens the wall, he'll also follow it up with a kill. Nora are falling apart here in this final defensive round in the first half. Hilly and Ramu, now the only 2 lasting alive here for Nora. They're doing their darndest. Ramu's in a great position, but the plant is going down, and he's allowing this to happen. No C4, so he has to go for the run out. He gets one, but can't get another. And Fnatic will get the round.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to
split, but that is definitely
ban a juggle.
Advantaged to the
So, okay.
Aussies can take a deep breath.
If
that really looked like it could have been a possible C4.
If you have,
C4 hadn't already been used from the Valkyrie.
Let me think about how to word this appropriately.
With the Valkyrie this time. Good thing there was.
All right, on Clubhouse, 2 hard breachers get brought a majority of the time, and Fnatic's strategy there: 1 thermite for bar, 1 thermite for stock, 1 thermite for church wall, and 1 Hibana for church wall. They're not going to get the kitchen hatch open. But think about it this way. And I mean, at the end of the day, you have to figure out which is the lesser of 2 evils here. But if you're not utilizing a Hibana, from Nora Rango's perspective, you have to think about it this way. If they're not using a Hibana to open up kitchen, and you don't stop them, you don't stop any of the charges in another way, like a Cade, of course they're going to use a Hibana and a thermite on the wall at the same time, and Bandit can't stop both. And I think that even in one of those instances, Bandit actually tricked off a set of Hibanas, but she still had one more because she's only opening one hatch and she has 3.
Usually a refrag waiting at your doorstep. And yes, given the fact that Clubhouse
So
tend to stray in favor of the defense, quite lopsided.
at the end of the day, like, the impact tricking in the kitchen is actually kind of hurting
There's a lot of things that you
Nora
can
Rango
into here with the scoreline.
in this instance.
Nora Rango, on a map that they are very unfamiliar with, were able to take 3 rounds off of Fnatic, a team that has played Clubhouse on a number of occasions. But Fnatic also finds themselves in a position where they are essentially needing to run uphill, and now the hill tilts the other way. It's a lot easier now for Fnatic for the remainder of this map, or at least it should be. The question is going to be, does Fnatic simply ride out the trend line on Clubhouse? Because the defense should be winning more rounds than they don't.
Just so you guys know, I'm actually going to split these streams up by matches because I can't spend like 6 hours going over all these VODs today. Like, I'm going to have to come back tomorrow and I'm going to have to do it probably for like 2 or 3 days in a row to get them all done.
But more importantly, maybe some vertical play. Some roamers. We've been seeing this from Fnatic in the past. We saw it on border, just ever so slightly. Evil Eyes placed inside of server in a position to gather information on a potential B plant. Seems like it might just be a bait strategy here from Fnatic. They are not going to be playing, or at least not right this second, Lusty and Garage. It's going to be, I believe, Rizraz, which is quite interesting. On a mute. Don't usually see a mute. No, Aces, pardon me. He's using the FMG9. So this is completely unorthodox here. FMG9 Smoke in Garage, something that just does not happen very often. Smoke, in theory, a good operator to hold that position, but because he's usually run with the shotgun.
So at the half now, Fnatic are going to be playing in Garage. They're going to be trying to use the smoke to delay it as much time as possible. And I've kind of started seeing this in general. Like, a lot of people see an off-site smoke and they say to themselves, oh, like, why isn't smoke on site? Like, why is smoke, you know, playing in this awkward position? When you're playing at a high level competitive play, the attackers are not going to just push the site immediately if there's someone in a certain position that they need to get rid of. So Garage is an area that the attackers need to get control of in order to safely plant. So Smoke is a good operator to play that position because he can still delay at least 45 seconds with his smoke canisters, regardless of what position he's in, whether it's denying the objective directly or denying an area that the attackers need to get into. As long as he can waste that time, he's still effective.
There that Smoke could possibly help with.
And Rizraz as well with the shotgun.
So we'll just see. We'll just see how effective he is from this position.
Yes, you do have the shotgun in the hands of the Mute, who's running the usual lineup that you see from a Smoke.
Aces has been down though and finished off there.
He just gets killed.
So, okay.
Not worthwhile.
Experiment failed.
Yeah, that did not work.
Certainly failed. But he did get taken out by the angle from the server wall. So it was not necessarily from Garage that he.
If he could have wasted more time, it would have been fine.
Unfortunate that ended up happening if you're an Australian.
Now I'm really surprised that Maestro didn't shoot off any of those Hibanas.
Yeah. I mean, it's very commonplace to open up the wall in the CCTV. You have the soft wall that separates CCTV from Garage. You know that there's going to be somebody playing inside of Garage. It's not really that weird to have somebody possibly pressure you in that way. It's now going to allow Papilia completely uncontested access to Garage. Magnet takes out Ramu though, so at least Fnatic will have a counterpunch. Fnatic, Magnet's in another position. Hold your breath. He sees the tracers. He knows he could possibly go for a run out if there's no Claymore on the other side of it. But that's a risky game.
Is the quality of the stream good? Anybody that's watching, is the quality of the stream still okay? Because I just want to make sure, you know, that I'm not just out here talking to nothing. Alright, so the execute's about to come out. Let's talk about the positions. So, Papilia, Capital, in Garage. We got 2 outside the wall, and then where's the last one? Where's the last attacker? Oh, outside of the window. Watching the flank pretty much. Okay, good. Thanks, Opsy. So that was just a good execute. They went for the default plant spot. Defenders had to challenge because they know what's happening. Smoke's not there to like deny the plant very well because he died. But even though Smoke died early, you guys get the idea behind what I was saying. Like, if Smoke is in an area that the attackers must go through to get to the site, or to safely go for a typical plant, they will push that Smoke, and Smoke is the only operator that can actively stop a push for as long as, like, no other operator can do that. No other operator can just stop, can delay a push for a minute. Like, if you see Legion in a room, it's like, all right, stack up 2 bodies and go. If you see, you know, Jaeger in a room, it's, you know, stack up 2 bodies and go off a drone. But if Smoke is in a room, it's like, we can't just stack up 2 bodies because we're all going to get hurt. And he's got a shotgun, so he's just going to gun us down. Like, there's a different mentality there. Now, the shield... the shield there is interesting. And now they're bringing a Cade. So let's see how they actually implement this Cade.
It was likely not a mistake. He's running it yet again. Likely playing that pixel angle because it does have much easier recoil to control than the SMG-11.
I mean, it just seems like something that Aces wants to specifically bring. The FMG is not a bad gun, to be very clear. It is usually just not brought because you have the SAS
So the idea here is mute jammer the wall, wait for the Thatcher, throw the Cade on there, pick it up, throw it again after another Thatcher, and then you've got the wall covered. Because now you have the same Cade that you used before, and you just throw it back on the wall.
So you don't necessarily have to have 2 of them, although that is a very potent combination.
So let's just see how they do it here. Let's see if this actually works. So 1 EMP has already been thrown. But I think the mute jammer is still on the wall.
It hasn't worked yet. Things need to change there. If
can they get the wall open? Yes, they can.
A cash defense. One thing that will not change is Nora efficiently getting this wall open up, thanks to their great use of Capital Fire.
I really like this use of the Hibana here. Opening that wall makes it so the person in garage has literally nowhere to go.
How do you get out of this
And that's why I was so surprised when they weren't shot off earlier by that Maestro. But that time a couple of them were. And once again, Smoke is up here.
And Yoshingo will just continuously harass him on that drone, tagging the Smoke every which way. Now see that there's going to be another round of this X-Kairos opening up the wall, as another drone will be dispatched, and Aces is doing an exemplary job of killing time, but still is not probably going to be long for this.
Nice nade.
There you go, Aces. Say goodbye.
Nice nade right there. That's just what needed to happen.
Both asphyxiating bolts off the board. X-Kairos off the board. Frag grenade off the board.
So now once again, garage control established. Hibana gets killed by Lusty. Ramu comes up the stairs.
You have both the SAS operators from Fnatic gone.
Yeah, it might have been up the stairs.
From Lusty, and there's only 1 anchor right now. Virtue is inside of workshop or
oh yeah, it was okay. So it's definitely up the stairs. Magnet has that staircase covered now.
It's a beautiful play to make if it will work out, but
and the attackers need to push in, and Jaeger is going to go for the flank from the window.
They do have Ramu's downstairs waiting for Magnet.
So they're in.
Engagement is going to be so important. Rayso going for the
Magnet stops the plant.
Magnet makes it
C4.
work, and Ramu still downstairs, unable to get the refrag just yet. Ramu's also on low HP. Billy's gonna get
Ramu has to push up the stairs, and Magnet's still there. Another plant going down. Jaeger jumped out. And now Yoshingo in sight. Versus 3. That was very, very well defended. That was excellent by Fnatic, and once again Nora Rango falling into the issue of we're in a 5v3. That in this case it was a 4v3, but we have a man advantage.
You basically play from behind. You can
we're fine. We can just go for the plant.
But then you
but they're
line
not
it
accounting
forward and you
for
hope that your strike
the
rate, and in
operators
the
that
case
are,
for Fnatic, it
you know,
did. Lusty had an
at their disposal.
extraordinarily good round, and he gets a lot
So
of praise for that, as he's not
in this case,
always
like, yeah,
somebody who
Ramu picks up
dominates
that
when
kill,
it comes to
but he needs to
giving
be like
praise.
on a
He's not
drone,
exactly somebody on the
like
team who
looking
plays
around, because
flashy,
they
does
have to
opening
know that
roles
Valkyrie's
that
there.
are not always the easiest to play,
Not well,
especially
excuse
when
me.
you've
They
got
have to
heroes on a team
know
like Virtue, like
that
Magnet,
Valkyrie
like
is
Aces, who have
in
done some pretty entertaining
that
things on their
position,
own. A
or
massive
is going to
round
be
from
trying to
Lusty, and
go
good
for some kind of a
coordination from the rest of
flank
the
or plant
team for
denial,
Magnet to be able to
because
shut down the
she
plant.
tried to flank
And
Garage the round
surely
before
somebody
and
from
got
Nora
killed,
Rango
so she's not going to do that
had to
again.
have known
That'd just be
that there was
ridiculous.
going to be some play below. There's no way they could
So,
have surveyed that site and
really well
thought,
played by
okay, there's a
Fnatic.
Valkyrie in play. Okay, there
Plant
might be
denial
a
from
pulse
two
in play. Okay, there
separate,
might be somebody down that has a
in two
C4. You
separate
take a peek, you know
directions,
you've got one C4 off the board,
while you
but
have the
assuredly
power
you
position
have
on the
another down.
stairs being
It
held.
certainly looked
And
like
Magnet's
Nora was
positioning was
aware. I mean,
perfect
they
because he
had
could throw the
Ramu
C4 and then
downstairs,
back up and
but
still
he
watch
wasn't in a position where he
Lusty's
could defend
flank
the
on the
C4.
stairs.
I believe he was playing in
So
stall,
that was just the
waiting for a push
best.
into lounge.
That's the
The
best
thing
you could
is,
ask for
Magnet threw the
in terms of
C4
positioning.
not from lounge, but from front door. So he didn't need to go into lounge in order to expose himself. He might have ducked through the doorway.
And that,
But
honestly,
Rango
that
wasn't
Jaeger's just
aggressively
lucky
holding that
that
doorway.
there wasn't a
Ultimately, that
Claymore
falls on
there.
Ramu for not being able to hold that flank and
Like,
shut
that's
down
the big
Magnet
that's
going
the
for
big
C4 to
takeaway from
deny
that.
the initial plant. Then he lost the fight to Magnet. And then there's another form of denial in the form of Virtue running up from one shot. Beautiful setup. Really, I think that was textbook from Fnatic. Now we go 4-4. This is
Yeah,
as
that's...
close as I think a lot of us were hoping it
Virtue's
would
just
be.
lucky that there
Maybe not
wasn't a
expected, but
Claymore or someone
hoping
watching
it
that.
would be.
Yeah, and I mean, this is a massive victory for Nora Rango so far with how close it is, even though they gave up all of those rounds on their defense in what could have been a mortal blow to them in their, I guess, fortunes heading through the second half of the map.
Yeah.
Played much better than I think my expectations were. I think they played a lot better than a lot of the analyst desk's expectations were, and that's what happens, though. I know that people like to make jokes about saving strats, but there are teams who will never, ever play a map and be fully prepared for it to come out at a LAN final, a grand final, etc., and use it when it is most effective. In this case, for Nora Rango, it could have been a major difference maker. Had we seen Border go the other way, then they could have ended up taking Fnatic's map away on a map that you wouldn't expect Nora Rango to do well on.
So it looks like there's no roamers here for Fnatic, all 5 on site, and Nora have established that. Now they're going to start opening up the drop-downs. This is just very typical basement defense on Clubhouse. You got Lusty in a position to impact trick that Arsenal or Armory drop-down.
My reaction to EG throwing was that of, honestly, like, disbelief. Like, I could not have ever anticipated that on match point up 3 rounds that they would just throw like that. Like, I never would have thought that. Like, it was ridiculous. That was probably the most ridiculous thing to happen in, like, Siege recently. And it's a bad thing to say, but, like, they had that in the bag. That should never have ended that way.
The moment that impact trick happened, I think they realized that, hey, this isn't going to really work out well. No, this is great work from Magnet too to keep
no.
completely protected.
I don't think I ever watched this round, so do they have another Thatcher or no? There are no more Cades. If they have another Thatcher, it's not that bad, but they don't have any more Hibanas, that's for sure. One of them got impact tricked.
They might not know that the smoke is playing this effective angle. Ramu will see another toxic canister go out from Aces as Papilia is not looking the right way.
Nice shot from Rizraz.
Shingo will drop. Aces takes one out amidst the smoke. Huge play.
Oh, the push.
Incredible to take
They can
out
just peek him from the
Papilia,
hatch there too. Like, that's the
as
crazy
got
thing.
him down, and next to the
Sometimes
line of fire is Magnet
sometimes
with the shotgun on his
players
own.
will be playing
Nora
certain
Rango are
angles
falling apart at the
that
seams here, as it's all up to Ramu now.
that you don't even
Trying to
check
outduel Aces. Magnet
because
on
it's
his
just dumb to
trail,
sit
and
there.
you go.
Like, that's a dumb
Fnatic
angle for that smoke to be
take the
sitting.
lead for the first
Like, you can
time
see
all
him
game.
from the hatch.
The Aussies will have an advantage on their map against an opponent who doesn't play it. What a round that was too, and Aces just going undiscovered. That'll be the difference maker.
No, Aces individually hasn't been having a fantastic match up until that moment, right?
Let me skip
But
forward
hey,
a little bit.
I mean, it's done now. There's still potential for the comeback. I mean, we're dealing. Ooh, that's unfortunate.
It's only,
Getting rid of
a scratch.
Yeah, getting rid of an evil eye.
Oh, okay, so here, yeah, I definitely want to talk about this round. Okay, so
Which is, I assume, what just
this
happened.
time instead of Alibi,
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
which
So
is
you
what we
wind up-
saw out of Nora Rango, And Alibi is a good option to play in server. I don't see anything wrong with that. But this Cade playing in here, I think Cade is probably the perfect operator to play in here. And we're going to talk about this real quick. So
CCTV is gone. That could have possibly been some hard
we've
destruction
got
that was taken care of from
impact
the Zap
nades.
or two.
All right. So we've got impact nades on Cade, 2 electric claws, a close range shotgun that can have an ACOG on it, and that's all the equipment he has, and then he has an ADS and probably some barbed wire. So playing from this position, he can impact trick both walls and Cade both walls if he needs to. And if anyone pushes him, he'll just blow them away with a shotgun.
Question is whether the electric claw will be
So this
successful or
holds
not.
them up so much.
Oh, he got both of them, it looks like.
Beautiful play there from the Kaid with the impact. He gets both of them and still has his electro claws to boot.
Yep.
Lusty, wow, so much utility just wasted, and he can hold on to this position.
He still has one electric claw.
To his right, though, over by Cash, so Lusty
Yeah,
could
he still has
possibly
one
push
electric
the
claw,
entry
and he
for Nora Rango,
impacted
just
all
like
of
this
the
is
Hibanas
and
off.
because of this, it'll come out
But
around,
unfortunately,
just
he gets
pushing on in.
trapped.
Lusty falls, but Magnet trades him off. The Valkyrie will head back
He
on
literally
in,
gets trapped in
and
that
has
corner
the
and can't
down.
go anywhere.
Virtue will take out
But he
Lusty.
does
I
a
don't know if
very
that
good
was
job of
intended
wasting
or
utility
not.
and time. That's
Probably.
2 minutes
There he is
gone,
in
and they
position
don't.
to
I don't think they
attack
have
that
any
lead.
utility
Lots of
left to
response just inside of
open up
construction.
Jacuzzi wall.
Hey, I'll deny them the kill.
Even if they have a thermite and a Hibana left, doesn't matter because they don't have anything to get rid of the
Hurts the KDs of the enemy.
Cade.
Papilio off the
Yep.
board, though, is the Capitao. Probably
They don't have anything to get rid of that off.
plant operators that Nora Rango has.
There we go.
Now they're just gonna have to plant essentially
Cade wins them the round just by
Don't have any asphyxiating bolts.
utility
They don't
alone.
have the smokes. That was their only
Ace
source
is
of
watching the
smokes as well.
hatches.
They're both frag
Magnets
grenades that have been used from
on
Yoshingo as well.
main stairs,
So
I think.
very
Still
utility
Virtue
strong
and
on
Rizraz
Nora
in
Rango's
sight.
side of things. Fnatic might be as well.
Yeah, Magnets
Though
in
we do
kitchen
see
by
that
main
Magnet
stairs.
down below with the nitro cell, so he could possibly stop any plant. As you're going to have the rest of Nora Rango just continue to walk on in. Drones coming as well, as Virtue will get back to sight. Lusty's the only one off the board for Fnatic. Papilia is the only one off for Nora Rango. And
They
now,
still have
Nora
smoke
Rango
too.
will try to enter
This is
the
just
door.
this
They
whole
can't do it.
strategy is
Oh,
just
what a
delay.
beautiful shot from
But
Ramu
Ramu
onto
just
Virtue.
smacked
Could be
him.
a
Oh
difference maker as
goodness.
Ramu now finds his third kill.
Oh, he's
This
planning
is
on the
gonna be
reinforcements so he
huge.
can't
Marion
see.
takes down Aces. You have to stop the plant. Oh, Magnet will, but not
Oh,
in time. Oh,
so
he takes out
close.
Ramu. The plant will still go down quite successfully, as he's not able to do what he needs to do. Yoshingo
Fnatic
comes to the
threw this
skeleton
round.
keys. He will find the Valkyrie and the lead.
Nora Rango
Fnatic
figured it
built
out.
up.
They figured out how to get into sight quickly. That reinforcement worked against them.
On gym and bathroom.
But that reinforcement needs to be there to give the guy behind mattress an angle to hide behind. So, you know,
Wow.
it's a good flank.
So far, we've seen two really close maps.
Just get blown
Ramu,
away.
technically, you could say 3 kills because he did get the down that Virtue denied by team killing. So yeah, Ramu, a 3K in that round. Call it that. Magnet, the only one contributing on the side of Fnatic. 2 kills for him, 1 with the C4, but it was too late. Imagine if it weren't. Imagine if that C4 had landed just a second earlier. That would have been a Fnatic round. There was not time for Nora to pick up that diffuser and go for another plant. And yet, at the same time, Fnatic probably should not have left themselves so open. I just don't see how it is Nora managed to push through workshop door or construction door.
So they're gonna try this
And
again.
just turn that into kill after kill after kill. A big part of that, I think, just being Ramu, vaulting the gym window.
I believe that the same thing happens
That
here.
actually might be
We have literally the
enough to
exact same
change
setup.
This result outright.
I mean, it's going to keep Lusty from getting jumped at.
That's for
And
sure.
there you go. There's going to be a push onto the wall, but the EMP looks like it will get the
Oh, they're
electric
trying
claw,
so much
Lusty
harder
will
this
try to
time.
Get the one over towards red, but this is not as effective as we saw from Lusty last time.
He's
This is
definitely
a much
denied.
better play from Nora Rango.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
it looks
Nora
like
Rango's
that's a crouch
definitely
hold, potentially
trying way
for
harder.
the
But the
attack.
shield here is
So they
actually
might
what
be
I
getting
think is the
cash
most interesting.
Stair side. The grenade here. Ooh,
Oh!
Yoshingo is gonna get the. Oh no! Doesn't.
The
have
grenade,
any
he
of
didn't
that.
cook
The
it long
shield
enough.
Doing great here for Lusty. He's holding the angle.
the shield here to force the vault in. This is the round that I remember watching and being like, wow, this is great. He's obviously trapped in that corner. He gets rid of another set. Oh my gosh, another set of Hibanas from the impact. It's just such a strong position, and then finally a Thermite starts going off, and he has to move, and he gets killed by Yoshingo holding the angle from the Hibana. But
He absolutely did.
like
You know, now you're gonna have to
that
translate the rest
that
of this
setup
into the
is
cycle.
so
Is that
strong.
Rango's been favoring that construction, small
About the
options,
same amount of
that's
time
their admin push.
wasted.
But again, Virtue falls
But
to
then
where
they-
you
but
and
then-
Nora Rango are in very good shape. So
Ugh.
even though Fnatic put all of their eggs in one basket,
That's
it
that.
does appear that
There's
Nora
so
Rango
much
have an
equipment
answer
wasted,
to be
and
able to
then
deal with
Nora
everything
Rango,
else
or and then
outside
Fnatic
of
just
the
throw bodies
original
and
hold that you see inside a cache.
lose anyway.
40 seconds
Like
left.
it's
Nora
so
Rango
much
has
utility.
already
It's like
stolen
all
live
this,
before
all
they
these
get another
nades, all the
kill. Now
Hibanas,
Resist
the
goes
extra
down.
Thermite. Like they don't
Fnatic
have
is so
Jacuzzi
committed.
wall
Rizraz up top.
open.
Magnet down below. He finds one. He's still got a C4. Rizraz here as well, trying to pick away with the SMG-11. He sees the elbow for just a second, fearing a possible push from the side.
There we go.
Magnet
That
tosses
stops
up a
the plant
C4,
this
finds
time.
Papilia. And Fnatic are bailing themselves out of trouble. Rizraz gets one as well. A second push. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Fnatic, Rizraz.
That's how the round
in
before
particular.
should have gone.
He'll save his team an awful lot of trouble, and that's match point in
Because if
favor
you
of
remember,
Fnatic.
the Valkyrie barely didn't get the
2
C4
versus
off.
5, Rizraz and Magnet, beautiful plays, C4 denial from below from Magnet. He gets one in Jim window as he tries to vault in. And then Rizraz in the hallway, just beautiful gunplay on top of his angles. And it seemed like we were going to have a match point there for Nora, but it's
But
in
the
fact
fact
the
that
other way around.
that
Fnatic
setup is
put
so
themselves
strong
up
to the
just
point
one
where
round
you have
over
to
their
use
opponent.
so much
6 to
utility to
5.
dislodge one character out of
But I
there.
wouldn't see- I
Like
would
that
be
is the
surprised
best
if we get
room
OT.
for Cade to
I
play
would
in.
not in the least be
100%.
surprised if we get OT at this situation.
And then because of the lack of time, Fnatic just plays angles and wins the
Beautiful
round
plays
because there's
here
no
overall.
utility to stop anything
And
else.
Fnatic in a great position.
Was the most lopsided loss for Nora Rango on attack.
Yeah.
The last time they had to go down to church. They had no real wherewithal to be able to shut down the members of Fnatic who were stopping their hard destruction, and if Nora Rango can't shore up that weakness,
All right.
then I fear that this round will be over for them as well.
And if this round, then also simultaneously
He's
this
gonna K
match
trick the hatch
and
too.
Nora's run at these finals. We'll see if they can make overtime
goodness.
happen. If they make overtime happen, we'll see if they can make map number 3.
All right, so they're still impact tricking the kitchen hatch.
It's gonna start with some utility juggling.
That's
upstairs.
2 Thatchers
Here,
gone,
Fnatic playing all
and they
downstairs.
have the.
Typical basement.
I don't know if they even have blue hatch
Juggling
open or
the
not.
Electroclaws on the drop-downs, trying to delay as much as possible.
Because if they
use some of
don't,
that
that's a
utility
problem.
up.
If they do,
One EMP
they got rid of
left
both Cades
on Ramu. And one exothermic charge on Ray Sill.
and open the
2
hatches.
Excaros
That's
rather,
the last
for Ramu,
Thatcher,
and
so
here
if
goes the
Cade
last
still has a
EMP. So it's a church wall
Cade,
focus here. Will
he's-
the Electroclaws get it? Will the Impacts get it? Impacts get some. Will they get the others? Oh,
So
just
close.
too late there for Magnet. He accidentally fat fingers a prone, and that results in no secondary impact trick.
That could be a huge difference maker as well, because you can't play as well on the wall as you could before. Now, it's not going to really do all that much to be able to get on in, as there goes an exothermic charge, and once again, Fnatic are doing exactly what they did last time, but the big difference is this
So
window
part of the
here
wall is
has
open, but it's
now.
not the part of the wall that he
It's got this
wants. The
opening
part of the wall
in
he
front, so you can
wants
possibly see through it, and not too far
is
off is
this panel over here. This is the part of the panel that you want open because it gives you the longest and most effective line of sight from the main stairs. This one over here on the left, this panel that we're blocked by this shelf, yeah, it's nice to open it, but it's not that important because the angle from inside of Moto that you would use only looks into this corner, doesn't give you much of an angle into the site, and and someone else has to be watching your Moto door, or else you're just gonna get killed. So opening up over here gives you an entire line of sight into church, and then all the way into blue, depending on how much of it is open.
Stasis with his own shotgun out.
Yeah, G2 did great. Thanks for thanks for coming into the stream. Pew, how do you even pronounce your name? Pui Puni? I don't even know.
That doesn't really matter. With a preemptive shot.
So right now, at 30 seconds left, Nora Rango should not win this round, especially with smokes going off. The Capital bolts are really strong here, but with that angle the way it is, it's not good. Magnet is going to die from it,
goes down, and
but
it's all
Papilia
Fnatic. Now,
gets,
Lusky
you
with
know,
2 big kills.
gunned
Yoshingo
down.
is there.
Rizraz
losing
loses
the
the
fight
fight
to Yoshingo.
also.
Aces will need to come on in with 10 seconds
I
left.
remember
He's
this
been so
round.
clutch
Like,
in
this
the
should not
past.
have happened.
He has the SMG-11 out. He's got it down in his hands. Raisel is still very vulnerable. He'll peel off. But if Aces can go for this clutch, this can be huge. You see both perspectives now as you wait to see who's going to be able to win it. He'll collect his kill as Aces charges back on in through Moto. Very tenderly, but no! Nora Rango with the clutch. Holding the tight angle. We're not done yet.
Once again,
Overtime
Fnatic
is
kind of
needed.
throwing
What
away
a
the
massive comeback
potential
from a
lead
round
that they
looked
have.
to almost... What a performance in that round in particular.
Opening up some angles here early on, just trying to cut off the rotation on the main stairs. It's a good angle to have. Lots of aggressive ways to clear the roamers on this map more efficiently, and then lock them
That's a
out.
very good angle, by the way.
Doing their best
All
here.
the way from master bedroom to the bottom of main stairs.
Gonna be holding
It's actually kind of
again,
ridiculous
all
how
5 players
strong that is.
downstairs. Probably the right call.
With this site, yeah, absolutely.
You could say pretty safely that it worked out for them last time, even though they
So,
lost it.
Right.
these attacks onto the downstairs have been pretty typical. Like, I haven't seen anything out of the ordinary
Make this happen.
when it comes to the way that they're setting up or the way they're trying to execute. All I'm seeing is that after Fnatic get to the point where they should seem like they're going to win the round, Nora Rango just runs in and starts killing everyone. Oh, here we go. This is a... Okay, hold on. Let's watch this round, and I'll explain. I remember watching this and being like, what is happening?
So this strategy not really working out great so far for Nora. Glaz hasn't come into great effect as he's dead. And, well...
Oh, I didn't realize that was a real question because G2 didn't play in this this tournament. They didn't make it to they didn't make it top 2 in EU. So they weren't even at this tournament. I think they placed like 5th in EU just this last season. So, my bad. I thought you were trying to troll me. Like, so I was just like, what? G2. Good one. Like all the Twitch chat is like always just spamming like, when's G2 play? You know, in the Twitch chat.
Yeah, that was a nice try from Nora.
It was a very bold strategy, right? You had that, that 1-2 punch, so to speak, where you had the Buck open up the wall. They realized that it was vulnerable because the last 2 times they'd attacked Church and Armory site or Arsenal site downstairs. You've never really seen Fnatic open any of it up. Ramu will take out Aces, though. The smoke falls, and because of this, Nora Rango do still have a fighting chance with the round. They still have a minute left, too. Because of this, even though that Nora Rango doesn't have really that much utility outside of hard destruction, well, what are you going to do at this point? Lusty's not able to successfully impact trick that opening, and because of this, you're going to see an opportunity for Nora Rango to come down kitchen. Rizraz takes out Mario, though, and Nora Rango are in a much worse position. They'll lose the Hibana, and you'll see what Raisel can do. He doesn't have any exothermic charges left. This could be particularly difficult.
Okay, so this round's pretty much over, but I'm gonna rewind it and talk about something after it's over. I just want everyone to be able to see the. I just want everyone to be able to see what I'm talking about here.
Against Rizraz, pulls out the pistol. He's going to need to do something as he goes for the plant. Raisel looking for coverage.
Because there's a few different things to talk about in this scenario.
The hatch from above is where the thermite is going to be, but there drops the diffuser as now Raisel will need to go in, but he falls and Fnatic will regain their lead.
So let's rewind to right.
They were stalling out.
Let me see.
Stairs. Probably the right call.
I'll pause it at the right time. We're getting close to it.
You could say pretty safely that it worked out for them.
So they bring a Glaz this time.
Was a clutch from Yoshingo.
And their idea here is to forego the church wall, set up like they're going to go for the church wall, but make sure they can open up kitchen by wasting the impacts and then pushing into armory. So, okay. What this is what I'm going to explain what I thought was going to happen here versus what actually happened. So what I thought was going to happen. Glaz throws a smoke down the hallway to block the cross. Buck comes, opens the wall, and I saw Glaz with another smoke canister in his hand. So what I thought was going to happen was he was going to throw his smoke right at this rotation right here that Buck is opening, and Glaz was going to push through here. Because look at what actually happens.
Opened up. It could be the Doom, but no, it's just an Arsenal take here. Lusty is doing his best to hold this, and he's going to get one onto Yoshingo. Great entry there.
Okay.
Rizraz.
So, if Glaz pushes through here, first he's going to look towards the long angle. Maybe he sees Rizraz, maybe he doesn't. But as soon as he looks to the left, he's 100% going to see Legion throwing an impact at the ceiling to get rid of the kitchen hatch. Like, to get rid of the Hibanas that are coming on the kitchen hatch. So that's a guaranteed kill there. And then if Buck comes in behind him and goes for Doc, like, that's full Arsenal control. That's the hatch open. That's a drop down and a plant. Like, but what we saw happen here was just a complete, like, it just fell apart. It just absolutely fell apart.
Nice try from Nora. It was a very bold strategy, right? You had that.
And then towards the end of it, hold on a second, let's go. Let's put, okay, so towards the end of it, what needs to happen is Ramu and Raciel both need to come into Arsenal. They need to kill at least one person in Arsenal, go for the plant while the other one covers. That's obviously not what happened here. What happened here was Raciel wants to play the hatch angle, which is the best angle to have, but he doesn't have that option because it's 4v2 while you're on attack. So, you know, like, this is the big issue. Is just there's just not enough coverage. 3 people just flood the person on the diffuser, and they have part of the wall open on the right. Like, there's just too many angles to for only one person to watch from the hatch. Yeah, I'm glad that you know, are enjoying what I'm doing, because, you know, I like to do this stuff. It's a lot of fun for me. Let's skip past the tactical timeout. So all the way back up to Cash again.
That's true.
Fnatic on attack.
I think there's a lot on the line for both of these teams. I think certainly a lot of maturing has gone on.
I'm trying to think of, like, what
So there's something to be said about that.
what changes they might have here.
Literal sense, but
Because there isn't much. There isn't much of a change. Like, throughout this entire tournament, all we really see is kind of like the same thing over and over and over again.
Yeah.
It's not a surprise that they are holding.
All right, so they have Rizraz making sure that Maryu doesn't run out of strip club again. Like, they just have him just doing that.
Definitely APAC needed something to be able to, or
Claymore outside of garage. Virtue watching the run out, as Maryu has done before. It's like everyone's just holding angles to stop Maryu from running out. Yoshingo has a Valk cam outside somewhere and is waiting for some kind of a drop down or someone to rappel up.
Speaking of him, he's looking to try and get a pick or two on the garage wall tank. He's trying to support his teammate off of Pavilion. He's playing in the rafters, the catwalk of garage. Very important position, and he might be exposed.
Oh, he didn't look at the angle. Why would you not look at the angle? That's the only place it's worth looking. Until you start going for the plant.
Lusty will take down that Jaeger, though, so not all is lost. Another player on that angle from Fnatic, and that's going to give the man count.
Just in case I didn't talk about it before, the Hibana that you just saw go off on that wall makes it so that nobody can play in the garage anymore, because that's reinforced so that the person inside the garage has a little bit of hard cover. But once it's opened up, there's nowhere for him to hide except laying down, and then you have to just push in and kill him. But Maryu is watching the staircase, and this is like the most powerful angle that I'm so surprised. Like, if you're going to commit Rizraz to pushing into strip, you might as well commit him to just, like, pushing all the way down and making sure oil pit's clear. Because I guarantee you there's no way Maryu is waiting for a guy coming from dirt or something like that.
He still has some utility left at his disposal. He's still got one firebolt left should he choose to use it. They'll be able to throw out the smokes too, but Fnatic are very worried about this possible ending of their plant. That being in the case of the toxic canisters, that being in the play of the nitro cell, and both It appears that Virtue and Aces have gotten the call at the garage is clear, but Fnatic are very, very short on time.
Yeah.
Only 20 seconds to go, and this could get very dangerous if they don't know where everybody from Nora Rango is. But the guns need to come out, and one will, and Raz takes down Mariu. Nora Rango will find themselves once again at a disadvantage. They will really have to hope that their plant denial is in perfect form, as Aces will persevere for the time being. Magnet takes out Yoshingo, just looking for the two members of Nora Rango as Racel tries to come back to site. Diffuser down, so a clock will be there, but down goes Rob.
Yeah, and that's it. That's all she wrote.
In a 1v4,
2 from garage,
he
1
takes
outside
out
the wall,
Magnet,
1 coming
slaps
from
one
below.
body down, but 3 more to find as he knows the diffuser is down below. Try to find some possible noise, making an awful lot of racket. Gets spotted
Oh, all the
drone
new
as he
operators
works his
are
way
pretty
back into
crazy.
the site. He has no ability to tussle
Like,
with any of the remaining members.
I don't know how far. What are the? Who are the last operators that you saw
From the evil eyes, got the Capital
come
in
out?
his possible sights, but this is a hard shot to hit. Popping up, Fnatic will shut Racel down.
Yeah, who are the last operators that you saw come out? And I am gonna take a break until before I do the next match. The next match is Dark Zero versus
Virtue.
can't remember who they played.
Through to the semis, and what a
He's been around for a long.
Right, and you got your 2 extra smokes that you don't have.
Yeah, versus
Plus, it
Empire.
helps
This is
with the
actually a
roam
really good
clearing.
match. What's up, Freshest? How's it going, dude? I just got done doing the Nora Rango and Fnatic game. Now I'm about to do the Dark Zero versus Empire, but I want to take a break because this is actually a very lengthy process. I'm probably only going to do like 2 matches a day until this is done. It shouldn't take too long because there's 4 matches in the quarterfinals and then 3 matches for the semifinals and finals, so it shouldn't take too long. But yeah, things are good. Also, if you guys want to know what the like absolute newest operators do, I do know what they do as well. So I'm going to take a break here and come back and we'll, discuss more of this stuff. So give me a sec. Alright, I'm back now. So, let's get into this Dark Zero versus Empire.
Like a map like Bank, for example, you're almost
Sorry about the delay, I had to do a little bit of laundry.
Yeah.
You.
Was the
Alright, so
in North America for allowing the Maestro through the most.
Also, they're starting on defense. I mean, you want that all day. It grants you so
we got
much
both the
control.
open
You
area
can
hatches
fire
open,
literally everything. I mean, 84
ready for
bullets,
flank,
84
so
bullets, Flynn. What are you
Empire
gonna do
has
with
to do
84
a
bullets? 81,
top
excuse
side
me.
clear.
Excuse me, not 84.
For effort, bud.
I tried.
Hopefully the math picks up later on, but we're starting downstairs. Bit of a server hold right now. This is pretty prototypical as well. It's Nyx. He's got a carbine on the server.
Looking for some
stairs, and we've
Valk
got the
cams.
Impulsive Jarvis
I know
down below
Valkyrie's
providing calls for
available.
him on the intel. Waiting to see where the rest of the Empire attack ingresses from. It appears to be a top floor take, which is also
Nyx playing on
pretty
blue
standard.
stairs.
Not much of a roam happening. Jarvis giving some
Server
signal calls all the way
is
up to the
definitely
top.
going to
Looks like
be
it's a breaching charge. It is from Dan, newest member of Team Empire, to look down in towards the top of the stairs, all the way from the
server
stairs
hold,
balcony. Joystick.
red
We've
hold.
noted on Joystick's operators plenty of times before.
Joystick
Usually
opening
the
that
Ashes
window
from the
is
R4
actually
ACOG
really good
every
because it
single
enables them
round,
to be able to
ever
flank
since the
late
ACOG has been removed from the
and go
R4
through
seat, he's
garage,
had
which is
publicly
exactly what
interviewed
happens
that
in this
he
round if
doesn't
I'm
like
not
the
mistaken.
G36. It just doesn't sit
Joystick
well
comes in
with
the
him. He's
garage
tried it.
later and kills
Doesn't really
Maestro trying to
favor
hold the
him.
long
So he's been
angle towards the
swapping
plant
round
spot.
operators. Seen him on the IQ for a little bit of time. His alternate to Ash when it was banned out was Jackal for a long time with the PDW with an ACOG. Seems
So
like
now,
he's shifted
droning
over
out
towards the
server,
Capital role in the last
Nyx
season
has
of the Pro
retreated
League and now
back
leading up
to the
into
back of the
Laurel
server.
Finals.
Karzeka pushing through dirt. One's gonna push down blue, and the hatch is open. So Nyx gets taken down, and now Empire have full server control. There's about a minute and a half left, so time management on the side of Dark Zero is actually pretty good.
So that's the first frag initiated there for Team Empire.
And now they're just waiting for the wall to get opened up, and the long angle hole is already set up for them to use. The wall gets opened up. They still have their smokes, 2 C4s, so things look good for Dark Zero in this scenario. One above the hatches, 3 inside a server, and the other one, Joystick, is going to be pushing through garage here in a moment.
Toxic babes on the side of Mint. There's a lot of utility here to stall this out, pushing into the
so yeah, they know so they know that Joystick is here now, and they have to try to kill him, but they can't. There's just way too much stuff around him. Joystick wants to push up. He's going to throw his flashbangs to give himself some cover. And now Scyther drops and gets traded out immediately, but that's what he needs to do, because now that red is clear, you know, they can try to go for the plant, which they do. The C4 never gets thrown from Jarvis, I'm pretty sure, unless it got thrown earlier. And now Mint has to try to go for a flank, which is not ideal. This is not what you want at this point with the diffuser down. Shepard's already all the way up at kitchen because he knows that someone's going to be flanking. So Pulse gets killed. They're both going for the flank. And Mint goes back downstairs, drops the hatch, and tries to pick up the kill on Joystick, but Joystick is waiting for it. So that's exactly how you want to attack it, and the time management on Team Empire was actually very good there. The server hold was not strong enough. They didn't have a mute, and they didn't keep the stairs clear long enough. Nyx moved after that Thatcher went off because he was scared that a nade might come. So, you know, that's kind of what you would expect to see. This drop down was super important to take out BC. Take out that C4. So Empire just had a very good attack. That's exactly how the attack should go. Unless there's a lot more utility placed in server, which is what we are going to be seeing from that's what we're going to be seeing from Dark Zero now. They have a Cade to keep the hatches closed and make the Thatcher go into a different location. This is also an interesting round because Dark Zero, I feel like, used that first round to gauge the way that Empire are attacking. And then now, as you can see, they have a shield in main lobby. The 2 lone office walls are reinforced to protect the shield facing towards main lobby. And then Nyx plays in the archives and tellers to also pressure main lobby, along with some rotations here. And there are some interesting adaptations that Empire use to actually, you know, hold it. So what we saw out of Dark Zero was a very standardized hold, and then now they've changed it into a more roaming hold, Jaeger in open area, Vigil playing inside Archives and Tellers, and Maestro playing in the elevator. So Empire can still sort of top down, but this is a much more difficult attack. It's meant to waste a lot of time and throw Empire off, and it works. It absolutely works. So Joystick and Karzeka coming upstairs, opening up certain angles, trying to catch some people. A Thatcher goes off to get rid of the Cades, and now the hatch is an open area open. This forces Jarvis to rotate back downstairs, but Nyx gets the first kill onto Joystick, dropping into the main lobby. And now he is going to take up an obscure position inside of main lobby, as the rest of the attackers from Empire are focused on trying to clear the rest of the map. They know that Vigil is definitely in ATMs, but they don't want to commit the utility to actually pushing him when they can take control of server and just push the site, which is what they do, I believe. But Nyx is playing this very, very well, and I'm pretty sure Hot and Cold is still in the elevator at this point. So they want to open the hatch to get him out of there, but they're wasting so much time trying to do it that it ends up proving useless. So Hot and Cold, all he does right here is switch the side. So he knows that Nyx is holding his main lobby. So he switches the side that he's holding on the shield and just plays it. Jarvis picks up the kill onto Dan. Nyx tries to flank up and gets killed. Thermite is scared from Nyx pushing, and now it's all Karzeka alone. With Mint still downstairs, BC still downstairs, and Jarvis most likely has rotated back downstairs as well. So this defense worked out very, very well, but in later rounds, Empire has some much more streamlined changes that they make.
He's going to make it into safety into open area. 5 seconds tick down. There's nothing to be done. Karzeka wants his free kill to at least pad the stats, and he'll finally collect it. So
yeah, Dark Zero's hold there was really strong, especially since Joystick was practically pushing alone, thinking he could take down Nyx, but Nyx is waiting for it. Joystick's also trying to get into position to try and use his fire arrows on that shield. And so the hold by Dark Zero actually accomplishes multiple things. The first thing that it accomplishes is the amount of extra droning and time wasted that Empire have to employ. The next is that it forces a different level of utility usage, meaning that firebolts, instead of being used on Red Hallway to stop the C4s from going off and to move anybody that's in Red Hallway out, it also forces them to use like Capital bolts and nades and all those breach charges and all that kind of stuff that they don't want to use until they get to the site on the defenders upstairs.
That's what they had in the first round. They had free map control. As Parker would say, it was free real estate, and they came and took it. For that round there, a great stall job there for Dark Zero, and I like the play from Nyx as well. He gets that first kill on a
so yeah, that was actually a very well coordinated defense.
And it's the Capital down.
And it's one of those kinds of defenses that's not like Dark Zero has strategies that I've never seen any other team try to implement, which is why I think that they are one of the best teams in North America, and it's kind of like what got them to this point. But Empire eventually adapt and overcome.
That's exactly what they did. Again, Nyx playing that Vigil, not going to get spotted by drones.
So now
his presence is there. Seems like Empire's heating things up now. Karzeka and Sophia once again, they're getting a little aggressive here towards main lobby.
Yeah, the entry in again through ATM seems like Empire.
That was kind of a misplayed. Oh, thanks for the host, Moog. Appreciate it, dude. So that was kind of a botched impact. I think he was trying to use that to get rid of some of the Legion mines, but I don't think it was actually very successful. Joystick is playing on the north windows. You're always going to see someone playing on the north windows whenever attacking CEO. Thermite pushing from open air, or excuse me, from square lobby. Skylight is smart, and he has a pre-placed drone down below to see where Nyx is. So, you know, Nyx is trying to get an angle, but he can't. Dan is just waiting for him to push. They know that he's there based on a pre-placed drone. The wall gets opened up, and Joystick is just applying pressure from the north windows with cover from Zofia playing inside ATMs to prevent anybody from flanking him. So this setup is good. Dan gets rid of the Maestro cam, he throws the EMP and gets rid of himself. It shows the power of the indirect buff to Thatcher that got applied once Maestro cams were changed. Now, droning out once again, giving the calls that there's somebody inside of the closet, is going to force Mint to move, and he actually gets picked up, but then immediately traded by Shepard. So, you know, Empire is playing really, really well right now. Zofia is still watching Capitão's flank. Cabana holding the angle towards Banana, and now Karzeka, because of the lack of numbers on the side of Dark Zero, has rotated to help Joystick. And the issue, though, is that Dark Zero is just holding different positions, and they're not, and Empire isn't in position for the diffuser to go down. So Karzeka now has to hold angles, and Joystick's going to use his utility to try to push in and go for the plant. Lots of pre-fires are coming out, and there is one in the closet still, because they never cleared it out. So the issue, the big issue there that Empire ran into was they had main lobby control. They had pressure being applied from the north windows. They killed someone in the upstairs janitor closet, which was smoke. So they got smoke off the board. They got the wall open before that, and they had Dan watching the flank. So when it comes to player positioning, what Empire needed was to try to get someone inside of the janitor closet. If they would have gotten someone inside the janitor closet, they could have gone for the plant. But instead, 2 on the north windows, 2 at square, 1 gets picked off, and then as soon as they don't actually try to put someone inside of the closet, Dark Zero just retake that position and use it for its intended purpose, which is to deny plant.
They've had enough initial picks, especially at the start of rounds on these defensive side, to really put a lot of pressure on Empire, especially for that window repel. They had to force someone to swing in. Joystick swings in, gets punished for it, especially by the hands of BC.
Yeah, we talk a lot about Empire's reputation, and Empire obviously were the best team in the regular season of any Pro League region, at least in the main 3. And they had 32 points at the end of it. It was besting phase
so,
with 30. And for Empire, I think there's a lot of
Jarvis's cameras are good
came in from Challenger League to
because Mint and Jarvis can both go for C4s inside of the site, playing more anchor-like than, you know, roamer-like as you would typically see a Valkyrie or a Pulse. But the way that, with the way that that Pulse has been played by Dark Zero in the past, it's more likely that these cameras are set up for Jarvis more than they are for Pulse, being played by Mint.
Yeah, 30 days is quite a bit of time, but the whole key factor here is
and a pre-placed C4
right now for Mint.
From Mint.
Speaking of Dan, he's
Nice.
going to fall down. No Thatcher alive anymore. There's no EMPs. Hard destruction going to take a toll on that one.
That just comes down to a lack of droning on Empire's part.
Destruction being brought with the lifeline and 3 breaching charges. The update to them as well. Better surface area on those clears. We got a nice replay on that Nitro Cell. The faith to wait it out. Beautiful patience there from Mint, an experienced player all the way back
that was
from
good.
day 1 of year 1 of Pro League. This wall has been opened up, though, from the small office and open area into the objective. So a little bit of pressure for Dark Zero to contend with. Another thermite charge will go off. And you hear the Legion Mines triggering and giving away information.
Oh my.
Karzeka's going to take more damage than he deals. He actually doesn't hit a single shot to that punch hole in the wall. So now the Zofia takes fire.
This open area hatch was reinforced, and they wanted to get control of open area just to gain a little bit more map control. So Shepard opened it up, and now Joystick is waiting for it to get droned out so he can actually get in there.
They've made their progress. They've got a wall breach
But
open into the objective. They have top control.
they need to figure out, you know, how to actually either open up the main lobby or the elevator. But I believe the elevator is already open, so Joystick is just trying to open up some different angles. And actually, this is a really good flank hold. So Shepard's in the main lobby while Scyther is playing inside of the lone office with the hallway opened up by Hibana's. So Scyther's going to be watching Shepard's flank and preventing any rotations from Dark Zero, because they're playing inside of open area, and they have the elevator wall open. Joystick is applying pressure from above, and Karzeka, I believe, is in the same position. If Karzeka is in top square, no, he's not. So yeah, Karzeka's not in square. He's still above.
To the hands of men. They can still rotate in. They're playing over inside of open area, and they're going to have that wall open where they can possibly claim the lives of Scyther.
Gotta remember playing inside of open area as he tries to rip out. Jarvis will fall, hitting a Legion Mine, though, as Shepard tries to push through, bearing in hand. Mint collects a kill onto Karzeka. It's a 1v2 now as Hot and Cold will fall. It's all Mint alone upstairs. He's gonna play the cardiac sensor from above for the plant. Can he get there in time? Shepard right behind the bomb. Cover from above, and the plant will go down. Mint will have to return and retake into the objective in a 1v2. Plenty of holes opened up from above, and the cardiac sensor just not relaying enough information. He'll find pings onto one on the heartbeat, looking down in behind to the racks. Watch the rotate, but can't land the shot. Shepard on 20 HP as he backs off deeper and deeper out of Archives. You've got Teller's side to worry about as well. Inside of the main lobby is Scyther holding down on a lot of HP. The vault
Mid in this position, there really isn't much he can do. The attackers just spread out.
Right beside the diffuser, trying to stick this. Lots of shot will come in through the soft wall, but Scyther,
yeah, the attackers just spread out, and there isn't anything he can do. It's a nice looking trophy, though. Really happy for Empire for winning it. Wish EG would have won it, but you know how that goes. So, Dark Zero going back downstairs, and putting a Vault Cam in Garage instead of a Maestro. I'm not quite sure like what prompted these changes. But that's a good Vault Cam right there. They probably just want the Maestro camera in a more proactive position as opposed to a passive one.
You've got Jarvis flexing between 3 different operators. Same thing for Mint, same thing for Nyx. They love to cycle the carousel of operators. They have no fear of mixing up roles and going and taking a shot like this. Jarvis running up the tunnel just in case anyone from Empire is getting a little too aggressive.
Watch out for the adjustment here by Dark Zero. So they're going to go back to the original strat just like we said earlier. But they're going to play Hot and Cold a little bit safer inside of Garage because they know that Joystick is more than likely going to be taking the exact same way. Just like they've been doing every single time throughout their entire
and Hot and Cold as a shield here instead this time.
This is what Empire is known for.
But I don't think Joystick ever pushes into Garage after that first round, that first attack they had. I don't think they ever went in. By the way, the reason Joystick's looking for a Vault Cam there is not only for his own safety, but because that's a really good spot for a Vault Cam if you're going to flank late. Because then you know that the top of that staircase is clear and you can push all the way above Skylight.
The heads of Empire seemingly been infiltrated by Dark Zero and their
above where Scyther, Karzeka, and Dan are now. It's a really good flank spot. So now they're trying to get rid of Nyx inside of blue, and they needed the Zofia charges to burn a little bit after Dan throws a Thatcher. And now Zofia is going to rotate back to dirt and come from there to come from 2 different angles.
Yeah, Nyx is more or less a lost cause right now. Shepard knows he's
Joystick's still watching the main stairs flank. and is eventually going to push it.
Shepard's going to hold his rotate from downstairs. Actually, Nyx is gonna
They
try
have the
to
hatches
possibly
open,
hit the server.
but
Now
they
we will
are
see
running out of
upstairs on
drones,
the
so they have to
blue.
expend
They're throwing
utility to try to
flashbangs, they're
push.
throwing everything, but
Nyx
the
is still
Pistons
playing at the
have
bottom, and he's
finally
going to get
his
killed
life will be
immediately by
clean right
Dan,
there. That was a
because
huge
Karzeka
time
was in
waste.
server
Only a
already,
minute
so,
left on the clock,
you
but
know,
that's going to be plenty
not
of
that big a
time
deal.
for them to possibly get this diffuser down.
Last time we saw
So we
Empire
just saw where that
convert
Maestro
within
cam
the
was. That's the more
left and
proactive
initial
camera
pick
that they
onto
wanted, as
Nyx. So
opposed to
once
the,
again, the
you know,
server hold
camera in the garage that
showing a
they
little
didn't
bit of
really
time, a little less than
utilize.
last time around, but they also lose a body for it. You've got Jarvis again able to peel back inside of gold to provide the calls. Shepard will open up both reinforced walls this time around inside of CCTV.
So
They have an evil eye
Empire
right
haven't done
now.
very well in their
Dan's
time
still
management this
alive.
time. They
Not
ran
sure
out
if
of
he has
drones a
it
lot
yet,
more.
he does have
But these
one
fire
remaining
arrows from
round. He'll send that final
Joystick
one
are
out
just
into
so
attack.
powerful.
The
It
second
dislodges
evil eye
anybody
will
that's
open up
trying to
and
play
destroy.
inside
Lots
of
base deployed from Mint to try
red.
and prolong this ingress here, and a lot of utility being
But they
dumped
have to
in
go for the
to try
plant,
and
and the
force
smokes
the
are stopping them.
plant.
The
They've
smokes are
lost
being
their
thrown from
control.
inside
There's
of
20
B-bomb.
seconds left, and they
So
need to
Dan
go
is
in.
now...
I think the long angle is hot and
Dan
cold. There's no
thought that he
pressure
had the
to the back
bomb
this
there,
time. Joystick not going for his
and he
garage
actually
flank.
doesn't.
Hot and Cold
Now
taking a lot
Shepard
of
is
damage,
going for the
though.
plant,
Shepard getting the plant down. Karzeka with a kill.
and
Dan
Hot
will
and
fall
Cold
to
will
the
kill
plant, will be
Dan.
completed. Jarvis in the
The
dying
plant
seconds
goes
will take down
down
Shepard, so they've equalized in
Karzeka
manpower, but they're down
retreats
on health.
into
They have to
dirt.
worry about
Joystick
top
holds the angle
controls
at the
from
hatch, and
Joystick
Scyther
as
watches
well.
main
That
stairs.
hatch is
So
pushing into the hallway.
Empire's
Will
in
be
great
Nyx
position to
will
win this
be
round.
immediately eliminated as there goes your smoke. Up top on the desk now is Joystick wary of any nitro cells. Jarvis was not able to connect with his. He makes it in behind the A-bomb. Scyther will collect the kill onto Hot, and the ping's coming out onto Jarvis in a 1v3. Twisting and evading the flashbangs. He rips into server, but he will fall as well. Joystick,
Yeah.
again, once inside a garage,
Empire's
once inside a
positioning,
server. The
once
pivot
they
point
actually get the
all
plant
around
down, is
for
just too
Empire to
strong.
take the lead once again.
Empire
So
on post
what
plant
needs
is
to happen
so very
for Dark Zero
dangerous.
to
You guys can see the
gain the
setup.
upper hand
Every single time they get that
is
post
they
plant,
need
they
to
keep bodies on every single
throw
exit.
bodies
Good
up
luck
the
with
main
the flank
stairs
on that
and
one.
just go for
So
a
they have that
massive
Bonnet playing
flanking
main,
retake.
and one watching
But that's
over the
very hard to
diffuser, as
coordinate
well as another
because
one
of
playing
how
the
long it
hatch.
actually
I
takes
mean,
to
how much more
accomplish.
control could you possibly
And
want?
Well, it's been a back and forth contest there.
typically you don't
Jarvis,
see
in the
that
dying seconds,
part
just
of the server wall getting
milliseconds
opened
away
up.
from stopping that plant in its tracks, and
But the
honestly, winning
reason
the round there for Dark Zero. You
the
had to
reason
get
that it
that
was
down.
open
That
there
point, someone's gotta go down
was
for the
so that
defuse
Zofia
attempt.
could look into Red Hall and stop
Just
anyone trying to throw a C4.
milliseconds away there for Dark Zero on the
But if
timing,
someone's
but
playing the
Empire
long
again
angle inside a
looking
B-bomb,
strong on
that
attack. Seems
that
like
wall
they have
is
that free real estate on the top two floors of
dangerous
bank.
to open.
They're afforded way too much control.
So,
They move in with ease. There's no
you know,
congestion from Dark Zero,
there's a lot of
and
different
they play it
tiny
perfect. They target
details
those, but going back
that
downstairs
these
to
teams
watches
pick
in
up on
CCTV
that
for
the
the
average
sixth and
person
final defense lest we go
or
overtime
the
before
average
Dark Zero.
viewer or player wouldn't necessarily be able
We'll
to
say one thing,
notice
though. It
immediately.
seems that things have gotten a lot more methodical for Empire, but quite a bit of improvement on utility usage as well as flank holding. They had that pretty down pat at SI. Nice to see that things have not changed, and it seems that they're getting a lot more of those opening frags without having.
So
to
going back
refrag.
downstairs, I'm just
As you
interested to
guys saw with
see
that stat line
what
of,
change Dark Zero
Joystick,
makes.
a lot of opening kills, but also
Because
a
they
lot
have
of
to make a
opening
change.
deaths.
They have to do
Seems like this
something
more
different.
methodical playstyle is,
They've
working out
picked
pretty well for them.
mostly the same
Especially that
operators.
experiment there for DZ, realizing that they're going to have to try and put pressure on them off-site.
We got to think about the role that Joystick's playing now. He is still getting kills.
Yeah,
as
once
an
again, they're going to do
operator,
this, like,
and the
upstairs
ADS time on
hold.
that M249 is not to be forgotten in this equation when it comes to being able to snap and get reaction.
Switching up the way they set up defenses round to round, even if it's the same site twice in a row, I think is one of my favorite things to see from any team, and Dark Zero do it really, really well.
Free speed operator, you got a hefty weapon you got to lug around.
Very, very true. And also, difference in utility. I mean, you really have to respect that tactical bow and how good it is on getting you into sight. He doesn't want to die too early on. Yes, he's still going to try and go for these aggressive roam clears and things along those lines, but he's trying to stay alive, trying to keep that utility up. He's not just going to full send it like he used to with Ash. You're not going to see that too often. But Nyx will find the opening frag. It's Karzeka, which means no more Zofia.
Right here,
Here comes an succeeding bolt
I
onto
think
the
that
door
Joystick
frame,
was
but he will
trying
not connect
to
on the hot and cold, and emptying that drum box magazine is Joystick into
get the
depths
fire
of
arrow to go
Tellus
right behind the
and
shield.
Archives through those soft walls.
But
They won't
what I
connect-
think what ended up
connect on a
happening
single bullet. More drones being
was,
dispatched as the Nyx is playing with fire, but he collects another one. Sorry, that
I think
was
what
the
ended up
replay. The hot
happening
and
was that the
cold goes out, but I'm
firebolt
looking at the
actually
wrong
kind of like
screen.
went down the hallway a little bit.
We all got to get used to the new format here.
Oh my goodness gracious. No.
So this, once again, this defensive delay setup is seeming to throw Empire off. And so when after their two players have died, Dan is in dirt. This is exactly what Empire needs to do. Dan is in dirt. They have 2 hard breachers, so they just push, take control of server. They got rid of smoke, which is good. They only have to worry about one C4. So they're in server now, setting up the drone to watch the flank. So one's going to watch flank, one's going to go for the plant, and the other one is going to watch over the planter. Thatcher goes off to get rid of that Maestro. But these angles that are held by Dark Zero are just too good.
Will connect onto the head of Scyther, laying prone and laying in wait as BC in the back. He shoots out a drone. The call will come out, but he's got a nitro cell in the back pocket. Hot and cold, 3 on the round, going for 4. Dan on half HP in the midst of server. No diffuser control and the nitro cell.
Yep.
From Brandon Carr.
That makes sense.
Down. It's a 3-3 scorelines. We head into the half.
Empire did the best that they could with what happened with both their Capital and their Zofia getting taken out early. They were able to coordinate an attack that got them to the site and ready to plant, but they just didn't have the numbers.
Hey man, I got the purple on, I got the purple tie, I got the purple pocket square. I'm repping Dark Zero because I'm the lone survivor in that prediction pool, man.
I only look good in blue, so that's what we're going with this today. That's it. That's it. I can't do the purple. Can't. But tell you who can do the purple. Dark Zero right now is going toe-to-toe with an absolute titan of EU.
Absolutely. Number 1 seed coming out of EU against the number 2 seed in North America. As you noted with that prediction pool from CJ, a lot of casters.
Let's skip forward a little bit to
a lot of people
get away from some of this commentary. I guess there's a slight break. Alright, so now Empire on defense. And Dark Zero is opting to bring a Maverick instead of a Hibana. At the end of the day, it doesn't really matter which one you bring because you can still open up all the hatches that you need. And Nyx just might be more comfortable on Maverick. Because the same kinds of operators are still being brought. A Soft Destructor, Capital, Thatcher, Thermite, and then they're just, you know, rotating Maverick instead of Hibana. And a Sledge instead of Zofia. So the lineup that's used by teams throughout this entire tournament, it just goes to show how powerful Capital is now.
A myriad of different operators that don't provide a whole lot of utility. Like he's played Sledge before, but BC coming back, obviously. That's kind of his thing. Interesting that it's the Maverick, though, because he has that team utility that might actually be necessary should Hot and Cold find himself in a predicament where he's locked in a corner and they need to get a hatch open ASAP. He might not even be dead. He just might be preoccupied and locked down from a location where he needs to go. That's gonna
okay, so just in case... Alright, so Empire have opted to bring in Ella, and that, you know, makes their server hold that much more dangerous. But one thing that it needs to be noted, other than the rotation that got made in the archives wall, that makes it so that you don't have to run all the way through kitchen. It saves a lot of time moving back and forth between the hatches, between server and the objective hatch. But the Thatcher going off and that shield sitting there, that shield, you can't run past it. You have to vault it. So it puts anybody who's trying to push down the staircase into a position where they have to make themselves that much more exposed to death. But luckily BC is Sledge here, and you're going to see why I say that in a second. So one nade's going off, he just tries to get the kill onto him, and then he just sledges the shield, which you can't do with any other operator. You can't just like buck the shield away. Like, yeah, Zofia or Ashe could destroy it with the charge, but that's just so much utility. So BC's doing a good job of saving his team's utility. And now this hatch is open, Ella should not be able to rotate back out. And Dan should die here, but it's possible he could pick up another kill. But BC's just going to take the kill and eat the concussion mine. So now Joystick is still behind server, and he has to figure out like how to stay alive or waste time. And he's doing a good job of it because he's still in here. And flashes and things are getting hit by ADSs. And now angles are just being held. But now once the fire arrows come out, it's all over. There's nowhere for him to go, and he eventually is going to get killed.
twisting in the wind down in server.
Once again, more utility being saved on the side of Dark Zero. And even if BC was dead, Maverick could get rid of those as well. So now we have 3 inside a server, and 1 above the hatch, and 1 probably watching the flank. Yeah, 2 above the hatch, actually. So now the smokes are going to go off. Planter gets stopped, but it's immediately going to get re-picked up. This is probably one of the most exciting rounds of the tournament, because it was literally right down to the last second, and it was just non-stop. A crawl forward for the attack to gain map control, which is what I think is most entertaining. It's when the defenders can put up enough of a fight to stop the attackers enough to delay them, and then but the attackers still get the plant down at the last second. I think is sort of some of the most entertaining siege that you can watch.
Drone will isolate this info, and there goes a Claymore from Jarvis. Unable to spot out the red lasers inside a server. Dark Zero take the lead on their first attack.
What a round. Going into the overtime, I thought they had it when they got the frag on the man putting Diffuser down. But
so yeah, it was a great defense from Empire to delay time, but a slightly better attack, and I think that's all due to Sledge and how much utility he actually saved. And you can argue that, like, well, the Capital bolts got used at the end of the day to dislodge Joystick from behind server, but it was worth it. It was obviously worth it.
So in that round, and we compare it to Dark Zero's defensive rounds, where they're trying to hold and they were trying to anchor up on the objective. They didn't have a lot of time, and they didn't have a lot of map control on their attack this time around into server. Karzeka running headstrong into that. Claymore was the demise. We also had top control from Mint. That round wasn't going any other way. As soon as
I'm getting tired. This is definitely going to be my last match for the day.
So, beautiful play there from Dark Zero in a moment where it looked like they might even flounder in a 3v5. They were looking good in man control, clearing out server.
I'm going to do more and more of these.
They're able to get both the kills inside a server without losing a single body, and
more and more of these throughout the week.
Pure pandemonium. It was still effective, and they're able to get the round for it. So Empire will repeat downstairs. We'll see if they send Joystick out on a bit more of a roaming mission, or if they keep him inside a server.
Well, that is the one thing about lockers. Post-plant is so hard for the defense. Extremely easy for the offense, especially
that's an interesting ball cam inside the car. I wouldn't look there.
And that's going to pay DZ around, as they are going to be going back downstairs for Empire, though. And once again, we will be seeing if Joystick will possibly go on roam. DZ probably going to take things a little bit slower this time around. Probably prefacing this with, is Joystick going to leave the basement or not? Because that's something you definitely need to know.
Well, we talked about in the half during the tack break for Dark Zero, talked about whether or not they were going to be able to isolate Joystick. Well, he's been doing a good job of that himself, just locking himself inside of server and not really venturing out elsewhere on the map. So we got Jarvis holding down the flanks.
So the real question here is, how much faster can Dark Zero take map control? We have Jarvis on the main stairs watching to make sure no one rotates up. And once again, BC is attacking. They've foregone the Ella. They've gotten rid of Ella, deciding to play for a Valk instead. Still opening up the server hatch. The strategy stays pretty much exactly the same. But how much more of an emphasis on server is there, or is there just less? Because it's appearing as if there's just less, like they're just giving up server completely. And so now they're going to go, get the wall open, and start going for the plant. They have more time than they had initially, so, you know, it's actually pretty good.
What a blunder. BC's going to actually kill Jarvis. He's been fragging out the other team, but
I remember from that team. I remember that team kill. It's unfortunate, but it happens. Sometimes you just go for a pre-fire and your teammate runs in front of you. There's nothing you can do. Pulse still in goal is going to be giving a lot of intel to the defenders, but if they can waste the utility properly, because they still have Capital. Capital just needs to get rid of the person behind the red wall and, you know, waste 1 or 2 more smokes, and then that's pretty much it.
So now 45 seconds remaining. They're clear more ADSs as the flashbangs come raining in. He'll send his
There's just so much utility that Capita has. Mint kind of misses his flashbang there, but he has a great idea.
You got two holding out the garage push right now. Is that Nyx that will fall?
Oh.
Joystick though down in the process as he turned the corner. You got to worry about the side execute though. Is one Nitro Cell in the hands of Dan, being burnt alive by that asphyxiating bolt, but the Nitro Cell will connect onto BC. And there goes Mint with the asphyxiating bolt to shred it right out immediately. Being zapped by the Evil Eyes now is hot and cold. Another Nitro Cell, but it won't connect this time from Scyther. The plant going down right at the breach hole in your default plant spot. Looking up though, Mint having hatch control. They both go rushing over to stop the plant and dropping in. Mint grabs one, looking in towards the server stairs, but there's no time left. Being zapped by the Evil Eyes. He makes it to server stairs because
well played by Empire. They just stacked bodies, made sure that they didn't get killed from garage, and then, you know, just traded out effectively.
Fourth we go on Bank. No one able to establish a 2-round lead.
What a blunder there by BC, and it really sucks, especially for him. He's been performing so well throughout this map, and I think a lot of BC fans, old guard EG fans, really wanting to see BC step up, and that's exactly what he's been doing. Been performing so very well, but you really can't fault him on one mistake. I mean, they still have quite a few rounds to play. I'm going to assume that it was more than likely getting the Valkyrie camera here, or exactly what happened. I think we're about to find out. Oh, BC was trying to pre-fire the long angle, and Jarvis ran in front of him. So, an honest mistake. He just didn't put him in the dirt for no reasons. That's good. That's good.
You see the top control from Mint just wasn't enough.
One thing to note about what happened with Dan there, he started getting fire-bolted, and he already had the C4 ripped, so that was practically the perfect timing, the best way he could play it. Mint unfortunately dropped the hatch trying to save Hot and Cold's life. He might have been able to pick up multiple kills instead and made it into like a 1v1 or something. Retrospectively though, I think he made the right decision to try to stop the defenders trying to deny the diffuser going down.
And Fnatic, as that was a 5-1 half, that was met with a 5-1 half, and we led into an overtime 8-7 and then 8-6 for the second map. In the clubhouse this time around, we're back and forth, neck and neck, no one able to escape the jaws of each other.
It's the Flynn curse. That's what it is. It is the Flynn curse. We will go to overtime on every map, and it will go to third map. Mark it down. Clip it. That's what's going to happen. I can tell you it right now. So, we'll say one thing, though. I'd really enjoy if you could see the scoreboard, please.
All right, I'm back.
Currently adding up. Thank you, sir.
So Empire now going into archives. They want to play inside of open area. Hatch is reinforced. This is really similar to what we saw from Dark Zero when they were on defense. Making sure that they can play in open area is important. And they also want to be playing up top. So the allocation of reinforcements is interesting.
After he was on the Maverick for the last 2 rounds attacking in towards the basement. They're going to change things up here as it's a CEO attack. You got 2 drones stalled out inside of the main hallway. You got to worry about blowing them up to smithereens with this remote grenade launcher. You also have to be very wary of any impact tricking coming from above. That wall soft, it was, so Empire
I'm confused by them not reinforcing both of the sets of upstairs walls. And the reason I say that is because the walls that you reinforced actually give the defenders cover while they push in. Meanwhile, once they have pushed in and they open up that other wall, if they have someone out in the garage, like, where do you go as a defender? Into the hallway.
This is the problem here for Empire if they were really
it's the only place you can go.
Top floor as long as possible. That's a big glaring hole to leave open.
So
you can really sacrifice the reinforcements downstairs, especially if you stretch in towards more of an open area small office defense.
Joystick might start seeing double here as Ash has motioned in, and that's exactly what's going to happen. Nick's going to rip him apart with that G36C coming back to bite him. He said, you're not going to use it? Well, I will, as Dan will fall as well, and that's the entire top floor in the hands of Dark Zero.
Nyx immediately claims top control with those 2 kills, and then somehow wins this gunfight. I can't believe he won that gunfight, but the only thing that I can say is that it's just Castle's rate of fire on the UMP just isn't good enough. Like, Nyx should not have won that gunfight. He's dead sprint and then just happens to land the shot. Whereas, like, you know, Castle. Oh, okay, that's another thing. I remember this round now. So one really good thing to notice about Dark Zero is they always like go back to the basics. So at this point, as Dark Zero, you're up 3v2, and what we saw out of like Nora Rango is that they go up, 5v2, and then they're like trying to push site, and they all just get picked off, and now it's 2v2 or something like that. But Dark Zero get back on their drones, and they just start droning because they know they have the time, and they're just like, oh, there's a guy playing by the window in open area. Hold on a second, I'll just open the floor. Easy kill. Now it's a 5v1. There's really nothing Smoke can do at this point.
Shepard, drone's gonna spot him out. Lots of people to find.
Like,
but
there
not
literally
very many
is
bullets in
just
the
nothing
SMG11
he can
to
do.
deal with him. Might have to get a couple of shotgun kills if he's going to get that clutch ace. He has 3
Like, he's
toxic
getting
baits
creeped up
by
on
his
from
side,
two
but
different
Dark Zero's
sides,
going
potentially
this
one
way.
in the main lobby as
Locked
well.
in behind the bomb chassis and these bookshelves inside of Archive, looking towards the top
He just
of
gets
square,
picked
but
off
it's a
at an
perfect
easy angle.
lockout for Dark Zero. Another leading round for Dark Zero. Can they extend it in the next one to match point? Will we finally see an extension of a 2-round lead, or is this going to fall back once again to a 5-5 draw as we head into the dying moments of regulation?
Now this is going to test the true merits of the new Team Empire. Are they going to stay cool, calm, and collected like they always are? Or are they going to get flustered? Or are we going to see Dan start to falter? What? Yeah, I thought I saw 5 out of the corner of my eye. I apologize about that. But no, hot and cold at 9, almost in the double-digit territory.
So if you have 3 Stokes and then you have 4?
It means 7.
Oh, no, he'd be at 6. He only got 3 on that round. Jarvis got the final kill. So we're both terrible at math. Let's get back into it. It's a 5-4 lead right now for Dark Zero.
Alright, so Empire going back upstairs. Actually, I think this is their first time going upstairs. I'm mistaken.
Pretty typical for the setup on the banana hallway windows. They do finally reinforce the left-hand side of CEO this time, as it is the objective, contrary to just the top-hold vertical of the objective. Almost identical operators once again for the back side for Dark Zero. BC taking up a Zofia now, so no frag grenades on our favorite frag grenade player inside of Pro League, but hey, nonetheless, he has 2 impacts and he has 2 stuns in the lifeline. A lot of utility to be utilized there. Mint as well, and I think this is an interesting note that we've been seeing a whole heck of a lot of the M249. We haven't really been seeing a whole lot of the para.
Yeah, there really isn't a lot of stuff to talk about on some of these CEO attacks. These are practically the same thing. Thermite pushing Skylight, one watching his flank, one on north windows, potentially 2 on north windows, and then one, kind of pushing main lobby or something like that.
It's a different beast.
Like, there really isn't much of a variation in these CEO attacks. There's really only like one clear, effective way to do it.
I mean, that scope, especially with the zoom on the scope, because it's not nearly as much as.
So right at the moment, it's more or less a Nyx is outside north windows. Hot and Cold wants to open the wall, but is nervous about a flank from below. Jarvis is watching main lobby so that people on North Repel don't get killed. And I'm just really confused as to why Jarvis isn't with Thermite in case he needs it, but I guess they droned out well enough to know that they don't need it.
Scyther on the dock. It's usually
So,
Karzeka on the dock.
yeah.
We've made a bit of a change here to typical roles, but Scyther on the dock this time around.
Excuse me.
For season 9 inside of EU Pro League. Laying in wait again instead of the front desk.
So right now, Dark Zero is just literally waiting to see who they want to push, or if they want to just push for the objective, that kind of stuff. So Hot and Cold is just going for the plant, and everyone's just holding the angles for him. So Nyx is, holding the angle down the hallway. Hot and Cold's in sight. Another one's in Skylight watching. 2 are on north windows, I believe.
But what a blunder to not have the information on that plant.
Nobody aware of the plan going
So
down
in
the
this
side of the
scenario,
You still have the upside down
Dark
repel
Zero
location
just
in the windows.
droned
It's
out
almost impossible to combat.
and realized they
Ed
could
pokes
sneak
out
in.
for just a moment,
There
but
really
Karthaka
isn't much
will
more to it
fall.
than that.
And a good trade back there from Scyther out on the north windows. He's going to the main lobby to pressure, and now Shepard has made it in on top of the diffuser. He's going to smoke out the windows and try and go for the disable. Tucked in behind the behind the chair of the desk. Nobody able to spot this. Finally, Nyx though will take down Shepard. It's a clean sweep once again. Dark Zero on match point on map number 1. On the
That
lack
wasn't
of
so
intel
much
for
like
Team
that was a
Empire.
definitely that was a good attack
Oh, man.
from Dark Zero, but it
Man.
wasn't. It was
To
more of
realize
like
none of them
what are
addressing
you
what
doing
was
on
going
Empire?
in that situation.
Like who's watching what?
That's
Like
not-
there have to be Maestro cams in there, and if Maestro cams start getting taken out, you have to allocate a body to actually watch. You know what I mean? Oh, okay.
Very tough
So
as we
here, this round
stated
round
earlier,
right
especially
here.
with Dark Zero's favorite
Thank you for the
map
host,
forward,
Lemon Bar.
3-0-1, only loss
This round right
to
here
teams
from Dark
which,
Zero
again,
doesn't
very,
make
very
any
big deal
sense to
because
me
Dual Genius has
whatsoever.
looked so very good this
So
entire season. And we'll see
why
them later today,
would
speaking of
you
the double, but still
get rid
have
of your
this match to pay attention
Capital
to, obviously. Dark
to
Zero's
bring
puts them
a
at 6-4
Ying?
right
Just
now.
why?
Empire not looking
Like
too
at
hot.
this
Plan
point, your
especially has been
Capital
picked
has
off
been
quite
so
early on a
effective
handful of rounds.
at
Has not been
helping
looking too
you get
hot
the
for him
plant
so
down.
far. We'll see
Why
what
would
the
you
plan
bring
changes
Ying,
up here on this
who,
locker
in my
defense.
opinion, has
As of
been
right
kind
now,
of nerfed
DZ
into
running away with it.
oblivion?
Again, we've got the flanks held, and
So
we've
you
got Nora
you
on
don't
the
have
for
the
Team Empire
angles
throughout
or the amount of utility that
midst
you would
of the
have
map
if you brought
on
Capital.
anything but the basics.
Yeah, you
We'll
might
see
still have
Zero's
smokes, but you
objective.
don't have
So,
flashes and you
for
don't
Dark
have the
Zero,
fire
this
bolts,
seems like a
which
little bit of a
cover
copy and
and are
paste
much
or
more
carbon copy
effective
of what we've
in
been
a
going through the last
wider
few times when
radius.
defending on the base.
So
And
right now,
minute
you know,
deep, though, and last time it was Dark Zero with the
like
time
it's kind of like
control seemed
why?
a
Like
bit of an
why did
issue,
you bring
but
the
they were able
Ying?
to pull it out nonetheless.
Because I remember
Second
watching
hit
this
of the
round and
Ying
thinking
this
like, oh,
time,
maybe this will be really
Capital
interesting. Like maybe
opposed
Ying
to
will
maybe
be
a shield if he
effective.
wanted to bring that
But
out.
no,
That's another thing we haven't
Ying
noticed
is
a
not
lot is the
effective. Ying
shield
is
play.
nowhere near as effective
Mint
as
with
she
the,
used to
with the
be,
Ying, the last second pick,
and we're gonna
we
see it
talked
right
about
here.
the
Especially
carousel
since
of operators
Mint
Dark
brought
Zero
breach
can go and
charges
play. They have
instead.
the strats for
Like I
just
feel
about
like
every scenario
this was
that
either
every
like
operator
an
conceivable
actual like
under the sun.
misclick from one op to the other,
Well, so far,
or
it seems
someone
like
made a
DZ has
call
definitely picked
and
Bank for a
Mint's
reason.
operator
It's
just
because
was
they
not
know
prepared
how
for
to
it.
play it. I mean,
Now,
the amount
now
of
by no means
execution
am
that they've had
I,
throughout and timing
you know, trying
especially,
to
very, very big
put
deal. This
down
wall over
Dark
here is
Zero
hot
for
gold
like
already. Plenty of
choosing
time for them
Ying.
to waste
Ying
as much
has a
utility as
place,
possible. Look at
but
the likes of Karthaka and
not to
Van, they
replace
wanna get
Capital.
rid of all of that utility, that
And
Nitro Cell and all of
the
those
other
toxic
thing
gas grenades.
is
Well, this is good here.
like
You've got more than a minute
the
remaining to try
Yings
and
need
go
to be
for a
going
fine
down
execute.
now.
First toxic
The
bait,
Yings need to be
Karthaka will
going
pull that
into the
will
hallway
try and
now.
stall.
Like
You're
when the
able to
plant's
push
about
off
to
the
go
pull
down.
off the plant attempt, but you've got
Obviously
five
they're
grenades
baiting
to
for
send the Ying
smokes,
to
some
work.
nades are
Back
coming
around
out,
and Evil Eye still
but
top right to be able to stall
like
out the plant attempt.
this,
Nitro Cell comes
you
soaring
know,
out and trying to connect.
like the
Sends
Yings
Cloud Cold to
need
the
to be
grave.
coming
Someone else
out
will have to follow
way
in.
sooner.
Next man up for
Especially
Dark
since
Zero.
they do have a
It's
delay.
looking
He
BC
could have
with the
thrown them
diffuser.
in. He
Jarvis
could have just
coming in,
thrown
trying
them
to
in
get a
and
better picture
waited,
of what's happening
and
in
then
the back
maybe
of Red Hall. Second toxic babe appears
Hot
to
and
be
Cold
missed.
could have gone for the
And
plant a
now
little bit
EMP
better.
coming out for that Evil
But
Eye
that's the
with
last
the
smoke,
monitors.
and
Nobody
Ying
could be
still
able to see
hasn't
that from
used
the
any of
hatch.
her
We see the
Candelas, but
Candelas
they're
coming out.
unfortunately
Everyone's blind.
no
The C4
Thatcher's
gets
used,
right
and
from
now I
Falcon
see what's
over Dan
happened.
with another one.
The
BC will fall.
the
Dan is down
impact,
on the
or excuse
post.
me,
Joyce
the
the
ADSs
captain
were
on
in the
Nyx
perfect
down.
position to
Dan finally
stop
cleaned up
the
by Jarvis, but the hatch control
Yings
about to be
from going
eliminated.
off.
Jarvis has dropped down. It's just
So
Mint
that's
alive
that's
now on a
that's
1v4.
really what happened. But
Spraying wildly
at
in
the end of
back
the day,
Red
they should have
Hall.
just brought
It's all
Capital,
Empire all
because
day, all night. When we go to
the
last
attack
round of
isn't
regulation.
set up
What a
for
round
Ying.
by
The
Empire.
attack is
Again,
set up for
cool, calm, and
Capital.
collected. That's what they're known for.
That's
They'll keep
why
doing it
Thatcher
over and
wasn't
over and over
used
again until
to
it works. Works out that time around. Did not
to get
have
rid of
good
those
utility
ADSs.
management
Is
by the
because
offense. They weren't keeping track.
they chose
They
an
let down
operator
users,
that
they
in
play her
theory
every
could have
single time
worked
in that hallway.
and could have worked
Get
really well,
respected, get blown up by the Nitro
but
Cell,
did not
opens up the door for
because of the
Empire, and they're
ADSs.
gonna walk in
And
gladly.
Thatcher is supposed to allocate one Thatcher to getting rid of ADSs, but unfortunately, you know, just wasn't the case. And the Ying definitely wouldn't have worked if you have Maestro playing that long angle to stop the plant. plant.
Looks like it's going to be a CEO
So
defense again from
there's
Empire,
so many
and that
reasons
is going
why
to be a
Ying
little
was
bit of
not
intel
the
directed
play.
towards the front of CEO.
And unfortunately for Dark Zero, this is kind of where they start to falter. I think that getting up on match point really put them, kind of gave them the shakes a little bit. Like, because this is a big deal. Like, by no means, like, are they playing badly? They're playing great. And I honestly kind of wish they would have won this game. But there were certain mistakes that got made that just really put them off.
We'll see if they try and switch it
Like,
up
they
this
couldn't
time around.
recover.
I'm going
After
to
that
assume
Ying
Joystick's
didn't work,
probably
they couldn't
gonna be a
recover.
lot
And we don't see another
aggressive
Ying for the rest of
on
this
his
match.
flank, 'cause last time, I know
Like,
that you guys obviously couldn't see it, but we can
Capitao was
see it
brought
down view.
every single other round by Mint,
So much
and I don't know
damage
if that
again
was a
is
bad
amazing
call by an
effort.
IGL,
He
if that was
actually
Mint
rotated all the
accidentally
way
hitting
downstairs.
Ying
He'd
and
been
then
doing it for about a
not.
minute and
But
10
then the thing is,
seconds.
if he
Very
accidentally hit it,
slow
he could just 6-pick to
rotation, which ended up
Capitao. Like,
punishing
they
him,
must have
where he
they
could've
must
rotated a
have
little bit quicker,
been
possibly
thinking
would've
that
been able to
Ying would be
frag or open
effective.
the door
But
for
like I
Empire
said,
once
the
again.
attack was not set up
So the big
for
difference as
Ying.
well
The
is
attack
that
was
with
set
Echo
up for
being banned,
Capitao
we've seen a
because that's what
significant
they've
lack
been
of
doing this
IQ.
whole
By
time.
significant, I mean
And it's
he has
easy to
no
fall
weapons.
into that pattern.
With that, there
And
needs to
when
be a
you
lot
don't
of faith in
have
EMPs being
the
brought out to
utility
take
you
care
need in terms of
basically
drones to
everything
actually
in the
make
entire
sure that
objective when it comes to electronics.
there aren't any ADSs waiting, because you don't have to worry about ADSs with Capitao. So that's why I'm saying, like, Capitao was what they needed. It's what they didn't have. And they might have won the game. They might have won this map.
Prone under the windows. Next man up will be BC. Throws out an evil eye at him just for good measure to launch it at him. But now the battle between Dan and BC will rest at the base.
I can't remember if Dan gets taken out here or not.
I
think BC takes him down. Yeah, that's a good use of Firebolt right there. It's just like, okay, I think, you know, Valkyrie's still in the corner by the window. You don't want to push up and expose yourself. Just use utility to force her out and get the free trade back. But the Thermite for the Valk is definitely the better trade. So, because Valk's cams are still up, but Thermite is gone without using any utility, and now Dark Zero have to come up with a contingency plan to attack, and they're not going to be pushing through square because they can't open the wall, so they have to go to main lobby.
Alteration though from Dark Zero, immediately identifying that they are boned if they want to go in through top square. They have to rotate for a front lobby take now on the attack, and that's exactly
Thank you,
what
Flynn.
they're doing. Everybody sending over towards
I
the
just
north
said
side of
that.
the building, try and work their way up these spiral stairs. Most likely try and control south stairs as well to try and two-prong
So,
the elevator.
probably the best way, and they still have a Valk cam in main lobby too, so this is just in the hands of Empire all the way. They know exactly what's happening now. So pretty much they need one person. Dark Zero needs one person to watch flank and one person on the windows, which is what they had. But you know, people like Empire's jumping out. They're doing all kinds of stuff to try to give them the advantage, and it's working. Because now they just rotate back to the other side of the site and wait for the attackers to try to plant, because they don't have any time. Yep, they just leave. They just leave and wait. They have Valk cams, they have Maestros. No utility's been expended to get rid of those kinds of utility. Great plays from Empire. If there was just a little bit more time, Dark Zero would have had that.
And we will head to overtime.
Karzeka doesn't need a scope. He doesn't need right-click on his mouse. Just click left, claims the kill. We're going to overtime. It's round 13, and what a first map. When they went to the Rome game, this time
so,
this is the round
that... Oh, you messed up that Valk cam.
BC whiffing that Valkyrie camera, but it's in a spot where he's able to retrieve it. So he'll try.
So,
West lobby window,
this is the round where Empire actually figure out how to attack this setup. And that's the thing about Empire, is they're a team that can adapt so well, so quickly, that that's what makes them so good. And so this is, I'm pretty sure this is the round where they figure out how to beat this defense by Dark Zero.
Oh, that Legion Mine didn't deploy properly, and that is very unfortunate.
Gonna know exactly where that one is, which is not too good, but it appears that Empire's gonna go with the exact same.
But he definitely sees a Valk cam, so Karzeka's gonna take that out. He's just getting back on his drone to make sure that he's safe to do so and to know exactly where it is. They just want to cover main stairs and server stairs again, like they've been doing, to make sure that nobody rotates. But this is the position right here. So Dan comes down the staircase and plays on this landing. and this effectively cuts off main lobby and Teller's archives from the rest of the map. So Dan playing on this staircase is what wins them the round. So they just start pushing open area like they normally would.
But instead he's going upstairs again to try and clear out these hatches. Open area
right here.
is not your focal point.
So right, because Dan is on this staircase, they've effectively neutralized this hold, especially since Nyx isn't playing Vigil, so he's easier to drone out, and Scyther just take him down. So now they have full control, which they never had before on this attack, and it just the round practically resets. Now it's standard again. Now joystick goes to the hatches, take control of server, someone watches main stairs, go for the plant while someone's above the hatch and watching. Mint right here could have done a lot. Like, this is one of those situations where he's denying control of server, but the man count is not in his favor, and he has to stop. Like, he needed to not lose that smoke. Losing that smoke that's it. That's 10 to 15 seconds that they could have used, and now it's just a utility dump onto the stairs, and they just push and gun him down. So, you know, and Jarvis tries to flank up main. Like, that's the other thing. Like, they all trying to flank. They're all trying to, at that point, they know that they're desperate and they have to try to do something, but they can't. And joystick once again pushes through the garage from the main lobby after, you know, they've taken control of what they need to. So, you know, Empire just read into how they needed to play that, and they did it. Because even if Dan didn't kill Maestro right then, Dan was going to kill Maestro. Maestro was going to get trapped in that elevator and have nowhere to go. And I don't know what kind of comms Nyx was trying to use there, or Nyx was going off of there, because I feel like if he would have played in archives or tellers instead of trying to rotate back to open area, I think that he could have done more for his team. But, you know, there's no way to tell what the actual comms were.
Welcome to Bank, everyone. This is the 9th time we're going
so now Empire's on match point.
And guess what? It's lockers once again.
And I believe they're on defense, if I'm not mistaken.
So we'll see if Empire. Do I want to do this on the last round? We're gonna try and play.
Yeah, Empire on defense.
Yeah, and Empire never a team to try and shy away from aggressive stances like that. But
Mint
like
comes out with the Capital.
Map number
you know,
1 in a best of 3, and it's come down to the wire yet again. Incredibly tense matches. This is our 3rd map of our first day here.
I think that the pressure just got to Dark Zero. I think that they felt like they were about to win, and then, you know, they didn't. But that's what happens.
Get your popcorn, get your Coke, do whatever you need to do, because we're strapped in.
So, joining out the main lobby now will be Dark Zeros. They try to push from multiple angles once again. Mint on a bit
but they
of
played a great game. They're
to
definitely one of the best teams
roamers,
in North America.
Staying true to form. Not altering from the plan, not deviating from the path that they've been set on for the majority of this game while defending downstairs. They're not going to send joystick out. Scyther and Dan will both peel out a server back in through the site as the hatch.
All right, so as the open hatch goes off, server control is forfeit. They don't even need to use the thermite on that, and I don't think they do. I don't think it's necessary.
Top control will now be established here for Dark Zeros. They try to push in and clamp down on these.
Oh no. Is that an impact that went off? Oh no, it was the Maestro in the corner. Luckily, see, that's okay. Let's talk about that. Yes, the positioning of the Maestro cam was good enough to get one of the thermite charges, but they peeled off. If they would, okay, say they would have had Jaeger inside of server this round in particular, it might have goaded Dark Zero to use a thermite charge on the hatch to server, in which case now that Maestro destroying the thermite is a big deal. But in this case, it's not a big deal. BC goes over there, sledges it, and now they can just go for the wall.
Of those thermite charges, so they can't get both sides open anymore. They have to choose one. They have to choose one quickly. Going to choose the front default wall. They are going to be able to tuck in behind that wall and try and get the diffuser down, but they're going to see the secondary Evil Eye inside of sight, and another pretty traditional spot up here on the TV area.
So Shepard plays the first angle all the way back from garage. Will be a pressure.
Oh, this is why Jaeger's all the way back instead of server. They opened up one of the hatches in main lobby, so he has to watch it. And they have a that's a good drone.
The ADSs have been burned, but BC taking a lot of damage on this prone angle and not dealing a single blow to Dan. He's ready and waiting to launch out this Nitro Cell and stop Dark Zero in his tracks. He's going to go for a vault over onto the desk, comes peeling out, but Hot and Cold will shut him down.
Hot and Cold trying to keep things alive here for DZ as he will start to put the diffuser down. We're going to have a Nitro Cell, but no.
See, this is perfect timing. This is exactly what they needed to do before and didn't.
Pre-Fire's not going to match anything. Joystick on Rome, though, will finally claim a life. It's going to be Nyx, which means he can rotate all the way over to blue stairs. Trying to find as many lives as possible inside of open area.
The Capitao bolts into the hallway, forcing the pulse away, lowering his health significantly, and then the defense just falls apart. If they would have done this a few rounds ago, the game would be over.
We've seen this man do some absolutely insane things before, but it's not gonna happen. We're going max round, map 1.
Going the distance yet again. Have we set a tone yet? Are we becoming predictable yet?
Oh wait, you're Flynn. That's
level. And for Hot and Cold, for Mint, and for BC,
so Dark Zero going upstairs to try to win it. I'm trying to remember how their defense kind of fell apart here. Because spoiler alert, Empire wins. That's a nice drone. I'm gonna start putting my drone in there.
Games on those lands and gone for huge runs on those LAN events as a team. The history and the camaraderie and the experience for Team Empire in a round like this, I don't imagine we're going to see them shake. The focus is on Dark Zero. The pressure is on Dark Zero, being the underdog, coming in and having the least amount of LAN experience.
So this is another thing, like they're setting up drones to watch their flanks to where they would flank normally, because Joystick comes up that staircase pretty regularly and tries to kill people inside of Skylight.
In the secondary map, Oregon, which is one of the most favorable maps. If they get this here, they are set up to beat Empire in the quarterfinals.
It would look good, and there goes one Valkyrie camera, but you still have the Evil Eye being placed. And Dan has utilized one of his EMPs so far. He still has 2 remaining. Also rocking breaching charges, should he need to, I guess, blow open anything in the soft destruction department. But here comes the thermite charge from Shepard. Doesn't look like the tops of the walls have been blown
I just
open.
realized
No
that
possible
Maestro
impact
camera
coming out from
can
Dark
get
Zero.
destroyed
That
so
wall will get
easily.
opened
All
up.
Thatcher
We got
does is
a
Thatcher the
real
wall for
estate
thermite, and then
advantage
Capitao shoots it off, which I think is what happened already.
They're in front office and they have 3 inside of the meeting room. It's Mint, BC, and Jarvis, or excuse me, Nyx, as he's actually going to go on rotate down through elevator hallway right now. On the other end of your guys' screen, as you will see him down in open area. This could come up huge and make the round for Dark Zero. That Nitro Cell could come up so clutch.
Yeah, they still have the visibility and pings coming out. And the Evil Eye actually going to do some work, zapping Joystick on this north rappel. He's wary of his front lobby rotate, but nobody from Dark Zero pushing down those spiral stairs. The first Toxic Babe will come out. Sounds like another secondary explosion has gone off. It was Nyx utilizing his Nitro Cell, and he missed it. A whiffed call from the side of Dark Zero, so there goes your possibility to deny from the bottom. Now you got to worry about the flank back up from Nyx. Time evaporating in the hands of Team Empires. They send out the smokes, and they got to go in for a plant execute.
Nice. Good smokes.
Shepard's going to abandon ship, though, as he was going to put the diffuser down there. More of those Toxic Babes raining out. Shepard just missing smoke as he crosses, but Karzeka will find Hot and Cold. He's getting aggressive. Is he going to be able to find Nyx? I don't believe so. Actually, it's going to be Jarvis. Everything going down for Dark Zero. They have 2 left alive. They have to try and fight out of a hole. Nyx will get it, though. 2v3 diffusers down. Going to have to worry about the windows. This is all falling apart in the hands of Dark Zero. BC, Nyx going to have to come huge here, but everyone.
Yeah, so right here it's over. 2 outside, 1 inside, it's over.
Nyx rotating back into sight. All of the angles being held down by Empire. Diffuser reaching that halfway point. BC walking freely into CEO, and he might just try and stick it. It appears he is. They're going to try and hold on plant. He's going to kill him, though.
Like, he knows, like, you know that one is on North Rappel, and one's going to be watching his run out.
Down to the wire once
It's just,
again. The very narrow
There isn't much more to go off of during that round other than Empire droning and knowing where the defenders were and then going for the plant. Nyx flanked, but it just happened a little bit too late, and I think there was a C4 that might have been wasted as well, which is unfortunate. If they could spot him. That's assuming they could even spot him to begin with.
Well, if you could get your thermite...
Have the Doxer, they have these...
Team Empire, obviously, vice versa, and hey! You nailed it! You nailed it, Alex!
Look at you,
You can't even hear me.
Alright, we're gonna skip over the bans, because
Into the handbag of toys, but on Oregon,
we can just see them over here, and I can talk about them.
We definitely saw him having some fun the last time. A 4K as he took over the entire top floor of Bank.
Yes.
Absolute insane clip there for Nyx. We'll see if he can do it again. I'm going to guess he's not going to wipe out the entire top
Alright,
floor of
so
because that would literally be everyone, but he might. I mean, it is Nyx at the end of the day. He does have that skill, and I'm expecting
I think we
this
see
to
a
be
lot of
just an
tower
absolutely
takes
insane round.
throughout this entire tournament.
Crowd roaring. It's hard to get a beat on where the
And this
crowd
is kind of
laying
where it
as
all
far as
starts,
fan
and this is
favoritism.
where
I don't know
it
where
all
their
seems to
fan
go from. They drone it out,
vote
they
relies
establish
on
someone
very
in tower to watch
clearly
the
in the Nora
flank,
Rango Fnatic
one
game.
person
Nora
watches
Rango, the
a
fan
run
favorite,
out
could they
from
not be?
dining,
But
and
after they've been
two people
eliminated
get on
in this game
rappel,
between
and then one
Dark
person
Zero
goes to
and
big window.
Empire, it's really
That
hard
seems to
tell.
be
I
like
think the crowd
the
is a
generalized
little
strategy.
favorited towards Dark Zero, which is
And it's
interesting.
simple.
Again,
It's a simple
it's European
strategy. There's
soil.
nothing more
It's a
to
North
it than that.
American team against a European team. And yet still it's Empire
But
drawing
one
the
thing
ire
that
of the
Dark
crowd,
Zero
at least from
does
what
not
we've
do
been able to
here, that they
Big
need
tower
to
take
do,
here for Dark Zero. I'm sure you guys saw the sheer amount of holes
is
that were made
take
in the floor
control
of the kids'
of
dorms area for
dining
Empire.
and take
Establishing
control of
so many
kitchen.
angles downstairs, and you have
If
to be
they
worried about
don't
every single
take
one of them. If
control
you don't
of
know which one
those
they're gonna be
positions,
possibly playing, don't wanna get
then
punished by
the
that.
defenders
They're
just
gonna
play
flash
under
it
these
off there for
windows.
you.
You can't
Get a
rappel
little
upside
face.
down to look
Cold
through
going
these
to burn an
windows.
ADS up in kids' dorms, and he's ready for the
And
run out. He knows that Team Empire loves to be aggressive.
other than
Joysticks
that,
actually just going
like,
to scathe away. No
it's
bullets
just
taking
too
any damage
safe.
from him.
It's too safe for the for like there is pressure being applied, yes, from the windows, but they can't rappel in because of the downstairs presence, and they don't really move from these positions. Like, we're just going to see Dark Zero sitting on these rappels and not pushing in. Like, they have to take control. They can do it. It's like, look, see, Jarvis is holding flank. Nyx is trying to make something happen by going through small tower, but this needs to be a team effort. This can't be just a lone wolf operation. There's too many people playing downstairs to make it happen.
Very easy access to those windows. You know who else has easy access though? It's Joystick. It's two bodies.
And that was just a run out of dining.
Not going to work out for him. Scyther will go take a frag as well as Hot and Cold will go down. And this is not looking good for Dark Zero off rip.
There goes Karzak, at least traded out by Nyx, but he's taking a lot of damage in the engagement as well. So now
So
it's
yeah.
2v4 to work out for Jarvis and Nyx will
The
follow
problem
as
is that
well.
we're going to
Joystick
see
with 3 on
this
the round
this
now,
same
and it's
situation.
all
We're going to
Jarvis
see
alone.
this
In a
over and
1v4,
over and over
staring
again
at the
throughout
barrel
this
of a
entire
shotgun.
match.
He's waiting to jump in through the big window. He's also got pressure.
Like-
a beautiful shot there. Almost lands a second one. but
Like,
narrowly
you
as
have
the
to,
nitro cell
you
comes
literally
soaring
have to
breaking in through the bottom
take
right
control
window.
of
That's a 4K
dining
for
and kitchen.
Joystick.
You have
The
to.
machine on fire to start things off as Dark
Now,
Zero
there's nothing
with
wrong with
complete
getting on the north
loss.
windows and applying pressure,
Empire again loves
but
this aggressive play style, and
you
Oregon is a
can't
catalyst for that.
just,
You can hop out of so
like-
many windows
like, they're
and
banking
get
on getting
long lines of
picks. They're
sight,
banking on
or
killing
even
everyone in
punish them off
kids
of
and
rappel.
killing one
We
more
did see that
person,
from
and now
Joseph.
there's two
They
guys
had it the
downstairs.
first
That's
time that he ran
manageable.
out. Couple of scuff shots
But
on both ends. Nobody makes
5
any
on
contact,
5,
but they did not respect that
three
he could do it
three
again.
downstairs,
It's
2
Joystick.
upstairs.
He's gonna do it again and again.
It's not gonna
and again
happen.
until it works. That
Not with
time
the
it
holes
worked
that can be
second time
made.
around. It was
Like,
free as free
the
can
angles
get.
are too
When you
far
have a
back
play
because they're
like
playing
that,
in the small bathroom.
What's Dark Zero
Like, it's
thinking?
just-
What's Cotton thinking just vaulting into the big window with
It's
the
just a
fuse
whole
so low?
other
There's no
level that they
pressure.
need to break
Dark Zero
through that
never
they're
even
just
remotely
not.
attempt to clear out dining or kitchen on the bottom push. They don't have meeting control. They don't push through tower. What a fun time. That was a fun trip. You got a hard meeting hold coming over now for Team Empire. Plenty of reinforcements. You got the Electro Claws from a Kaid. Another
But also, like, you might wonder, you know, why Empire does not, or excuse me, why Dark Zero doesn't push from the west. And the reason is because Empire are so strong on Oregon, they don't want to play into the roam game. of Empire. Like, Dark Zero doesn't want to play into that. Dark Zero wants to take control of tower, and then with their back to the tower, they can push forward. They can watch their flank, and they can just push in one direction. They don't have to drone out a ton of stuff.
This is a bad spot to be in for the Empire members locked inside of
But if they can't get the guys out of meeting, then it's a problem. And there's some wasted utility just going all over the place. Now, holes being opened above, that's the way to do it. Oh, Ali, this is a great match. Bank is a better map between these two teams overall. But this is a pretty good map too.
He's using that Journey's End sledgehammer to pop open literally everything. The Scorpion Evo, though, going to be in the hands of Karzeka this time around. No shotgun.
Oh, yeah, that was a great shot from Hot and Cold.
Have Karzeka meet his maker.
There's still one person trying to flank through meeting with Castle, but it's just not going to happen. That smoke being thrown right there is supposed to stop a plant going down in that corner, but pretty soon it won't work that way once they stop the clip through the wall. Yeah, Lemon Bar. DZ had a lot of missed opportunities last map and on this map. But you're going to see that, like, every time Empire defends upstairs in kids, it's just a constant, like, delay from Dark Zero. Like, they just stall out and they keep getting shot from underneath. Like, it's just ridiculous.
He's on 25 HP, laying prone inside of the box will be BC, and we equalize once again. First kill, and that gives you a little bit of momentum. The last thing you want is this tiny.
But see, like this.
Buzzing around your feet,
this is why what Karzeka's doing right now. This is what they don't want to play into. They don't want to play into these Elemines on the windows, on white stairs, and then coming from Master. Like they just don't want to deal with any of this. That's why they keep pushing from tower.
No alterations as dining room and kitchen and tower defense.
But now, also what we're going to see here is Empire goes here again, and they're going to adjust the mistakes that they made. So one thing also that's really good is you can cade all four of those walls with that cade.
Of those two, I would say that tower is the better out of the two.
You don't need Bandit on a rear stage hold anymore. See? All four of those walls, the bottom two and the top two are caded.
Now, the person I want to point out for this is going to be Dan. Because Dan last time, I feel
yeah, no Lemon Bar, that does make sense. What's up, Hunter? Welcome back, dude.
Slug shotgun is so dangerous in the proper hands. And
so yeah, Thatcher goes off, but another Cade goes on the wall. This is just good to get rid of as many Thatcher grenades as possible, because they need those to also get rid of, to open up Maestros that they can't just throw nades or shoot ashes at. And this is one thing that this is a situation where they just didn't open the wall fast enough. And Hibana is peeking here, when in reality, like, just throw another Thatcher. Just throw another Thatcher and open the wall. You know, like what? Why is like Hibana peeking there? Is sort of throwing the round, especially when you just won the round before from doing exactly what you're supposed to do, and then this round you don't. If they never clear out meeting, then anybody who's playing in meeting is just going to gun everyone trying to come through blue. Like, that's just what's going to happen. And there's two people playing in meeting. Because now it's just a bottleneck. There's no way to open anything, so now it's just a bottleneck.
Will find Mint. Everything's falling apart for the DZ boys. As slugs are going to rain down around the feet of BC, but Karzeka will find him. It's all left up to Jarvis on the Thatcher. L85 by his side, but no life left in him. Dan from up tops, again, going to rain hellfire. As they're going to claim round number 3.
I think that
Clean sweep,
if you don't want to play into another team's play style, you have to dictate the round in some way.
So for Dark Zero here, it's
been
a successful attack to the basement.
Empire just completely dictate every round. They never seem like off kilter. That's
again a beautiful shot there
screwed
by
up
Dan
camera
in
angle.
The meeting hold this time.
Oh my.
Much safer, you know, you eliminate hot and cold early with that aggressive peek out through that doorway. That's what Dan was trying to do the first time around. He just missed his shot and got shot from down below by Mint. And I'm wondering where that pressure was. Obviously, like I said,
Yeah, like
from inside of the site, those castle barriers.
they just don't want to have to walk into joystick gunning them all down from the same place. Like they just don't.
But at that point, they didn't even stick a man upstairs on the hatch until the end of the round where Jarvis rotated up after Plant was down. So for the majority of these rounds here, Dark Zero have been phenomenal at taking tower, big tower, but nothing surrounding it. And that needs to be the extension for Dark Zero. You need more map control to lock down and choke out, to suffocate Empire.
Exactly, and the biggest thing is, I mean, big tower is free. Everyone can walk in there. You just open a door and walk in. You have control. Their issue right now is they can't battle for map control. It's punishing them. They had that initial round that they won where they got Dan out early, but the second time around, Dan able to come up massive, gets a couple of frags, able to really lock down meeting.
So see, look, like they want
difference on this side
they want to get control of all this stuff, but they can't.
I surely hope not.
And if Valk doesn't choke those shots there, it's
his end. So
GG.
They're definitely going to be worried about Joystick now downstairs in kitchen because it looks like they want to go for this repel game all over again. They could reset Nyx, but it's not going to matter too much. Joystick. Oh man.
Yeah, no, Empire on Oregon does the exact same thing over and over and over again. All of Empire pretty much does the same thing over and over and over again. The only difference right now is they have Valkyrie instead of Ella. But then see, look, like they are trying to pressure, but it needs to be a full team pressure. Like they need to, if they want to attack from the kids' windows, they need to leave one guy in tower. Everyone else pushes the west side, and you take control of kitchen. You leave one guy in kitchen, and everyone else comes back outside the way that they've been trying to do it. But if you look at this right here, like, they got 3 people on windows, and Joystick just jumps out and gets 2 more kills. He already got 1. And then, you know, they trade him out. But even after they get on these repels here, which is, I'm pretty sure what they do again, and at this point, you cannot run out, or you can't go through kitchen. At this point, you can't. Because you don't have drones. There's just way too much stuff in your way. Regardless of whether or not they rotated.
But it's not going to do much. Dan very low health. Karzeka and Shepard still both.
Yeah, they droned him in small, but both times Nyx has been trying to like push over there and just gets destroyed.
Dan Jarvis with that frag, but Karzeka's gonna get the refrag. Jarvis, it's a 1v1. It's 8 seconds, and Karzeka knows where he is. Jarvis has to win this out.
Dark Zero is just a step behind in every single one of these rounds.
At the wrong time, and Empire's gonna find round number 3.
Because like that, like they're like the small adaptation of bringing a Valk instead of an Ella, because they know that no one's, you know, like that kind of stuff. Oh, he's not even shooting at the right window. Jeez, what a shot! He just ran out 2 rounds ago and got the exact same frags. Like, I'm just so baffled.
For this one here, it's Joystick again. The across the map right now is just the only difference on that round.
So here, this next round, they actually do battle for map control. I'm pretty sure this is one of the rounds they do battle for map control. They just know it's a tower push every time, so they just put so much utility.
That was the most terrifying thing, is that he was standing on a Claymore. So Dark Zero again, anticipating the motion, anticipating the action from Joystick.
They're going for a west take this time. So let's see, I'm going to look for the gaps. I'm going to look for the gap in the attack. And the gap in the defense, if there are any. So by now, based on like the action that's occurred in the round, Empire knows this is a west clear. They have to know. So Joystick is playing inside of here, and he opens that window so he can rotate out if he wants.
He's got support as well with Karzeka upstairs on the Ella.
And he's
This
just
is
playing
another
behind a
thing we noted
reinforcement.
pregame before coming in is that the Karzeka and Joystick duo has seemingly been forming again for a long
Bottlenecking the
period
attackers. So
there.
the attackers are bottlenecked
Karzeka
at
and
this point.
Joystick
They're not going to
duo
use
kinda
any hard
separated a little
destruction.
bit. They went off and did their own little
They're coming
things
up
on the
white,
attack
but
and
they have to
defense,
meet
but we've seen
at the
the
intersection
culmination
of
those two coming together
kids
again,
and
that's
white
really why they
stairs.
stand at their best. But
Nyx does
has
pick
turned
up
things
one
off with
kill
fireworks on the
onto
G36.
Karzeka,
He's
playing
gonna remove
inside of
Karzeka from
kids.
kids.
That's fine.
Been
But
doing
they're still
so good with
bottlenecking
that
right here,
G36C
right where
against
Hibana
this
is
R4C.
aiming. That's the
Did lose its
bottleneck.
ACOG, you gotta play that G36C to have access.
Elo
But
mines are
look
going
at this, you
off.
do get an angled grip, but
Joystick gets
you're gonna
one
need a
kill.
life to use it. Joystick, once again, when this man
And
finds his
Capital
groove,
bolts are
he
getting
is
shot in
so
from below,
very
but it's not
dangerous.
enough.
I mean, who can try and test up to this?
Like, they're
BC's
still
gonna be the next one up to
bottlenecking
bat.
right
They're
here.
trying to
Mint's
pinch
gonna, I
him.
think Mint
It
hits
isn't
a
going to work
hits a
out. They
Ella
have
mine
Mint
and
moving to
picks
the
up the
other
kill.
side,
Yeah.
finally claiming his life, but there's so
But
little time
now there's only a minute
left on the
left.
clock,
This is the
especially
problem.
after
This
that
is the
run
problem
kill.
with the West Clear
Utility as well.
versus
This is a
Empire.
tower attack,
Now,
guys.
like,
You
so
just
many
finish
people
this
are
game, your bolts down,
displaced.
move
Like,
the
all
kids
it
clear.
takes is for
Obviously,
one
you
person
need
to have
get
rotated
kids so that
into
they can't
Attic,
shoot you
which
from
is
the windows
exactly
when
what's
you got
happening right
Rebella
now.
and Dan
Or
on
not into
5
Attic, but into
HP,
Armory or
able to
something like
escape
that.
back
And
up the flight
now
stairs
there's still a
and
person
remove
upstairs when you
BC.
think you've
There goes your
already
flank
cleared out
kill.
all of it.
It's back,
This
turning
is why
back
the West
around
take
now for
isn't
Dark Zero. They
effective.
have to stop in their
Because
tracks
you have to
and
have people
repeat that same
dedicated
process they
in
just
certain
went
areas,
through
but once
with a
people start
fraction of
dying and those
utility,
people
they had to
leave
stop
those
the round.
dedicated areas, like
Dan's just
behind
gonna
White
lay
Van, to
down
make
on
sure
a
that no
mattress
one can
upstairs.
rotate,
You guys gotta come
you're
get me.
screwed.
I'm not
So
rotating.
now they
You
have to rotate
come
back.
find me. Wasting even more time rotating
So,
all
and
way through
the site's not
basement,
even
up main
downstairs
stairs,
either. That's the
finds
crazy
another
thing.
kill, and this is just not looking good for
So
Dark
the
Zero
site isn't even
at
clear.
all.
Or excuse me, the
28
site's not
seconds
even
on the clock,
downstairs,
not
and
very
now they
much
have to
execute utility,
still
and guess
push in.
what?
But
They're
imagine
still
that
smoking
exact
bolts.
same setup and they
Those
have to
15
push it
bolts throw a
every
couple
single
smoke
time.
bolts and a flank coming in from Jarvis now in through meeting
Because
split,
either
but
way, they're
here's
still
the West
pushing
fight
the
for Jarvis,
exact
but
same
West the kill, but
positions.
Dan on a trade
If they're
will
doing a
draw
West
hot,
clear,
and
they're
that's the
coming
man
in
with the
through
diffuser
small
recovered
tower,
now by
coming in
Mint.
through
He'll
kids'
pick that up on
dorms,
the Capital.
taking
He'll
control
fight
of
down
meeting.
from Dan inside of Attic. All
They
it takes is
can't
one
take
bullet to
control of
land, and
meeting
Shepard pushing his way down the tower
on
stairs.
a
Things come out under one.
frickin'.
He almost gets them both,
They
but
can't take
Jarvis
control
will
of
bring
meeting
that.
on a
Now Dan,
tower
the
take.
5 HP Valkyrie,
You know what I mean?
the man
Like,
that went for the flank all along, comes back.
yeah.
It's a beautiful lead
Like,
now
they can't
for
even
the
take
Empire,
control
the
of
Russian
the West
machine
side and meeting on a
rounds
tower
away.
take, let alone,
Dan,
like,
newest
actually
member of
attacking
Team
downstairs.
Empire, and he's showing why they reign true. He's only been with this team, I've said it multiple times, for
It's
a
just this
month,
bottleneck
and
right
this
here.
man is already this confident with this roster. That's insanity.
The most troubling.
Imagine if Mint doesn't win that fight. Like, it's over. The round's over right there.
They continuously push.
Oh my god.
What a shot.
Well, they continuously push in one by one, and there goes that run out from Dan as well to the satellite window. Again, Jarvis is on one right now of Team Empire. So Mint will take what's
Okay, here we go. So
as a full.
Whether it's try and execute
now they're
on to where
downstairs,
he is, or just try
and they bring in
isolate
the
him
shield.
general, you have to do a better job. You're giving him the 1v1s.
I think Dan's
and of
pretty
all the
good.
people that's gonna win their
I think Dan
ones,
is a good player.
It's gonna be Joystick.
Okay, so look. Now they are downstairs. Blitz is banned on Oregon. Thank goodness. If Blitz wasn't banned, we would have seen a lot of Blitz play out of DZ, 100%. But yeah, so now this is a West clear. Let's see what's different about it. So the same walls, same choke point, but now Montaigne's coming. Montaigne gets hit by one Elamine, is just waiting. So Joystick holding in this position. Karzeka won't peek this time. Guaranteed he won't, without some kind of cue. Oh my god! Just destroyed and then back into meeting and gone. Like, where's and Joystick's already back downstairs as well. Like, they don't want to play against the Montaigne, but they got the pick, so they're just going to run away. Hot and Cold can't even get back to the front door fast enough to stop him from going downstairs.
On fire with this Ash all day. But right now, falling short as he's going to get absolutely removed. What a shot from Karzeka.
My goodness. It's ridiculous.
Fadeaway fall, and yet it still lands beautifully onto the head. Nyx will go down. You've now got to refocus.
Okay, so now they still have to take control of meeting, which they don't have that control. Yeah, they have the rotation from kitchen covered, but they need to open the hatches, take control of meeting, and try to go for a plant. They only have a minute to do it, and they're still droning out the attic. And if Karzeka gets a kill from this up in the tower, like, I'm just going to be blown away.
But you can't extend anywhere else, and you've lost a man on the roam clear. Meeting control still fully held by Empire with reinforcement. Scyther will take down another one as there goes Jarvis. Pushing in solo now is Mint. I don't think he knows that Scyther's in his corner, trying to bat away the shield, and there goes Mint. Going for another one, but Houghton will shut him down. It's a 2v4 now.
So yeah, like
desperation and an absolute
if
chasm
BC could have gotten into Attic, he's like BC's trying to drone out Attic by himself, and he needs to get in there to apply some pressure from above, but he can't, and the hatch is reinforced. So it's like, okay, cool, like let's just push meeting. Like it's so difficult with the way that they're set up. It's so difficult. Empire, the way Empire sets up and rotates around the map is just so strong. There's only so much they can do.
That's insanity. BC, though, going to be able to get up hot and cold. They have to try and find something, but it's like all on time. Garzeka, is he going to get the second kill? No, Shepard going to be able to claim that. It's Empire, 5-1 at the...
You're starting to get nervous as, again, you were within an inch of taking map number 1 on bank. Up 6-4 in regulation, and you allow Empire to storm back with 3 consecutive to eventually take it 8-7 into the overtime. Absolute max distance.
So see, look, like, Dark Zero know how strong this hold is. They're setting up the same way. Both shower walls, both kitchen walls towards dining, like, all reinforced. They know how strong this is. Pulse, Valkyrie, like, they know how strong of a setup this is. There's even a shield facing the big window. It's where someone has to go eventually. And Empire's going for a tower take as well. So let's just see, if Empire's tower take is better than Dark Zero's. Like, let's see what the difference is. When it comes to operator selection, the difference already is actually none. There isn't an operator difference.
It's been brutal for Dark Zero on this first half of Oregon. They're going to have to replicate what Empire just did to them.
That's a good flank drone, though.
Probably one of the toughest circumstances just to keep this close.
My entire issue right now with BC, not BC, Dark Zero in general, is the fact that you knew that the roam game was going to be heavy. You knew it from the first round. They've done it every single round, as we previously stated. But then you don't bring any utility to get rid of him. You don't bring a Jackal. You don't bring Montang until the last round. What's happening? BC, though, will claim alive. It's going to be Garzeka. No more Sledge, no more grenades. The firebolts will come out, but he's going to be able to smoke.
Oh my goodness. Just firebolted to death. That's what they're missing. They didn't I don't think they ever did anything like that.
Tactical crossbow.
Well, this attic wall is also soft, and it looks like this is Jarvis being droned out inside a small tower. Jarvis was on a camera, and he might try and go for a run out here similar to what Joystick pulled off. You got the Valkyrie camera outside. 2 members searching frantically for that Valkyrie camera.
That's a good Valk cam, that's for sure. But it's still practically the same setup. We got 2 people on windows, 1 person on flank, and 1 on big window.
Oh, with a tiny angle is hot and cold. The Aldo remove the head for Scyther. And now
there's different rotations. There's different rotation holes between the sites. That's a difference. But look at this, like.
But they would also have to be worried about Nyx if he was still alive, but he's not, as Dan will find him, opening the door just a little bit wider here for Team Empire.
Like, how are you going to push into this without taking control of downstairs? Like, how? It's not possible. Yeah, gunned immediately. As soon as you repel in, you're gunned. Oh, but Dan actually repelled in as well and is down the hatch. What? This guy's crazy. But they don't have the diffuser.
He coming from hot and cold from inside a kid towards the top of White Stairs. And there goes Dan. You got to recover the diffuser if you're Shepard. 15 seconds left. And Jarvis still in small tower. They have the Valkyrie cameras for the info, but you got to be worried about separation.
Yeah, there's still a Valk cam that knows he's at big window. 100%.
The pre-fire from Dark Zero will lock it out. And Dark Zero staving off elimination moments longer.
So there wasn't much of a difference. The defense won that.
Instead of a pulse.
Won that round.
Downstairs, this is again going to have to be a scenario who remotely want to toy with this momentarily, but they are going for a full tower take nonetheless.
I mean,
okay, I remember this round because this is literally counter strat. Like, they know the way that Empire pushes it, like they've studied it, so they literally just counter strat it.
push their way into construction. Again, this is how
And Empire's like, we're just gonna go through it anyway. That's the thing that blows my mind.
Yeah, they're going to push headstrong in, as is their nature. And Scyther looks like he's going to finally try and engage with this. Got the SMG-12 out in hands, as opposed to the CZ-75, which has been the more predominantly picked secondary weapon.
So yeah, Scyther just sits outside this spot for like ever. And they need to figure out where the defenders are actually sitting, which is I think the biggest issue that they have this round, even with the Dokkaebi calls.
Challenging the door as well. Toxic Bay comes out from Mint as well to continue to prolong the engagement between Scyther and Mint. A bit of a cold war as no shots have even been remotely close to exchanging, and yet the utility utilized here is going to continue to suppress Scyther's ability to press in. This is a massive pivot point for Dark Zero.
Like they're just trying to figure out how to get Mint out of there, and Joystick's even thinking about rotating back around.
Gonna need a lot of help, but as they're just continuing to hold down these angles.
The way to do it is to frickin' drone out the bottom of Harry Potter first. Then smoke off the hallway and just have someone push behind him. Because I don't think they have the red wall open. Yeah, it's reinforced. So, yeah.
Here on the MK14. Actually, he's going to establish an angle. Just wait for the rotation. Swapping over might get aggressive, but we see some bodies moving upstairs. Nyx, Min, both tacking on. It's all left up to Shepard as he's going to fall. Karzeka, the last one alive. He's standing in meeting with only 16 seconds left. It's not looking too good for him as every single man on Dark Zero stands in his path.
Yeah, I think they did only drone meeting. I don't think they droned anything else other than like their initial take into the tower.
BC will cut him down from inside a supply room. Dark Zero piece 2 in a row. The advantage on the side of Empire. So if you get within that stranglehold position,
so now Dark Zero's going to tower.
They were ready to lock it out.
And we'll see how Empire attack it.
Be that underdog story, the Cinderella story, and yet they faltered. And Empire took advantage. That's not going to happen if you're Team Empire. You get to that 6-3 mark, count the game done.
I definitely agree with that one, but the entire map more or less hangs in the balance of this round. Can they win a tower defense? Because once again, if they lose this
round,
a
bit of team miscommunication. There's probably another strat where BC plays a different op and reinforces that.
So, if they can win this, this is going to put Dark Zero in a very good spot.
The good news is as well, if Dark Zero can come away with this round.
Alright, so Shepard goes into garage and places a Claymore that is probably impossible to shoot. I wouldn't be surprised if you cannot shoot that Claymore. So that eliminates the garage flank, unless they have an impact grenade.
We're gonna see a 6-0 run on Oregon defense.
Jarvis is trying to put pressure from this doorway. This is like the most important doorway in the entire map, apparently, because everybody keeps using it. Camera gets thrown out and gets shot immediately. So you know someone's watching it, and then dislodges the shield. But it's funny, okay. It's funny that I think it happens during the EG match as well, where someone peeks that window and gets that same kill on Karzeka on the rappel, and then Shepard kills him after, both times. So it's like, why don't you have that window open to begin with, so your teammate doesn't get gunned? Like, it's just nuts. And now Mint's just so far off site after the collapse onto the site. So the first person to die was Nyx. Then BC traded and got refragged, and then Houghton died somewhere else. And now that they have control of, now that they have Capitao up in T3, it's like impossible. Can't even throw the C4 high enough. Like, it's impossible. A Capitao up in T3 is just way too strong.
Shown up on the second half. He's found 1 kill, but he's going to turn it around on the tower take. Finding 3 frags, raining hell fire from above with that M249. And that is what that gun is so very dangerous with. The reason they built L in the first place was she had a lot of bullets inside of a magazine, so she could take multiple gunfights. Guess what an LMG
right
has?
Here. Like, that window's not open. Why is that window not open immediately?
There you go.
Well, I said if it was 6-3, count the game over. I kind of want to take that statement back because I don't want the game to be over, but...
So you have to be thinking exactly how these guys are feeling in this current state, because I can tell you right now, Empire's not shaken. Specifically Dan, that was the big factor coming into this. Can Dan perform on land? And he's doing so well so far.
That was the big question mark. That was the roster move heading in, you know. Empire were looking so incredibly dominant in the regular season, going undefeated until week 11. And then as well, why make a change, right? You finish second in the world, if we want to go by the World Championship metric of the 6 Invitational, just behind G2, a team that has dominated the scene for years now. And yet, they make a change. So Dan was the question mark, and yet he has definitely been a performer so far in these 2 maps.
Oh, I'm getting tired.
Empire looking to close things out. We go for the Windows take here for Team Empire. Lots of drones come in to isolate members of Dark Zero, and they've completely evacuated kids, except for BC, continues to dart back and forth on this rotate behind the reinforcements.
So we got 2 outside on the windows.
Extremely aggressive, and there he goes again.
And
in behind a dresser, will
just
remove joystick from play.
taken down.
A beautiful shot there. Another drone coming out.
Don't tell me he jumps
BC
out.
going for a run.
No, he doesn't.
Makes it back inside the windows because he knows it's the Capitao taking out a play.
I thought he was gonna.
This is when you jump out, like, for
when
real.
Someone makes a dashing run towards a window. What else can you expect? Frag grenade gonna come out, almost claims BC's life, but it's almost like time's on his side as Nyx will rotate outside, but Dan's gonna knife him. Where'd he come from? Assassin's Creed, Scyther gonna take out Hot and Cold with a headshot. It's 3v3, but still plenty of rounds that Dark Zero needs as Jarvis is gonna get shot down, but he's gonna claim the life of Scyther as everything is falling apart.
This is
on
a
both
dogfight
sides
of a
here in
round.
round
Like, there's so much
number
stuff happening.
10.
Like, Nyx running at a tower, getting killed by Dan, Dan pushing up, BC challenging joystick off the window, Karzeka getting killed on the run out. Like, there's just so much stuff going on. Oh, this is the... No, never mind, no, it's not. I thought this was a different round. This round... Dan's just looking for people, looking for kills.
Dan as Shepard angles in through the highway window, but looking the wrong direction. Dan pressing his way up the white stairs through the sea of barbed wire, angles in towards kids, but cannot find a target. In behind the bomb chassis now is BC. He gets down to a 2v2, 9 seconds left, and another one for Shepard on 5 HP. Rushing through, it's just Jarvis left alive on Dark Zero, and at the top of white stairs.
Oh my goodness, like, how do they win that round?
The last second clutch. Dark Zero eliminated from Milan.
It's crazy.
My God.
All right. So, I hope you guys enjoyed my analysis of these 2 matches. I did the Nora Rango and Fnatic match, and I did the Dark Zero and Dark Zero and Empire match. I'm going to be doing 2 more matches tomorrow during the day around the same time. So, I might be streaming ranked later tonight. I'm not sure yet. Probably just playing. Yeah, I'm doing more tomorrow. I'll do the next 2 matches, the EG versus Immortals and FaZe versus I don't even remember who they played. Either way, those are going to be done tomorrow. But anyway, I am going to get off. I might get on later to play ranked. I might stream it, I might not. I don't know. So, I'll talk to you guys later. Thanks for those of you that tuned in, and like I said, I'll be back on tomorrow. See you later, Lemon Bar. Have a good one. Yeah, and let's stream. Thank you. Thank you, Ali. Let's stream. That's the one. Alright, have a good one, guys.